Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Crash. The monstrous form of Gara stepped closer, crushing trees underfoot. His eyes burned with murderous rage. I'll kill you. Gar's voice was deep and distorted but conveyed his intent clearly. To protect. What's important? Guy-sensei. Lee's trembling hand clenched into a fist, but his body refused to move. His consciousness began to fade, yet he still tried to make one last stand. Die. Shukaku's massive claw ascended from above. Slash. A flash of light cut through the air. Chapter 104, In a Hurry. The tailed beast's arm flew off under the force of inertia, and Shukaku's golden eyes showed a flicker of shock. It wasn't the pain of being attacked, rather, when the blade made contact, the chakra-formed exterior instantly lost all sensation. Tap. Link landed lightly, glanced at the unconscious Rock Lee, and then looked up at the partially transformed Gara. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground and charged forward. The destructive power of a tailed beast transformation was too great. An unconscious comrade like Rock Lee couldn't survive in the radius of any large-scale attack. The simplest solution was to take out the core directly. So fast. The thought flashed through Gar's mind as he instinctively tried to control his body to evade. But he was a step too slow. Link had already reached him. Whoosh. Gar swiped at him with a clawed hand, but with a flash of the blade, he lost another arm. This isn't working. He's too strong. I have to. Gar's thoughts were cut short as the head of his partially transformed tailed beast form was split open. The attack was as effortless as slicing through a melon. The chakra construct, supposedly of immense density and durability, seemed non-existent before that blade. Gar's true body gazed up at Link, who descended from above. His hands moved to form seals, preparing to unleash his feigning sleep jutsu. Boom. Before he could react, Link delivered a crushing kick, sending him flying backward into the ground, creating a massive crater. Clatter. The protective sand shield shattered and fell to the ground. Embedded in the pit, Gar's sand armor flaked off piece by piece as he stared at the towering and imposing figure of Link. His voice carried an endless confusion. Why? Rustle. As Gar's consciousness wavered from the heavy blow, the tailed beast transformation dissolved into a pile of sand. Gar plummeted toward the ground, unresponsive, but before he could crash, Link grabbed him midair. The sand instinctively gathering to protect Gar dissipated silently. Why? Gara asked in a hollow voice, his eyes empty. There were too many things he couldn't understand. Ever since graduating earlier this year, events had continuously unfolded in ways that confounded him. His mind could no longer process it all. He had believed that killing those he couldn't understand, resolving everything through hatred and violence, would end his inner turmoil. But when brute force failed, it felt as if everything had hit a dead end. Why were they fighting? What was causing him so much pain? Let go of Gara. Temari and Kankuro arrived, the tension in the air escalating. Both of you, come at me. Link said, casting a glance at Rock Lee. His condition was worsening, his breathing was faint. He couldn't let it get to the point where he'd need to summon Guy-sensei to collect his unconscious student. I'm in a hurry. Kankuro's face twisted in anger. You bastard. How dare you look down on me? He waved his hand, sending the puppet grow forward. They had no choice. Both knew that if Link got close, it would be over. Even someone like Orochimaru had been overpowered by this guy. And as puppet users, they had no other options. Swish. He disappeared. Temari unfolded her fan, keeping a wary eye for a potential close-range attack. She also kept alert for her own shadow and any sudden long-range strikes. This guy has too many methods. He's too dangerous. Where is? Checkmate. Link stood behind them, holding Gar in one hand and Rock Lee in the other. His shadow clone, imbued with the power of Sethan, had successfully captured them. Clatter. With its chakra thread severed, Kankuro's puppet, Karasu, collapsed in pieces. What is this? The moment Temari and Kankuro's shadows were touched by Link's, their bodies regressed, shrinking to the size of 2-year-olds. Their cognitive abilities dulled, memories faded, and they could no longer function. The power of Zethan's shadow ability was absurd. Once his shadow connected with an enemy's, it bypassed all conditions, causing regression in its target. Even against chakra-based constructs, it consumed only minimal chakra to trigger. If only this ability could be stored long-term. Link thought with a hint of regret as he gently laid Rock Lee flat and used chakra to examine his condition. The prognosis was grim. Rock Lee's body was severely overexerted, with multiple fractures and muscle damage. His condition was critical. Link first stabilized Lee's failing heart and lungs with a burst of healing chakra, then concentrated a significant amount of chakra to perform delicate illness extraction jutsu. Even when used with raw, brute chakra, it still achieved miraculous results. The shadow clone still has a few seconds left. Third Hokage, I hope you've wrapped things up by now, thwack. The sound of the third Hokage's staff breaking through a sand-gold barrier echoed. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, wore a slightly dazed expression. The rejuvenated third Hokage had taken only 40 seconds to deal with the reanimated Hokage summoned by Orochimaru. Using advanced ninjutsu suppression, close-range combat, and near-incomprehensible sealing techniques, he had removed the talismans controlling their heads. Once freed, the sacrifices fell lifelessly to the ground. It was likely that Orochimaru had dispelled the technique himself at that point. The problem was that the third Hokage had accomplished all this while fending off Raza's continuous attacks. What even is this hidden Leave Village crush plan I agreed to join? Raza felt utterly lost. It was as if, despite all of them being Kage, the third Hokage could effortlessly defeat 3 others while ignoring his own attacks. Maybe dying here wouldn't be so bad. For Raza, being the Kazekage was a burden far heavier than it was an honor. His declining village, propped up by his personal sacrifices and economic strategies, faced distrust from daimyo and nobles alike. Despite giving everything for his village, he couldn't stop its descent into ruin. He was tired. The weight of carrying everyone forward had brought him nothing but pain. So when Orochimaru proposed the hidden Leave Village crush, he should have, as a Kage, opposed such a desperate gamble. But in the end, he did nothing. Orochimaru's defeat at the hands of Hidden Leave Village's young ninja had awakened him to reality. Before departing, he had resolved to shoulder the responsibility of being Kazekage one last time. Death, he felt, was his best escape. So, as the staff came toward him with overwhelming force, Raza did not resist or evade. He simply closed his eyes quietly. If I die here, everything will end, right? What are you waiting for? A familiar, somewhat weary voice broke the silence. Raza slowly opened his eyes to see the once again aged third Hokage standing before him. The staff was pressed against his chest, but it had stopped short of striking. Why? Why didn't you kill me? Chapter 105, War Ends. You don't want to start a war either, do you, fourth Kazekage? The third Hokage took a deep breath and said, surrender. Surrender, after only a few minutes of battle? Such actions, breaking alliances, invading an allied village, and then immediately falling to their knees, would only deepen the Land of Wind's daimyo's mistrust of the Hidden Sand Village. Not to mention the deaths, Hidden Leave Village ninja, Hidden Sand Village ninja comrades, and even nobles and daimyo who had perished in the attack. Someone would have to bear the burden of all these sins. Raza was jolted back from his idealized vision of death to the harsh reality of what lay ahead. The thought of facing the consequences was suffocating. Dying would be a simple escape, living, however, would require immense courage. He looked at the aged Hokage before him, silently pleading for a swift end. Swoosh! Lord Third Hokage. Baki leapt toward the two Kage, kneeling as he landed, surrounded instantly by Hidden Leave Villages and Boo. Bowing deeply, he declared, I have already signaled the Hidden Sand Village to retreat. All plans for invasion were devised, planned, and executed by me, Baki, Jonin of the Hidden Sand Village, in collaboration with Orochimaru. Baki. Raza glanced at his subordinate, stunned. Their gazes met, and Baki's eyes were firm, filled with resolve, a look Raza recognized all too well. It was the same determination he had when he first became Kazekage. Thud. Link landed nearby, carrying both Rock Lee and Gaara, with Kankuro and Temari dangling from his shadow, their disheveled forms a testament to their defeat. They didn't escape? Baki looked at his captured subordinates, not surprised but somewhat relieved. At least they were alive. They represented the village's future. As long as they lived, there was hope. This boy truly changed everything, Baki thought, giving his 3 subordinates a meaningful glance before swiftly raising his hand. Slash. A blade of wind severed Baki's head cleanly. No one stopped him. Everyone silently watched. Raza scanned the injured faces of his comrades. Some familiar ones were no longer among them. After a brief silence, he turned to the third Hokage, his expression heavy. On behalf of the Hidden Sand Village, I surrender to Hidden Leaf Village. For the first time in his life, Raza realized how difficult it was to speak. When sacrifices carry weight, escaping through death becomes laughable. The Hidden Sand Village ninja slowly raised their hands in surrender. There weren't many left. Hidden Leaf Village had strictly limited the number of foreign ninja allowed in the village. Counting them all, there were only about a dozen, most of them the elite of the Hidden Sand Village. The giant snake Orochimaru had summoned to breach Hidden Leaf Village's walls had barely begun their advance when the Kage leading them was defeated and the retreat signal issued. The resulting damage was far less than what occurred in the original events of the manga. The remaining enemies in Hidden Leaf Village were now limited to a few abandoned Hidden Sound Village ninja who continued their futile resistance. With the surrender of the Hidden Sand Village as elite and their Kage, the war ended far sooner than expected. From an individualistic perspective, the third Hokage had almost single-handedly turned a war that should have caused catastrophic destruction into a minor skirmish. Defeating the enemy Kage quickly was a massive blow to morale. Had the enemy's Kage remained engaged in battle, it could have resulted in a one-sided situation. Baki's decision was correct. Continuing the invasion, even at the cost of greater damage to Hidden Leaf Village, would not have significantly altered the outcome. It would only bleed the already weakened Hidden Sand Village dry. With the war abruptly halted, Hidden Leaf Village had suffered minimal harm, opening the door to peace talks. The culprit Orochimaru had fled, and Baki's death further diffused tensions, giving both sides a way out. When Raza announced the Hidden Sand Village's surrender, the remaining Jonin followed suit, raising their hands. Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu appeared to detain the surrendered enemies, while medical ninja rushed to treat their injured comrades. The entire scene unfolded with calm precision. As she was led away, Temari glanced back at her teacher's severed head being sealed, her composure finally cracking to reveal traces of sadness. Kankuro wiped his tears as he followed his sister. The Hidden Sand Village ninja who had allied with Orochimaru would either escape or be detained, left to await the outcomes of future peace talks. Raza, as the Kazi Kage, received no special treatment. The Anbu refrained from physically restraining him but kept a close eye. Rock Lee, critically injured, was taken to the hospital by the medical corps. Link, reverting from his transformed state, exhaled heavily. While his transformation granted him enhanced physical capabilities and chakra reserves, it came at a cost to his energy and stamina. His ability was akin to the Akimeki clan's calorie control. Greater stored energy meant a higher transformation cap. But the advantage was that he could transform at any time without requiring external aids or preparation. This was why Link always maintained his rigorous training routine. Link. The third Hokage called out as he was about to leave. The aged Kage smiled faintly. You've become an outstanding ninja. You're too kind. Link bowed slightly. Now, if you'll excuse me. The village, still recovering from the attack, had much work to do. From clearing out lingering Hidden Sound Village ninja to treating injured comrades, there were plenty of opportunities to gain recognition and contribute. Opportunities like this didn't come often, and Link wasn't about to waste it. Old man, I'm not too late, am I? A white-haired, middle-aged ninja carrying a giant scroll and wearing Gaeta sandals appeared on the scene. It's already over. Link guessed this must be the Toad Sage, Jiraiya. Seeing him in person for the first time, Link thought the man looked slightly more disheveled than he'd imagined. Still, his appearance carried an air of power. Jiraiya. The third Hokage addressed him. Link walked away, not lingering to eavesdrop on the teacher-student conversation. A few hundred meters away, he found Sasuke Uchiha sitting against a wall, battered and bruised, with 3 dead Hidden Sound Village ninja around him. How are you? Link asked, crouching to check Sasuke's injuries. I encountered one of Orochimaru's men. He used a strange technique to sever the muscles in my arm. Sasuke summarized tersely, omitting the fact that he'd killed the 3 ninja. After a pause, he added, Naruto and the others went to assist at the academy. That guy was likely Kabuto Yakushi. Next time you meet him, be careful not to engage in close combat. Link said, treating Sasuke's severed muscles while sharing intelligence. Sasuke glanced at his comrade, who was focused on healing him, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 106, Undercurrent. Alright, try moving it now. It shouldn't affect your mobility anymore. Link said, using chakra for basic healing before applying a delicate illness extraction jutsu. This method was particularly effective, unless the injury was too severe. This combination could heal most wounds to a functional level. The delicate illness extraction jutsu, though slow and precise, was an excellent complement for standard chakra-based healing, ideal for tidying up lingering damage. Sasuke Uchiha rotated his arm, testing it, and said, still feels slightly off, but it won't hinder combat. Take a break. Link advised, not pressuring Sasuke to join him for further battles. Sasuke's decision to remain in the village wasn't out of loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village. It was simply that he didn't want to abandon the bonds he had formed. Toward the village and others, however, his demeanor remained cold. About Denzo. Looking at Sasuke, Link said, "I'll find an opportunity soon. Leave it to me." Sasuke replied softly. "Whether it's him or Itachi, I'll kill them both with my own hands. Don't rush. You're still far behind them," Link said, refraining from discouraging him. Leaving Denzo and Itachi to Sasuke had always been part of his plan. The Uchiha massacre had its complex reasons, but the two main culprits, Denzo and Itachi, couldn't escape blame. Itachi's image was more complicated for Sasuke, but ultimately, a confrontation between the brothers was inevitable. Sasuke might overlook the broader conflicts between Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan, but his focus on personal revenge was unshakable. Still, Link couldn't help but think Sasuke's determination to carry everything alone mirrored Itachi's misguided ideals. With a gentle smile, Link said, "Whatever you plan to do, there's no need to bear it alone." Sasuke looked into Link's bright eyes, his cold demeanor softening. He stood up and began walking toward the academy. "Let's finish this quickly. We still have training to do." Trust really is a terrifying weapon, Link thought, watching Sasuke's back. And my gains this time. Quite substantial. Reaching into his pouch, he touched a pre-prepared scroll. This scroll, when infused with chakra, could seal items placed on it. Link had prepared it before the Chunin exams to collect a few mementos. Sealing the items wasn't difficult, but retrieving them required summoning. His own summoning jutsu, however, best left unsaid. Fortunately, he wasn't lacking in allies, be it Iris, Emi, or even Sasuke. All were reliable partners. Now, what to do with the tailed beast chakra? Link mused. Based on the manga, it seemed possible to absorb it. But then again, only freaks like the Gold and Silver brothers had successfully done so over the years. Perhaps cooking it first? The absurd thought made him chuckle. No, sealing techniques are the key. I'll need someone skilled in Fuinjutsu. If summoning with Sasuke can bring forth Fugaku Uchiha, perhaps summoning with Naruto could summon Minato Namikaze or Kushina Uzumaki, both sealing experts. If not, coming clean to the third Hokage or the village might be my best option. After all, with his victory, I should at least be promoted to special Jonin if not a full Jonin. In the forest outside Hidden Leaf Village Orochimaru-sama, I've failed. Kabuto reported, his expression devoid of guilt. Sasuke Uchiha has already awakened his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and, it's fine. Despite his plan's utter failure, failing to kill the third Hokage, destroy Hidden Leaf Village, or capture Sasuke or Link, Orochimaru wore a smile, showing no signs of anger or frustration. You didn't want Sasuke to fall into my hands anyway, did you, Kabuto? Orochimaru exposed his subordinate's true thoughts. Still, right now, neither Sasuke nor the Sharingan matter anymore. He continued, laughing softly. Link-kun keeps surprising me. With his personality, I imagine he'll target us again soon. Kabuto, puzzled by Orochimaru's intent, asked, should we plan to capture him? No. Orochimaru dismissed the idea with a chuckle. At this point, our current strength isn't enough to capture him. Besides, until I fully understand that peculiar seal of his, there's no need to provoke him. Don't be greedy, Kabuto. We only need to take what we can handle. Orochimaru said cryptically. As someone who had lived this long and sought immortality, he understood the principle, don't tempt fate. The allure surrounding Link only made him more dangerous. The boy could destroy curse marks, sever chakra, and harness natural energy. He was a genuine threat to Orochimaru's life. Given the risks, Orochimaru wouldn't act rashly. Instead, he would bide his time, observe from the shadows, and unravel Link's secrets slowly. Understood. Kabuto replied. They silently watched Hidden Leaf Village from a distance. Moments later, an Anbu ninja in a mask appeared before them, tossing a scroll toward Orochimaru. Thud. Orochimaru caught it deftly, then threw another scroll back. Smirking, he said, tell Denzo I'm very satisfied with this deal. Let's go, Kabuto. On Hidden Leaf Village's walls Itachi Uchiha stood silently, gazing at the village as the fighting subsided. Didn't expect the third Hokage to be this powerful. Kisame Hoshigaki said with a grin. Those large-scale jutsu. Pretty terrifying, huh? Looks like it's over. Kisame observed civilians returning to the streets, the hidden sand village ninja retreating, and a massive toad suppressing the giant snakes near the village gate. He added with interest, Itachi, you must be relieved the village survived. But it seems our mission might fail because of it. Itachi said nothing, his figure vanishing as he leapt off the wall. Kisame chuckled and followed him without further comment. Jutsu that can seal someone's ability to form hand seals? Now that's something worth investigating. Chapter 107, Promotions and Trouble. The next day, Hokage's office. This year's Chunin exams, the Jonin had gathered in the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage and his 2 advisors sat behind the desk, discussing the aftermath of the recent events and all matters related to the village. This was a private meeting among Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. As a Chunin, Link sat in the back, feeling slightly awkward. Everyone else in the room was either a special Jonin or a full Jonin, and the difference in rank and seniority was evident in the curious looks he received. Regarding the transfer of the 4th Kazekage, border defenses, compensation for injured or fallen ninja, reconstruction of collapsed buildings, the concerns of the daimyo and nobles, the meeting proceeded methodically, tackling numerous issues. Despite the conflict being a small-scale war, the aftermath brought no shortage of headaches. While the Hidden Sand Village might face condemnation for the deaths of certain nobles, Hidden Leaf Village wasn't off the hook either. Hosting an event where such chaos erupted was bound to harm its reputation. For Hidden Leaf Village, this was a financial strain. Rebuilding destroyed infrastructure and compensating casualties required substantial resources. Though the Hidden Leaf Village crush didn't result in many casualties, the material and economic losses were significant. Normally, the victor could demand reparations from the defeated party to recover losses. However, the Hidden Sand Village was utterly impoverished. It survived on gold mining, thanks to the 4th Kazekage, but even that wasn't a reliable source of income, as it depended on market demand. Hidden Leaf Village's leadership hadn't realized just how destitute the Hidden Sand Village was until they processed the prisoners. From the Hokage to the advisors and the Jonin, the situation gave everyone a headache. No money, no resources, no missions, terrible geography, and a severe lack of talent. This was the 3rd meeting of the day. The first involved only the Hokage and his advisors, the second a smaller group of senior Jonin, and now a larger meeting to brainstorm solutions. They couldn't simply kill the prisoners, after all. The current plan was to accept gold as war reparations and use Hidden Sand Village ninja labor for Hidden Leaf Village's abundant missions. Officially, this would be framed as fostering friendship, but it was also an opportunity to subtly influence the Hidden Sand Village ninja while leveraging their manpower. Furthermore, Hidden Leaf Village could negotiate access to unique Hidden Sand Village jutsu under the guise of cultural exchange. The Hidden Sand Village had no other choice. Their gamble had failed, leaving them at Hidden Leaf Village's mercy. The only reason they weren't annexed outright was the potential reaction from the other great nations. After more than 2 hours, the meeting finally ended before lunchtime, but no one left their seats. "There's one last matter," the 3rd Hokage said with a smile, removing his hat and reverting to his kindly old man persona. He looked to the back of the room, where Link sat. "Congratulations, Link. You are now a special Jonin." Seated in the front, Shikaku Nara gave Link an encouraging smile. Kakashi Hatake, Kiranai Yui, Asuma Saratobi, and Might Guy looked on with approval. And then there was Anko Mitarashi, who suddenly leapt forward, hugging Link and loudly shouting, "Congratulations." Exhaling a deep breath, Link looked around at the smiles, gestures, and words of encouragement from everyone. Slowly, he began to smile himself. 10.5 years after arriving in this world, after endless effort and growth, he had finally stepped into the ranks of Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. Even as a special Jonin, he now had a voice and a measure of authority, no longer just a Chunin or Genin who could be ordered around. Gently pushing away the overly enthusiastic Anko, Link stood and thanked the 3rd Hokage. "This feels pretty good. Afternoon, training ground 7 awesome." Iris cheered loudly, thrilled about their leader's promotion to special Jonin. Me grinned. "We should celebrate with barbecue tonight. My treat." Link chuckled and glanced at Sasuke Uchiha, who looked away awkwardly and muttered, "I'll go." Still as stubborn as ever. Link's smile widened but didn't press Sasuke for an overly enthusiastic congratulations. After all, that wouldn't be like him. "Oh, boss, we've got an out-of-village mission tomorrow," Iris said. Post-war, Hidden Leaf Village had to ramp up its mission completion rate to demonstrate strength to the outside world. Many rebuilding tasks were also being converted into missions for Genin. Hearing this, Sasuke added, "I'm heading out with Team 7 soon as well. Then today is our last group training session for a while," Link said, looking at their faces. Once the missions began, it would be hard to find time for daily training together. Even occasional sessions would likely be missed due to conflicting schedules. The next Chunin exams were a year away, so it would be some time before they reunited. Link himself would be buried in missions as a newly promoted special Jonin. Unlike a full Jonin, who usually completed over 100 high-rank missions, special Jonin had a slightly lighter workload, but not by much. Iris and Ami fell silent, but Sasuke spoke up. I'll make Chunin as soon as possible. He wasn't particularly concerned about ranks like Geinin or Chunin, his focus was solely on gaining strength. However, he knew that becoming a Chunin would grant him more freedom. As a Geinin, he was still obligated to follow his team leader on missions. I will too. Iris and Ami said in unison. We'll definitely pass next year's Chunin exams, boss. Don't overthink it. Link said, patting Iris on the back and resting a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Let's call it a day and go eat some barbecue. After the meeting, Link had been dragged to lunch by the Jonin and then spent the afternoon with Shikakunara. By the time he reached the training ground, it was nearly evening. Even Sasuke didn't argue and followed them out of the training ground, walking along the empty streets. Isn't it a bit too quiet? Emi asked, sensing something amiss. Link stopped in his tracks, looking ahead at two figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. With a soft sigh, he muttered, this just got troublesome. Chapter 108, The father and son promoted to special Jonin, encountering the Akatsuki, fighting with everything he had. Link had already played out the scenario in his mind. The moment he saw the black cloak adorned with red clouds, he instinctively lowered his gaze and began to retreat. There was no choice. No matter who was in front of him, keeping a distance was always the safest bet, especially avoiding eye contact with Itachi Uchiha. This guy's preferred combat style was silent and stealthy ambushes. A casual conversation could end with someone ensnared in a Genjutsu, a classic ninja strategy. And not just any Genjutsu, but the infamous Tsukami. According to the databooks, its range was classified as close. About 5 meters or less. The best approach was to maintain distance and avoid eye contact. Once within range and locking eyes, the target would be dragged into a nightmarish world for 3 days and nights. Itachi. Sasuke Uchiha called out his opponent's name. Sasuke. It's been a while. Itachi said, his Sharingan activating, 3 Tomoe spinning as he observed his brother. Seeing Sasuke had also activated his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, Itachi's expression remained calm, though he was slightly surprised. Kisame Hoshigaki, carrying his massive blade, grinned. Oh ho, I didn't expect to see a second pair of Sharingan today. Don't look at him. He's a Genjutsu specialist. Link curtly warned his teammates, who were foolishly trying to maintain eye contact with their opponent. Homecoming missed. But the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan just ended yesterday, why are they here? They're supposed to be after Naruto, right? Or is this about Sasuke? A whirlwind of thoughts spun through Link's mind as he activated the mystical palm jutsu, swiftly casting both a clone jutsu and a transformation jutsu. Boom. His clothes tore as his transformed, larger body emerged. This time, let's settle this with Rashomon. Convenient timing too. Without pausing, Link completed a summoning jutsu and called for help. Slamming his hand on the ground, he unleashed another jutsu. Boom. Rashomon gates rose behind the 4 of them. Creak. The gates opened, and figures stepped out. The first was his father, clad in Anbu gear. The second was Fugaku Uchiha. Surprisingly, there was a third figure, Baki. What? Link stared at the hidden sand village Jonin, baffled. How is my summoning jutsu connecting to him? His father, in full Anbu attire, took the front. Fugaku stepped out, glancing briefly at Sasuke before his gaze landed on Itachi. His expression grew complex, and his Sharingan activated, 3 Tomoe spinning. Itachi. Fugaku said, calling his son's name. The 3 Uchiha stood silently, tension thick in the air. Wow. Kisame broke the moment. 3 pairs of Sharingan. I thought, Itachi, you'd killed off the entire clan? If it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have known you even had a brother. Fasten, shut up, Kisame. Itachi cut him off coldly. His eyes shifted to Fugaku, who had stepped forward. Father. It's been a long time. Kisame's surprised expression hinted at realization. So that kid's jutsu. Is it a forbidden technique that transcends the boundary between life and death? We are the Akatsuki. Itachi said, his gaze sweeping past the group until it landed on Link, who had carefully avoided direct eye contact. We've come to recruit you, Link. You've come to Hidden Leaf Village to recruit a newly promoted special Jonin? Link asked. No choice, it's the leader's order. Itachi replied, his tone calm. But it seems you're not interested in joining us. A pity. So it's going to be a fight? Kisame formed hand seals and leapt back, spewing a torrent of water below. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Whoosh. A massive wave surged forward with violent force. The group, all at least Chunin level, easily evaded the initial attack by leaping into the air. But the assault wasn't over. From the crest of the waves emerged shark-shaped water bullets, 1 for each person. Fireball jutsu. Fugaku Uchiha, midair, spewed fireballs, incinerating the water bullets aimed at himself, Sasuke, and Link. Landing on the water's surface, he charged toward the two Akatsuki members. Kisame's ability to produce such a large-scale water-style technique in a dry area marked him as a high chakra, ninjutsu-focused opponent. Closing the distance was the best strategy. Sasuke followed closely, running across the water. He even tossed a kunai to his father, moving with perfect synchronicity. "Sorry, son." His father was less fortunate, sacrificing himself to shield Iris Anami from 3 water bullets. His body shattered and returned to the afterlife. Unlike Edo Tensei, the Rashomon summoning didn't grant immortality. While the deceased retained their chakra and physical capabilities, they lacked Edo Tensei's unkillable bodies and limitless chakra. Baki, still confused, sliced through a water bullet before landing beside Link. "The war's over, isn't it?" he asked. "If you want another chance at life, help out." Link replied calmly, standing atop the Rashomon gate. Baki's expression remained neutral, but after a deep glance at Link, he charged into the fray. For a soul tethered to the living world, such a threat was highly effective. If Baki's appearance rules out needing a physical medium for summoning, it's not tied to objects or bloodlines. It feels more spiritual. Link remained stationary, knowing full well he was the Akatsuki's target. Charging in would be playing into their hands. Whether it was Tsukahime or Kotoa Mitsukami, getting caught once would likely mean game over. Sharingan-enhanced Ganjutsu was unreasonably powerful, and hidden Sand Village tactics dictated that facing a Sharingan user alone meant fleeing, while 2 could potentially manage a fight. In Uchiha skirmishes, lacking 3 Tomoe Sharingan made close combat impossible. A single Ganjutsu would instantly incapacitate someone, there was no time for counterplay. And this was Hidden Leaf Village, his home turf. If not for Sasuke's impulsive charge, Link would have preferred for everyone to stay back, letting Fugaku and his father fight Itachi while Kisame engaged Baki, waiting for reinforcements from other Jonin. Standing silently atop the gate, Link pondered the mechanics of summoning. He had no emotional ties to Baki, no shared bloodline, and barely any verbal communication. So what exactly connected them? Suddenly, he recalled Baki's gaze just before his death and felt a spark of understanding. Chapter 109, Reporting. It seemed to be about influence and connection. I must have profoundly influenced Baki's life, creating a connection that allowed me to summon him. Similarly, I've had a profound impact on Sasuke's life, which must have established a connection that allowed me to summon his father. As for my father, our connection is self-explanatory. This explanation seemed to make sense, though something still felt off. After all, he had significantly impacted the life of the 3rd Hokage. So why couldn't he summon the Hokage's deceased wife, son, or daughter-in-law? Or maybe he had tried, and they simply chose not to respond? Link set these thoughts aside, focusing back on the battlefield. Sasuke Uchiha was already down, his pained expression suggesting he had been hit by another Tsukahime. Meanwhile, Itachi and Fugaku were engaging in a carefully restrained fight, from taijutsu to kunai exchanges and even fire-style ninjutsu. It was evident from Itachi's subtle hesitation that his emotions were far from calm. Baki wasn't faring any better. Within 30 seconds of engaging Kisame, he was already in a precarious position, barely using his superior speed to evade the massive sword swings. It was obvious he wouldn't last much longer. Still, being dead meant Baki didn't fear death. He showed no hesitation or thoughts of retreat, steadfastly preventing Kisame from casting further ninjutsu. However, just as Link turned his focus to him, Kisame used a water clone to trap Baki in a water prison jutsu. So much for being useful. Stop. Kakashi Hatake was the first to arrive. Upon seeing the 2 deceased figures without shadows, his eyes betrayed a hint of shock. "Kisame, let's go," Itachi said, seeing reinforcements arrive. With a calm yet firm tone, he vanished using the body flicker jutsu. Kisame grinned at Link, baring his sharp teeth, then pulled his sword from the ground and followed suit. Once their chakra signatures disappeared, Fugaku returned with Sasuke in his arms. He cast a cold glance at Kakashi before laying his drenched son on the ground. Turning to Link, he said, "Sasuke is in your hands now." If Fugaku were alive, he might have considered fostering good relations with Kakashi for the benefit of the Uchiha's revival. But as a deceased man, his only concerns were his 2 sons. The Uchiha clan had already been wiped out. Baki, freed from the water prison and clutching his arm where Kisame's Seimata had torn into him, approached Link and asked, "The war? It's over, right?" His concern for the village was evident. After all, when he took his own life, the 4th Kazekage had yet to surrender. His actions, directly defying his superior's orders, had forced the Kazekage's hand to negotiate peace. Even if he hadn't committed suicide, there would have been no place for him in the ninja world afterward. Kakashi, now joined by Asuma, remained silent, watching Link. Yes. Link replied, we've accepted the Hidden Sand Village's surrender. Baki visibly relaxed, nodding before vanishing along with Fugaku as the Rashomon gates reclaimed them. Kakashi lifted Sasuke and, with a rare seriousness in his tone, said, Link, this jutsu of yours, jutsu that touched the boundary of life and death, were invariably forbidden. The first to summon the dead to fight was the second Hokage, whose Edo Tensei had earned infamy as a vile technique. Due to its unethical nature, Hidden Leaf Village had sealed away Edo Tensei for years. Only yesterday, Orochimaru had used the same technique to devastate Hidden Leaf Village during the Hidden Leaf Village crush. Now, if Link was practicing similar techniques, Kakashi initially intended to warn Link not to use such jutsu lightly but ultimately refrained. Instead, he simply said, I'll take Sasuke to the hospital. Link watched him disappear before deactivating his transformation. Turning to Iris and Emmy, he said, let's wrap up for today. We'll save the barbecue for next time. The two exchanged a glance with him before naturally dispersing. Hey, Asuma started, seemingly wanting to say something. But Link was already heading toward the Hokage's office. With the Akatsuki's appearance, he needed to report directly to the third Hokage. Two members of the organization had infiltrated Hidden Leaf Village, one of whom was a former Hidden Leaf Village spy. Ignoring the situation wasn't an option. Seeing Asuma hesitate, Link smiled and asked, what is it? Asuma shook his head. Nothing. Seeing Baki and Fugaku earlier had deeply shocked Asuma. Initially, he thought it was Edo Tensei, but upon noticing the absence of sacrifices, he realized it wasn't the same. It made him think about those he had lost, people he still deeply missed. But probing someone else's secret jutsu was taboo, so he kept his thoughts to himself. 20 minutes later, Hokage's office. After hearing Link's report, the third Hokage showed no surprise. Ever since he had experienced rejuvenation through Link's mysterious jutsu during the Hidden Leaf Village crush, he had known the boy wasn't simple. Summoning the deceased was just another layer to his abilities. Looking at the young man standing before him, the third Hokage simply said, be cautious when using that summoning jutsu. Since it didn't require sacrifices, wasn't excessively cruel, and didn't harm the user's body, it didn't strictly qualify as a forbidden technique. In fact, the third Hokage mused, if he were to die, he might be willing to be summoned back to protect the village and its future. About the Uchiha. The third Hokage removed his hat and locked eyes with Link. How much do you know? Given that Fugaku Uchiha had been summoned, it was clear Link had uncovered a significant portion of the truth. Some. Link admitted, prepared for this conversation. He had rarely interacted with the third Hokage before. A man who had lived so long couldn't be easily deceived, and Link wasn't about to test whether his secrets could fool someone like him. But now, as a special Jonin and an integral part of Hidden Leaf Village's upper echelons, Link's position was secure. His connections, especially to the Hokage's faction, ensured his safety. There was no longer any need to hide everything. Initially, Link had planned to approach the Hokage later, but the Akatsuki's appearance had accelerated his timeline. He decided to frame his knowledge as being gleaned from his interactions with the deceased, leaving no way for anyone to verify its accuracy. As a regular ninja, exposing too much knowledge would have been perilous. But as a high-ranking member of Hidden Leaf Village's leadership, and someone trusted by the Hokage, Link wasn't worried. Why should I handle every future crisis alone when I can delegate to others? Chapter 110, No Next Time. Itachi. The third Hokage mentioned the name with a complicated expression. He infiltrated the Akatsuki as a spy. That child. Even as a boy, he had a strong sense of urgency and always thought deeply about everything. He single-handedly eliminated the Uchiha clan to stop their rebellion and protect Hidden Leaf Village. Link remained silent, refraining from making righteous accusations or criticizing anyone. From the Hokage's perspective, Itachi was a necessary evil, someone who had severed his bonds and emotions to protect the village's interests. It was akin to how the first Hokage had chosen to kill his closest friend to protect the village. The darkness that surrounded Hidden Leaf Village had been planted from the very beginning, when protecting the village at all costs became an unquestioned principle. Ironically, the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage, advocating absolute dedication to the village, had found its true heir in Denzo, who embodied the ninja world's shadows. It was also Denzo's ideology that influenced Itachi after he joined the Anbu. The third Hokage's approach, however, leaned closer to the second Hokage's philosophy of appeasement. Promoting individuals like Kagami Uchiha and later Itachi mirrored this softer policy. But Link wasn't particularly interested in the will of fire or the tired stories of old. To him, the Uchiha were merely stepping stones for Sasuke's growth, a clan destined to perish. The third Hokage sighed deeply and said, "The tragedy of the Uchiha was a result of my naivety, an irreparable loss. Link, I'm an unfit Hokage." His tone carried a quiet resignation as he calmly acknowledged his flaws. "I'm glad you've grown into who you are now, but I don't think you should have been exposed to such darkness so early, Lord Hokage." Link interrupted, meeting the old Kage's gaze calmly. "I'm not a child anymore. Neither is Sasuke. In times of war, people our age would already be on the battlefield. A child." The third Hokage lowered his eyes, recalling the countless wars he had lived through, watching the village's children sent off to fight. The pain of seeing the very lives he sought to protect being lost, one by one, weighed heavily on him. "I understand," he said, adjusting his hat. "I'll have a talk with Sasuke. As for the Akatsuki, you don't need to worry about them," he left the reasoning unsaid. "Then, if you'll excuse me." Link bowed slightly. "Lord Hokage." Given his current status, rank, and strength, there wasn't much more Link could say. As for Denzo, if the third Hokage could have dealt with Denzo, he would have done so long ago. Denzo wasn't just an individual, he was the leader of Hidden Leaf Village's militaristic faction and had widespread support within the village. Even the Uchiha had trusted Denzo's logic to some extent. Rather than relying on the village to handle Denzo, it was better for Link to find an opportunity to take him down alongside Sasuke. After Link left, a frog hiding in the corner let out a pop and transformed into Jiraiya, arms crossed. "That boy seems a little too mature for his age," Jiraiya remarked. "Reminds me of Orochimaru." He thought back to the past. Whether it was the loss of both parents, the way Orochimaru had become silent and mature afterward, or his relentless pursuit of power, it was all eerily similar. Jiraiya had always believed that Sasuke was the one who most resembled Orochimaru, given how both had lost their parents to Hidden Leaf Village's machinations and were prodigies in their own right. But during his brief time in the village, Jiraiya had discovered another child who was even more reminiscent of Orochimaru, Link. "No," the third Hokage said, exhaling deeply. "Jiraiya, you need to learn to trust the next generation." He had once believed he could change Orochimaru, pouring everything into his student despite seeing the ambition and malice in Orochimaru's eyes. Though the outcome had left him heartbroken, he still believed in the importance of trust. "If we can't trust our own people, then who can we trust?" "Old man, I'm not staying in the village," Jiraiya said seriously. "And I'm definitely not taking on the role of Hokage. You look like you've got another 20 years left in you." "I'm old," the Hokage said with a smile. "At most, 2 more years. If there's no suitable candidate by then, you must return to take my place." "No way." Jiraiya waved his hand in refusal. "Besides, I'll be leaving the village in a few days. Like I said yesterday, I'm taking Naruto with me." At the mention of Naruto, the Hokage's expression softened. That little boy who dreamed of becoming Hokage was walking the same path as his father. "By the way, old man," Jiraiya said with a mischievous grin, "Naruto told me he beat you with that jutsu." The Hokage's face lit up, and he laughed. "Yes, that jutsu. He. Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, Sasuke Uchiha's room. Link, Haruno Sakura, heartbroken after being rejected by Sasuke, looked up, or rather, forward, and saw the newly minted special Jonin standing in front of her. "You're here to see Sasuke too?" "He just told me he's going to sleep, Link." Sasuke, wearing his hospital gown, stood in the doorway, completely ignoring Sakura. "Sorry," he said. He had thought he could control his emotions, but seeing his deceased father and coming face to face with Itachi had shattered that resolve. Not only had he failed to protect his comrades, but he had also become a burden. Waking up in the hospital only confirmed that he'd needed to be rescued again. This realization burned inside him, fueling his desire to grow stronger. "It's fine," Link said casually as he stepped into the room. Sakura tried to follow, but Sasuke shut the door behind him without hesitation. "I didn't expect to encounter him so soon," Sasuke admitted. "We're still far from his level." "It doesn't matter," Link replied. "You're improving quickly. In another year or 2, the time for revenge will come, whether it's him or Denzo." To be honest, Link was impressed. Sasuke had taken Atsukaimi head-on and only been unconscious for a few hours. Was it because of his 3 Tomoe Sharingan? Or perhaps the events of the Uchiha massacre, being replayed for someone who already knew the truth, had less impact? Sasuke's tense expression softened as he sat on the edge of the bed. "There won't be a next time," he said firmly. He wouldn't allow himself to become a burden again. Chapter 111, Changes. "I trust you." Link placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. After completing a standard healing procedure, he followed it up with a delicate illness extraction jutsu and said, "I've spoken to the third Hokage. He'll come to talk to you soon. I understand. Sasuke replied with a nod. He trusted his companion enough to believe there was no ill intent, so he wasn't worried about what the conversation might entail. When the time comes, don't hold back. Link said with a smile. Make any requests you have. I doubt the third Hokage will refuse you. Sasuke's mood lightened a little. Don't pressure yourself too much. Link said, releasing his grip and sitting on a nearby chair. He noticed a peeled apple on the bedside table, grabbed it, and took a bite. It was surprisingly sweet. Munching on the apple, Link added, with my techniques to assist you, you'll eventually surpass him. But don't keep thinking you have to face everything alone. Outside, Sakura was pressed against the door, watching Link eat the apple she had peeled. Her forehead veins throbbed in frustration. Sasuke glanced briefly toward the door, ensuring it was shut and soundproof enough that their conversation couldn't be overheard. What do you think about Sakura? Link asked with a sly smile, aware of the girl outside. If you're thinking about restoring the Uchiha clan, choosing the right wife is a necessary step. I'll ask your father for advice next time. Link often summoned Fugaku to let him and Sasuke talk. Despite being a schemer with rebellious ambitions in life, Fugaku had genuinely loved his children. That love had driven him to willingly die by Itachi's hand. After experiencing death, Fugaku had become much more laid back. Aside from his lingering resentment toward Hidden Leaf Village, he didn't seem to care much about other matters. After all, in his eyes, the Uchiha had only two surviving members, one a perpetrator of their downfall, and the other someone he hoped would live a more normal life. Let's discuss that after I deal with Itachi and Denzo. Sasuke said, turning his face away, his demeanor as stubborn as ever. I think Sakura likes you quite a bit. Link teased, throwing the apple core into the trash. I don't like her. Sasuke replied firmly. His dislike was genuine, stemming from her naive personality, lack of strength, and past remarks about orphans. For Sasuke, dislike meant dislike, there was no gray area. Fair enough. Link said, not pushing the matter. After all, in the manga, Sakura had pursued Sasuke for years before finally achieving her goal, enduring countless rejections, a near-death experience, and even getting stabbed by him. Even in the spin-off, The Scarlet Spring, Sakura had followed Sasuke during his travels and only returned to Hidden Leaf Village after having a child. As a single mother, she continued waiting for Sasuke, who was rarely home, all without a family photo to display. Her sheer persistence was beyond what most people could endure, so there was no rush to pair them up now. Unaware of the storm he had inadvertently attracted, Sasuke sat on the bed and said, once I become a Chunin, I plan to join the Anbu. My combat experience is far inferior to his. He added, determination shining in his eyes as he outlined his next steps. The truth about his clan's downfall, coupled with the return of his father, had slightly tempered his thirst for vengeance, leaving him looking more like a normal 12-year-old boy. Link listened quietly, nodding as Sasuke finished. He stood and said, it's late. Get some rest. As he reached the door, he paused. I'll find your mother soon. He added before leaving. The time he had set aside for summoning practice had been consumed by the Hidden Leaf Village crush. With 3 years left before the Akatsuki's global ambitions began, it was time to return to his daily training routine. Sasuke watched Link's silhouette disappear behind the door. For a while, he sat silently before softly muttering, thank you. He felt indebted to Link in ways that words couldn't fully express. His gratitude seemed too light compared to the weight of everything Link had done for him. At the same time, Sasuke's feelings were complicated. Being cared for and protected was a new experience that conflicted with his desire to be the one protecting others. Late night, hospital room. A breeze swept through the room, and a masked figure appeared beside Sasuke's bed. The next moment, the masked figure froze as a kunai silently pressed against his neck. An Anbu outfit, huh? Sasuke's expression was icy, his Sharingan glowing. Who are you? Splash. The figure dissolved into ink, spilling onto the floor. Sasuke dodged the mess with a quick spin, stepping into the intruder's space and bringing his kunai back to their throat. Don't think your tricks can fool these eyes. Sasuke said coldly. Ah, the Sharingan. The masked figure muttered, seemingly giving up resistance. As Sasuke removed the mask, a pale, expressionless face was revealed. I'm here as a representative of Root. The boy said flatly. We're inviting you to join us, Sasuke Uchiha. Root? That means. Sasuke's face darkened with a flicker of killing intent. However, after a few seconds of tension, he lowered his kunai and stepped back. What is this Root you speak of? He asked. The boy, who appeared to be about Sasuke's age, forced an awkward, emotionless smile. The roots buried deep underground exist to protect Hidden Leaf Village above. He explained. That smile is disgusting. Sasuke retorted. Apologies. I'm still learning how to smile. The boy replied, immediately returning to his neutral expression. If you want power, is this a chance to meet Denzo? A chance for revenge? Or? Sasuke wrestled with his thoughts. He hadn't expected such an opportunity to come so quickly, but he had just promised Link not to act rashly. Steeling himself, he said coldly, "Get out. If you change your mind." The boy said without any apparent emotion, placing a scroll on the bedside table, "Use the code inside to contact us." With that, he vanished out the window. Chapter 112, Complaint. The next day, hospital route? Link frowned. He hadn't expected Denzo to make a move at this time. With the third Hokage and the village in relatively stable condition, and with Hidden Leaf Village actually benefiting from the Hidden Sand Village's defeat, logically, the anger over being invaded, coupled with the opportunity to extract resources from the Hidden Sand Village, naturally fueled the militaristic faction's ideologies. Moreover, the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan's biggest casualties weren't the villagers but the feudal lords, nobles, and wealthy merchants invited by Hidden Leaf Village to watch the Chunin exams. Sitting in the stands when disasters struck, their deaths represented significant losses. It became clear why Denzo had found an opportunity to act. As the leader of the militaristic faction, Denzo would undoubtedly seize this chance. Political maneuvering. After years of being held accountable for the Uchiha massacre, the militaristic faction now had a chance to strike back. Of course, Denzo wouldn't let it slip away. "I understand," Link said, looking at Sasuke with a hint of relief. The boy who once carried the Uchiha tendency to shoulder everything alone had started to change, thanks to Link's influence, or perhaps because Sasuke's personality was already different from the typical Uchiha. "Don't rush into dealing with Denzo," Link said, tossing the scroll Sasuke had received back to him. "This is yours, so you should keep it. When you're strong enough to kill Itachi, you'll have the ability to kill Denzo as well." Understood. Sasuke didn't doubt this logic. He accepted the scroll solemnly. A militaristic leader like Denzo wouldn't be weak. Sasuke had seen firsthand how terrifying an experienced Kage could be during the third Hokage's overwhelming display at the Chunin exams. Except for the Kaze Kage. Link didn't realize how much his descriptions had skewed Sasuke's understanding of strength. In Sasuke's young mind, having the strength of a Kage equated to the kind of over-the-top techniques the third Hokage had unleashed during the invasion, techniques Denzo, as a rival to the third, was surely capable of as well. And Orochimaru? Well, to Sasuke, Orochimaru was more comparable to Kakashi. This warped perspective only solidified Sasuke's belief in his own inadequacy, which, in a strange way, was rational. Link patted Sasuke on the shoulder, then summoned Fugaku using his summoning technique, giving father and son a chance to talk post-battle. After that, he left the hospital. He frequently summoned Fugaku to reinforce the impression that his summoning technique could offer familial love and support. Unlike Iris and Emi, who easily admired strength, Sasuke needed more than just power to earn his trust. He needed friendship, familial ties, and perhaps even future assistance in finding a wife. Binding Sasuke to him emotionally and practically would ensure Link never lost this potential Six Paths level ally. Leaving the hospital, Link made his way to the Hokage's office. Being a special Jonin came with privileges, including the ability to meet the Hokage at any time. And Link wasted no time filing a complaint about Denzo. The incident where a supposed Root member entered Sasuke's hospital room in the middle of the night and caused a confrontation wasn't just a grievance, it was an opportunity to cast suspicion on Root as an illegal organization. Hearing Link's detailed report, the third Hokage couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The image of someone tattling to the Hokage immediately after being approached by a covert operative was, well, innocent. Considering that Link was only 10 years old, the third Hokage's expression softened into a faint, amused smile. Root was once a division of the Anbu. The Hokage explained patiently, and its leader was Denzo. After a moment's thought, the Hokage decided to provide more context. Though Link was young, he was also a special Jonin and deserved to know such matters. If Root has been disbanded, why are people still using its name to bother Sasuke? Link asked directly after the explanation. The third Hokage's expression turned more serious. "Don't worry. I'll handle it." As Link left, satisfied with the response, the Hokage closed the file on reducing military spending and said, "Summon Denzo to the Hokage's office." "Yes." An Anbu operative replied before vanishing. Elsewhere in Hidden Leaf Village, Temari shielded her eyes from the bright sunlight as she stepped out. After being held in Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu facility for 2 days since the failed Hidden Leaf Village crush, she felt disoriented but relieved. Hidden Leaf Village's people, as it turned out, were kinder than expected. They hadn't used any unconventional interrogation methods and had treated her with respect. Temari and Konkoro of the Hidden Sand Village. said Ibiki Morino, the scarred examiner of the first stage Chunin exam, until the peace talks are concluded, Enbu operatives will remain stationed nearby. Do not attempt to leave the village. Covered in bandages and without his puppets, Kankuro looked unusually normal, and uncomfortable. I don't know how long we'll be stuck here, he muttered. Do you think anyone will actually come to negotiate from the village? Tamari stood silently on the street, her thoughts heavy. The failed invasion had been a catastrophic blow. The hidden sand village had lost its Kage, elites, and even its Jinchuriki. The fate of their village was unclear. Though she wasn't worried about other villages launching an invasion, her thoughts were consumed by one figure. Baki-sensei. Her hands clenched tightly. The desperate decision to invade Hidden Leaf Village had led to consequences far too bitter to bear. Chapter 113, Farewell. 2 days later, Training Ground 7. What? Naruto, you're leaving the village to train? Sakura Haruno's face was filled with shock. What about Sasuke and me? Yes. 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 She nearly jumped with joy in her heart. Without Naruto, the third wheel, she might finally have a chance to get closer to Sasuke, maybe even get married. Hey! Naruto shouted, pointing at the strange, blushing smile on Sakura's face. Pervy sage, I don't want to leave for training anymore. Whack! Jiraiya expertly bonked Naruto on the head. What's wrong with you, brat? Don't back out on what you've already agreed to. Do your best, Naruto. Kakashi said with a smile, waving one hand while holding a fresh, unreleased volume of Kakaparia dice in the other. Make sure you learn a lot from Jiraiya-sama. Seriously, Kakashi-sensei, that's so lame. Naruto grumbled, clearly unhappy with his sensei's betrayal. Sakura, meanwhile, had a different thought. This white-haired guy seems really strong. If even Kakashi-sensei, who called him Jiraiya-sama, respected him, then he must be amazing. Sasuke was already so much stronger, and now even Naruto. That meant she would be the weakest link, unable to keep up with her teammates. She lowered her head, looking despondent. Suddenly, a hand landed gently on her head. Sakura, I think you have a lot of talent in Genjutsu. Kakashi said as he ruffled her hair. I'm not very skilled at it, so I've arranged for someone else to teach you. Not very skilled? A 3-Tomoe Sharingan user claiming that was almost comically humble. Sakura looked up at her teacher's kind smile, feeling deeply moved. From now on, no matter how much you read those dirty books, Kakashi-sensei, I won't say a bad word about you. Standing nearby, Sasuke, recently discharged from the hospital, asked calmly, so, does that mean our team only has 2 people now? He seemed more concerned about how missions would proceed with one member missing. And why, exactly, are all of you here disturbing my training? Link, standing off to the side, asked with a touch of irritation. He had been training peacefully until this impromptu gathering turned the quiet Training Ground 7 into a bustling market. Link, I'll miss you. Naruto said dramatically, placing a hand on his shoulder and wearing an exaggeratedly sorrowful expression. Link gave Naruto an incredulous look. Can you answer my question first? And besides, you're just leaving for training, right? You'll come back eventually. Well, Kakashi, still engrossed in his Kaka paradise, answered lazily. Sasuke likes to come here every day, and Naruto and Sakura just get lonely without him. Sensei, what are you even talking about? Naruto exclaimed, his face turning red. Why are you blushing? Link wondered. Sakura, meanwhile, clasped her hands in front of her chest, glancing shyly at Sasuke. Boring. Sasuke turned his face away, dismissing the whole interaction with 2 words. Link grinned at them. Sasuke, for all his aloofness, you do care a bit, don't you? Once filled with vengeance, Sasuke had become a slightly awkward but determined youth thanks to Link's intervention. It was satisfying to see. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Naruto, we need to leave quickly. Otherwise? Naruto and Sakura looked at him expectantly. We'll miss the morning sales at Fun Street. Jiraiya said seriously. You're the worst, pervy sage. Naruto complained loudly. Fun Street? Isn't that? Sakura remembered hearing some gossip and kept her expression neutral, though internally, she was screaming. Naruto's teacher is even more of a pervert than he is? Her small jealousy over Naruto's new teacher dissipated entirely amidst the commotion. Everyone. Naruto said sincerely, I'll miss you all. Safe travels. Link replied warmly. Don't embarrass Team 7. Sakura said, crossing her arms. Good luck. Kakashi said, waving absent-mindedly. That's so half-hearted, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto protested. Sasuke, under everyone's gaze, hesitated for a moment before saying, safe travels. Naruto stood with his hands on his hips. Sasuke, when I come back, I'll be strong enough to beat you. And then, let's go, brat. Jiraiya interrupted, pushing him forward with a laugh. Goodbye, everyone. Hey, pervy sage, let me finish. Naruto yelled as the two left, bickering like father and son. Watching them disappear into the distance, Sasuke seemed momentarily lost in thought. Kakashi broke the silence. Speaking of which, someone new will be assigned to our team to fill Naruto's spot. Huh? Sakura looked surprised. Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts but said nothing. I just hope it's not someone who'll slow us down. Later that afternoon, Hokage's office, Jonin Ready Room Ha. Anko Mitarashi yawned in boredom, flipping through a magazine. Jonin without missions or team responsibilities often waited in the ready room for orders from the Hokage or to respond to emergencies. However, with the recent peace talks with the Hidden Sand Village, most Jonin were idle. Having just experienced the Hidden Leaf Village crush, the village wasn't expecting any emergencies. It was dull. Creak. Link pushed open the door, glancing around the spacious room. A few Jonin were scattered about, minding their own business. No one paid much attention to the newcomer. It was his first time here. Normally, as a medical ninja, he wouldn't need to wait in the Jonin ready room. But an Anbu had informed him that the Hokage had a special mission for him. What kind of mission requires me specifically? Link. A cheerful voice called out, drawing attention as Anko practically leapt at him, enveloping him in a hug. Why does this keep happening? He wondered, resigned. Chapter 114, The Trio. Where have you been these past few days? Anko Mitarashi asked casually, brushing off being pushed away yet again with her usual nonchalance. Training. Link replied curtly. With nothing else to do, of course, he was training. What else could he spend his time on? The third Hokage had approved a bunch of jutsus for him to learn, but aside from earth style, mastering the nature transformations of other elements was a slow and tedious process for him. Unlike taijutsu, where he had certain advantages, nature transformations required time and effort, just like any other shinobi. After all, he had only been a shinobi for a few years. Others took until their 20s to master two elements. Since the Hidden Leaf Village crush had ended and the village was quiet, he focused on developing wind style as his next nature transformation. It made sense, earth style could be countered by lightning style, as the manga had made abundantly clear. To avoid being taken down by elemental disadvantage, he was determined to counter lightning with wind. Besides, training in various releases also improved his chakra control, a skill that benefited everything. Let's go to Tea Street later, my treat. Anko offered warmly, her enthusiasm undeterred by his bluntness. Before Link could respond, Asuma's voice chimed in teasingly from the doorway. A girl being this proactive is bound to get taken advantage of, Anko. Yo. Asuma greeted casually as he entered. Where's Kurenai? Anko asked, rolling her eyes. Called away by Kakashi. Apparently, one of his subordinates has talent in Genjutsu, probably that Sakura Haruna girl. Asuma replied as he plopped onto a couch. Oh, Anko recalled. She's the one who faced off against the Yamanaka girl in the Chunin exams. Not as strong, fast, or skilled in taijutsu, but her superior chakra control evened the playing field. So she has a knack for Genjutsu, too, huh? Anko sighed in admiration. Even among Jonin, young shinobi who showed promise like that were memorable. That was one of the purposes of the Chunin exams, to showcase talent. Even if a participant didn't get promoted, they could still catch the attention of the higher-ups. Sakura had only shown in the preliminary rounds. If she made a mark in the finals, she might even gain the favor of nobles or daimyo. Speaking of which, Link, you just got promoted to Special Jonin. How's it feel? Getting used to it yet? Asuma asked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The subtext was clear, if there was anything he found difficult or strange, he could share it. Anko clapped her hands as if she'd just realized something. Link's a medical ninja, right? Isn't he the first one to hang out with us Jonin like this? Are Jonin always this chatty? Link listened to their conversations. Some talked about gossip, others about what to eat or drink, and a few discussed their favorite books, movies, or merchandise. A couple of Jonin were even grinning slyly while discussing their next visit to Fun Fun Street. I thought Jonin were supposed to be more serious and mysterious. The reality was far from what he had imagined. Nothing to complain about. Link replied with a small sigh, feeling disillusioned about the mysterious Jonin life. Rare chance, Kakashi's hosting at the Sake House tonight. Want to join us? Asuma asked. Before Link could respond, Anko interjected, hold it. Link's way too young to drink. Don't corrupt him. Her protective instincts were surprisingly quick. Funny how the drinking age is 20 in a world where shinobi rarely live past 30. At that moment, an Anbu opened the door and announced, Special Jonin Link, The third Hokage has summoned you. Understood. Link stood and left the room. Hokage's office, Lord Hokage. Link greeted with a slight nod as he entered. He quickly noticed the room wasn't empty. His mentor, Shikaku Nara, was present, along with Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimaki, the former Inoshikacho trio, as well as Hayashi Hyuga, representatives from the Inuzuka and Aburame clans, and more. These were the heads of the village's prominent clans. Standing among them was a shadowy old man with bandages around his head, smiling faintly at him. That has to be Denzo. Link thought uneasily as he moved to stand behind Shikaku, who gestured for him to join him. This is what a high-level circle looks like. Most Jonin wouldn't even qualify to be here. A newly promoted special Jonin like him? Definitely out of place. Regarding who will represent us in welcoming the Land of Wind delegation, Shikaku began, I nominate my student, Link, to replace me. Objection. Approved. Approved. After a round of votes, the third Hokage concluded, Hayashi will lead, with Kakashi and Link as members of the delegation. Kakashi gave Link a helpless look. Hayashi Hyuga, head of Hidden Leaf Village's largest clan, was a fitting choice to lead. Kakashi, groomed as a Hokage candidate, also made sense. Despite his past struggles, Kakashi had recently started rehabilitating and training again, showing promising results. As for Link, his role was purely due to the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimaki clans' influence, along with the Hokage's approval and the tacit agreement of the pro-military faction. Otherwise, it would have been the Jonin commander stepping in. The meeting proceeded swiftly with concise voting and decisions. Half an hour later, as the meeting concluded and the clan leaders began leaving, Shikaku turned to Link. Come by the house for dinner tonight. Yes, sensei. Link replied with a slight bow. He's a good kid. Inoichi said with a smile. My daughter speaks highly of you. Stop by sometime. Same with my son, Choji. Choza added with a grin. Come hang out with him when you're free. To the older generation, hanging out was just a way to foster deeper connections. Having transitioned from being a promising youngster to someone who demonstrated real value, Link was now a figure worth investing in. It was pragmatic, without mutual benefit. Why would the three great clans align themselves with him? Chapter 115, Deja Vu. The Inoshikacho trio left the room, leaving only the three members of the reception team in the Hokage's office. In truth, Link would have left with his mentor Shikaku if Kakashi hadn't held him back. Hayashi, I'm entrusting Kakashi and Link to you. The third Hokage said to the Hyuga clan leader, his tone relaxed and cordial. You can count on me, Lord Third. Hayashi Hyuga replied with a bow. As the three stepped outside, Hayashi turned to them and said, the delegation from the Land of Wind is expected to reach the border the day after tomorrow. If you're free, please visit the Hyuga compound tomorrow. His speech was polished, and his words carefully chosen. After extending the invitation with a polite bow, he didn't wait for a response before leaving. Hayashi's demeanor was a reflection of the Hyuga clan's pride. Even after the Hidden Leaf village crush, while the entire village celebrated the victory, the Hyuga clan had stayed home to celebrate the birthday of their 3-year-old heir. Such aloofness said it all. Kakashi patted Link's shoulder and said, see you tomorrow. Before wandering off toward the Jonin ready room, engrossed in his newly acquired book. Representing Hidden Leaf Village to welcome an allied delegation? Link thought, pondering the significance of his task. Rather than return to the Jonin ready room for idle chatter, he decided to resume training at the practice field. After all, Sasuke was waiting for him there. The only downside was that, with Naruto gone, Sakura had started frequenting the training ground too. Maybe it's time to find a new spot. He suddenly sensed someone watching him and spun around. Leaning against a wall at the corner of the hallway was none other than Denzo Shimura, the bandaged old man who had been smiling at him earlier in the Hokage's office. I am Denzo Shimura. The man introduced himself, standing upright and lowering his arms from their crossed position. So it is him, Link thought, his expression remaining neutral. What can I do for you? He asked calmly. There's a matter I'd like to clarify. Denzo said, skipping any unnecessary preamble. My subordinates were not trying to attack Sasuke Uchiha. They believed he shared our willingness to sacrifice for the village, so they sought to invite him to join us. Denzo's words were steeped in righteousness, placing himself on a moral high ground. Still, Link held his tongue. It wasn't wise to argue against someone framing their actions as being for the village. As an apology, Denzo said, pulling a scroll from his sleeve, this contains some techniques and insights on developing the Sharingan, passed down within the Uchiha clan. For someone who preaches that emotions lead to hatred and war, he sure knows how to use sentiment to his advantage. Link took the scroll without hesitation. If he planned to take Denzo down eventually, there was no reason to refuse any benefits offered along the way. "Thank you, Lord Denzo," he said, his polite words betraying none of the disdain he had voiced about Denzo in private. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Link added, turning and walking away. Denzo watched his retreating figure and felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Didn't that fool Mizuki get taken advantage of in a similar way by this kid? Yet Denzo wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled. From his perspective, Link posed no real threat. They were from entirely different generations, and there was no scenario where a 10-year-old would compete with him for the Hokage title. By the time Link matured into a viable candidate, Denzo would either already be Hokage or long dead. In fact, Denzo welcomed Link's ambition. The more ambitious he was, the easier it would be to recruit him. His earlier attempt to approach Sasuke was simply a means to indirectly influence Link. Though Sasuke's reaction had been harsher than expected, Denzo wasn't concerned. Misunderstandings could be smoothed over in time. And then there was that rejuvenation technique Link had used. Denzo left the Hokage's office with a light heart. The Hidden Leaf Village crush had provided him with an opportunity to reassert his influence. This time, he wouldn't squander it. Land of Fire, eastern border. In a forest near the border, a crow perched on Itachi Uchiha's arm, preening its feathers. That kid's influence on Sasuke is growing stronger by the day, Itachi thought, his usually calm demeanor hiding a storm of emotions. Seeing his father, whom he had killed, had shaken him to his core. Sasuke, who was supposed to follow the path Itachi had laid out for him, was drifting further away from it. Meanwhile, Itachi's health and eyesight were deteriorating. He knew his time was running out. If Sasuke couldn't gain enough strength before then. The Sharingan in Itachi's eyes spun as he resolved himself. The village was important, but certain individuals could be sacrificed. To ensure Sasuke becomes the strong shinobi I envisioned, I have to eliminate that boy. His decision was made. Even if Akatsuki's leader valued Link's abilities and Hidden Leaf Village prioritized his development, sacrifices were sometimes necessary, just as they had been with the Uchiha clan. Sasuke. Chapter 116, Shadow. Night, Link's home. Tangible chakra that hasn't dissipated even now, it's absolutely absurd. Link stared at the Shukaku chakra cubes on his table, neatly cut into squares for easier storage. His own chakra, for comparison, wasn't even visible, let alone tangible. If severed, it would immediately dissipate, and even if sealed in a scroll, it would quickly degrade and disappear. But a Jinchuriki's manifested chakra. It could be seen, touched, severed, and preserved for long periods. According to Jiraiya in the manga, the 8-trigram seal, which is formed by combining two 4-symbol seals, can convert the 9 tails chakra into Naruto's chakra. If I want to use this stuff, the safest way would be to release Minato from the Shinigami's stomach and have him give me an 8-trigram seal too. Of course, such a scenario was impossible. Initially, he had considered using a sealing technique to absorb the tailed beast chakra for his own use. But it didn't take him long to realize, if absorbing tailed beast chakra via sealing were feasible, wouldn't someone else have already done it? The shinobi world wasn't full of fools. If a sealing technique could solve this problem, it wouldn't have been left for him to discover. So, he decided not to inform the third Hokage about his acquisition of tailed beast chakra, choosing instead to keep it to himself. With Sasuke's help, he had cut the chakra into smaller pieces and stored it at home for research. If sealing won't work, does it mean I have to eat it? Looking at the sandy-colored cubes, Link shook his head. The Hidden Clouds village had experimented with eating tailed beast chakra, but those attempts all ended in death, proving that normal humans couldn't absorb it. Eating it was the absolute last resort, and even then, it was a gamble. He wasn't a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. Eating this chakra would almost certainly kill him. How can I use this? Link ran through the ninjutsu he knew, dismissing the basic transformation and clone techniques. Even his enhanced transformation into big guy wouldn't withstand tailed beast chakra. Then, as he contemplated his altered ninjutsu, a new idea struck him. He picked up one of the sandy-colored cubes and placed it under the lamp, casting a sharp shadow on the table. If shadow clones can share physical energy, can they also split off some of the tailed beast chakra? After all, this stuff technically counts as a biological entity, right? Link decided to test it. He refined his chakra, split it evenly, formed the hand seals, and cast the jutsu. The shadow next to the sandy-colored cube bulged and materialized into a black cube. At the same time, the original sandy-colored cube shrank, as if being consumed. If this works. Wait a minute, his thoughts raced as he retrieved another chakra cube from his cabinet. This time, he refined his chakra into 3 parts, creating 2 shadow clones instead of 1. The process required careful precision. Multiple clones shared his physical energy, which diluted the power of each clone and increased his own consumption. Typically, he avoided this technique unless absolutely necessary. But now, his focus wasn't on combat. He directed the shadow clones to interact with the chakra cube. One clone consumed the blackened chakra cube entirely. Seconds later, something unexpected happened. Connection lost. The moment the shadow clone consumed the chakra, the link to it severed. The clone stopped drawing energy from him and dissolved on its own. But the absorbed chakra didn't dissipate, it remained intact. The shadow clone stood across from him, still connected to his awareness but no longer dependent on his chakra. The original sandy-colored cube, now reduced by a third, vanished as well. I can't digest tailed beast chakra, but my shadow can? Why does the shadow persist even after the technique ends? Link thought of the sentient mountain drake he'd created with Earth-style, hiding like a mole. Now, staring at the independent shadow before him, new questions flooded his mind. Is my technique capable of creating life? No. Not life in the traditional sense. The shadow doesn't think, reproduce, or have subjective consciousness, it merely obeys commands. But why? Is it the technique? Or the tailed beast chakra? Link controlled the shadow, watching it perform tasks as usual, cleaning, transforming into a three-dimensional form, and even fighting. The shadow functioned like any other clone, but there was one crucial difference: it no longer drained his energy. It operated independently, with its own finite stamina that could inexplicably replenish itself. And yet, its total chakra capacity equaled a third of his own. Where does it get energy to recover stamina if it doesn't eat or drink? Why doesn't it use the tailed beast chakra as its energy base? Will the shadow develop independent thoughts? How does it store memories of combat and tasks? By the end of the night, Link wasn't thinking about how to use tailed beast chakra anymore. His head was swimming with even more questions. The next morning, Hyuga compound. You look like you didn't get any sleep. Kakashi observed casually. I ran into some issues with my training last night. Link replied, dark circles under his eyes. He glanced at the ground beneath him. In the dim sunlight, his shadow was unnaturally dark, black as ink. 5 permanent shadows overlapped beneath him, the result of an all-nighter spent experimenting. This way, please. A Hyuga clansman said, nodding as he led the two toward the compound's interior. Chapter 117, Concerns and Pure Land. An exclusive clan. Link's thoughts wandered back to his visit to the Hyuga compound earlier that morning. Hayashi Hyuga's invitation hadn't been about any critical mission details, there wasn't much to discuss, really. Welcoming the delegation from the Land of Wind was more a ceremonial gesture. They didn't have to travel far outside the village, and everything would be coordinated by the Anbu. It was simply a formality. As the victorious side, Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage had no reason to personally meet the delegation, but letting them enter the village unsupervised wasn't an option either. So, the task of welcoming them had been delegated to representatives. Hayashi's invitation to visit the closed-off Hyuga compound seemed more like an attempt to foster goodwill. Yet what Link observed during his visit was a stifling atmosphere and a clear sense of exclusivity. The Hyuga main family held absolute power over the branch families, including control of life and death via the caged bird seal. Many techniques for mastering the Byakugan were kept exclusively within the main family. This hierarchical control cast a pall over the entire clan. The branch families, resigned to their fate, naturally submitted to the main family's dominance. Opportunity. Sasuke's sharp eyes caught an opening, and he struck decisively. Slap. Link grabbed Sasuke's wrist mid-movement. Pulling himself out of his reverie, he smiled at the slightly winded boy. You're getting close. Still a long way to go. Sasuke released his grip and suddenly recalled a certain someone. If it were him, would he be able to get close to Link in battle? His Sharingan slowly receded into his normal black pupils. Without a word, he turned and left to continue his training. Sasuke's progress is slowing. Link observed as Sasuke moved away, noting the change. The truth had dulled the sharp edge of Sasuke's hatred. Without that intense drive, his growth was beginning to plateau. The Uchiha were peculiar in this way. Whether it was unlocking the Sharingan or attaining greater power, they thrived on extreme emotions. Without a clear goal or strong feelings, their growth slowed to a crawl. Itachi's carefully laid plan for Sasuke was straightforward: use hatred as fuel to grow stronger, kill his hated enemies, and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Eventually, Sasuke would return to Hidden Leaf Village as a hero, transplant Itachi's eyes, and attain the eternal Mangekyo. With power, perspective, and a future secured, Sasuke would be unstoppable. But the premature revelation of the truth had derailed this plan. With his father revived and standing by his side, Sasuke was caught between the village, his brother, and his late father. His hatred, once absolute, had been diluted. Now it was less about revenge and more about finding a purpose in the confusion. Without the catalyst of extreme emotions, The Uchiha's power stagnated. Still, perhaps this wasn't a bad thing. Link watched Sasuke, who continued to push himself in training, sweat glistening on his brow. He had no intention of pushing Sasuke down a darker path. The Sasuke in the manga had grown immensely powerful but was riddled with unpredictability. The Sasuke before him, however, was someone Link could truly rely on, a solid shield, loyal to him. Speaking of Kakashi, he seems to have completely left Sakura and Kurenai's care and doesn't pay much attention to Sasuke anymore. I wonder what he's up to? Link dismissed the thought and focused on his own training. Forming hand seals, he activated his summoning jutsu. Using Sasuke's identity as a cover, he sent out a broadcast into the Pure Land. The previous night's experimentation with shadow clones and tailed beast chakra had reached a bottleneck. Like all his innovations in ninjutsu, it was a black box. He knew the inputs and the results but not the mechanics. The process required him to expend 2/3 of his chakra to create a single independent shadow. Combined with extensive testing and his inherent reservations about these shadows, he had only managed to create 5 by morning. Though he maintained control over them, the fact that they were now autonomous made him uneasy. "Are you Sasuke?" On his 4th attempt, a female voice responded with mild curiosity. Link focused, instantly recognizing the voice's owner. "Gotcha. Rashomon, open." With a hand on the ground, he summoned the gate. The sound caught Sasuke's attention. The first figure to emerge was Fugaku Uchiha. Since his revival, the man seemed determined to make up for the care he hadn't shown in life. His attitude toward Sasuke was nothing short of doting. Next came Baki, as eager as ever to return to the living world. Knowing that Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village were now negotiating peace, he was quick to answer Link's summons. Finally, the newly summoned woman stepped through the gate. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke's, black hair cascading down her back, her expression warm and kind. "Mom." Sasuke froze for a moment, stunned. Then, as the woman took in her surroundings and smiled, he bolted toward her, tears streaming down his face. Such raw emotion was a rare sight from him. Link tactfully grabbed Baki and stepped aside, leaving the reunited family of 3 to their moment. "How's the peace talk progressing?" Baki, ever practical, immediately asked about the state of affairs. Time in the Pure Land was disorienting. He felt as though he had only just been summoned last time. "Tomorrow, the Land of Wind delegation will reach the border," Link replied casually. He then shifted the topic. "What will it take for you to teach me the Blade of Wind technique?" Despite its seemingly straightforward name, the Blade of Wind was an A-rank jutsu not included in Hidden Leaf Village's archives. Whether to trade for other jutsu or simply to expand his repertoire, Link was eager to learn it. He had asked Baki about it several times before, but the man was as stubborn as they came. Baki remained unmoved, his gaze steady. "I want to meet the 4th Kazekage." "Not happening." Link's refusal was immediate. He didn't even know where the 4th Kazekage was being held and had no intention of entangling himself in high-level political disputes. After a long pause, Baki offered a compromise. "If you can arrange a meeting with Temari, I'll teach you the Blade of Wind." "Deal." Chapter 118, Summoning Scam. The 4th Kazekage remained missing, and Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, was also unaccounted for. However, Link knew the whereabouts of Temari and Kankuro. They had been placed in a ninja apartment complex. They were effectively his neighbors now, so arranging a meeting was effortless. Speaking of which, the ninja apartment is way too small. There's not even a proper training room. Should I think about taking out a loan to buy a better apartment? The thought crossed his mind suddenly. Despite the fantastical world of shinobi, the existence of mortgages and loans in Hidden Leaf Village was strangely grounded in reality. As the youngest special Jonin, Link's meteoric rise in rank meant he had a significant loan limit. Buying a centrally located apartment near the Ninja Academy, like Naruto's, was out of the question. But getting one closer to the village center, not so far from everything, seemed feasible. But during the pain assault, better to stick to renting for now. After weighing the high interest rates for large properties and recalling how his wallet had thinned from not taking missions recently, Link decided to sell his father's old small apartment and use the proceeds to rent a larger, more central space. He didn't need many rooms, just one with enough space for training. Living, eating, and training in a single cramped room was starting to feel oppressive. His current home, cluttered with scrolls and boxes of tailed beast chakra cubes, made even simple movements feel restrictive. Meanwhile, Baki, oblivious to Link's musings, was deep in thought, staring at the distant sky with a heavy expression. The failure of the Hidden Sand Village's plan meant they could no longer approach Hidden Leaf Village on equal footing. The future of his village looked grim. In life, Baki had left behind a trove of unpassed intelligence, spy contacts, and political legacies. His death had been sudden, and he had destroyed his brain tissue to prevent information leakage. Now, with an opportunity to pass on that legacy, it felt like a small silver lining. Moreover, Link's summoning technique was extraordinarily powerful, capable of breaching the barrier between life and death without any cost. Given the weakened state of the hidden sand village and the impossibility of eliminating Link, investing in the boy seemed like a prudent choice. Baki, though a ninja, had a mind as sharp as any politician. As the right hand of the fourth Kazekage, strategic thinking was second nature. "Link, my mother wants to talk to you," Sasuke said, his face flushed. Years of emotional barriers were slowly breaking down. The blurred line between life and death was reshaping his worldview. Hatred, sadness, and pain were being replaced by the warmth of having his parents back, even if temporarily. Sasuke was beginning to accept that as long as he stayed close to his companions, he could reunite with his family again. When Link approached, Mikoto Uchiha's gaze was gentle yet curious. "I disguised myself as Sasuke to contact you," Link explained with a smile. "Thank you," Mikoto said, her warm smile radiating motherly affection. "Thank you for taking care of Sasuke." Link met her gaze and replied, "It's no trouble. We're comrades." Sasuke, standing behind Link, couldn't take his eyes off his mother's face, his expression one of lightness and joy. Compared to his stern father, he was clearly much more attached to his mother. "No matter what happens, if you ever need us, whether for battle or anything else," Mikoto glanced at Fugaku before continuing, "please don't hesitate to ask." "You're too kind," Link said politely, though inwardly he was more than eager to accept such an offer. Mikoto gently stroked Sasuke's hair, offering a few more words of comfort and advice. As the Rashomon began to close, she hugged Sasuke and whispered, "I'm sorry about Itachi." When the gates closed, the embrace turned to air. Sasuke stood frozen for a moment, staring at the empty space. Then, snapping back to reality, he turned to Link. "Link." Sasuke seemed lost for words, his emotions tangled, much like Naruto had been at one point. "Go train," Link said, patting Sasuke on the shoulder before returning to his own training. Using Sasuke's identity to summon Mikoto had been an enlightening experience for Link. The spiritual connection and bonds seemed to make it easier to locate specific individuals. But he realized he didn't have to rely solely on those ties. If summoning jutsu allowed him to contact the Pure Land directly, why not try impersonating other identities? Gathering his chakra, Link formed hand seals. "I am the first Hokage, Hashirama-senju." Liar. Nawaki, unable to hold back, called him out immediately. "This shameless Hidden Lee village brat." Another voice snapped, apparently one of the spirits his wide net summoning technique had caught. Then came a cacophony of replies. "I'm the second Hokage, Tobirama-senju." "I'm the Sage of Six Paths." Ha ha ha. The broad nature of his summons meant that dozens of spirits thought the message was addressed to them. What ensued was chaos, with everyone shouting over one another. "Link-chan is great at everything. Except honesty." Mikoto's accidental thought, captured by the summoning, caused her to immediately withdraw in embarrassment. "A bunch of idiots," Link muttered, ignoring the barrage of insults and laughter. Most of the replies came from uncooperative spirits, shinobi from other villages who neither wanted to reveal their identities nor engage in meaningful dialogue. After broadcasting "I'm the first Hokage" twice more, he switched tactics. "I am Nagato." If he could summon Yahiko, that would be a significant gain. Unfortunately, there seemed to be many Nagatos in the Pure Land. The ones who responded were entirely unrelated to the Rinnegan-wielding Nagato he had in mind. Initially awkward at this spiritual scam, Link quickly found his groove. He added context to his introductions. "I am the first Hokage. Hidden Leaf village is in crisis." Some spirits took the bait, but the flaw in his summoning technique soon became apparent. Once a spirit accepted his call, basic information was automatically shared. Upon realizing they'd been deceived, most promptly cut ties. Chapter 119, Pragmatic. Evening, ninja apartments knock, click. Temari opened the door, seeing Link standing outside. She smiled and teased, "What is it? Here to ask me out?" "Sister, I'm only 10, almost 11. You're 15, practically ancient." "Wait, that's not the point. The idea of a kid my age saying something like date feels absurdly out of place." With a straight face, Link said, "Someone wants to see you." As he spoke, he formed hand seals and activated the summoning technique. Temari's smile didn't falter, but she instinctively stepped back, muscles tensing. "How do you even know where I live?" Before she could finish, a translucent figure of Baki appeared in front of her. She quickly formed a seal. "Release. You two can talk it out." Link turned and left. 20 minutes. "Don't forget to hand over the Blade of Wind technique afterward." He wasn't interested in eavesdropping on their conversation. Even if he were, it was unlikely he'd succeed. Baki, as a Jonin, might not have the strongest combat power, but his experience and vigilance made it nearly impossible to overhear. Instead of staying, Link left outright. A trade should benefit all parties to ensure future cooperation. Sacrificing his reputation for one technique or some likely irrelevant intel wasn't worth it. Baki probably knew more techniques than just Blade of Wind. At least the wind-style techniques Temari used should also be part of his repertoire, creating space for further collaboration. Back in his apartment, Link immediately felt how cramped it was. Even though he hadn't noticed it before, the moment he thought about moving, the flaws of his cozy little home became glaringly obvious. A small bedroom combined with a kitchen and dining area felt messy and claustrophobic. The bathroom was tiny, and the bathtub was old and cracked. Time to make more shadows. Link pulled out the tailed beast chakra cubes and got to work. Though he felt uneasy about the potential for shadows to gain sentience in the future, that was a far-off concern. For now, every new shadow was an additional asset in battle. He couldn't afford to dwell on hypotheticals when the immediate benefits were clear. The risk was a future problem. Right now, all the shadows were under his control. And he had over 100 chakra cubes left. Although some were wasted during experimentation the previous night, the quantity was still far from Naruto's usage of the multi-shadow clone jutsu. As for why some were wasted, he had been testing how the amount of tailed beast chakra influenced the shadows. The result? No difference. As long as the chakra reached a minimum threshold, it could create a shadow. Using more chakra didn't make the shadow stronger or increase its stamina. However, falling short of the threshold caused the shadow to collapse shortly after being summoned. The problem was that he had already cut the chakra into uniform cubes, and each cube contained more than double the required amount. He couldn't divide them further. Chakra scalpels could cut but not merge. After skillfully creating 3 new shadows, Link felt his energy drain significantly. One of the shadows quickly handed him a soldier pill, which he swallowed. Another passed him water. This feels oddly familiar. Black Shadow Core, yeah, that's your name now. As he lay on his bed, recovering, he named his growing army of shadows. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. With a flicker of movement, the shadows lifted him off the bed, dressed him neatly, and carried him to the door before retreating back into his own shadow. Oh, and a couple of shadows stayed behind to tidy up the chakra cubes on the table. I can kind of see why nobles like being carried around. When he opened the door, Temari stood there with a serious expression. She handed him a scroll marked with the kanji for wind. This is the technique we agreed on. Thanks. Link took the scroll, offering a half-hearted expression of gratitude before starting to close the door. Wait, Temari pressed her hand against the door. Can I see Baki-sensei again? Temari's straightforwardness was a stark contrast to someone like Asuma, who often hesitated to express himself. Maybe. Link replied ambiguously. He was willing to waste chakra summoning Sasuke's parents daily because of friendship and mutual benefit. But Temari? Besides being the daughter of the Kazekage, she didn't seem particularly valuable. She was, at best, a skilled Chunin, maybe reaching Jonin level in 3 years. Besides, once the peace talks ended, she would return to the hidden sand village. They'd have little to no further interaction, so there wasn't much point in building a relationship. If Gaara had made such a request, Link might have reconsidered. If you need more techniques, I can. Temari started to propose another trade. Fine. 1 summon for every new technique I've never seen before. Link smiled. Fair trade made a difference. He had no issue wasting chakra for an equitable deal. You're so pragmatic. Temari muttered, rolling her eyes. Link thought for a moment. Or money. That works too. It wasn't like he wasn't broke. Ninja didn't have a stable income outside of missions, and private work was heavily regulated. I look like I have money to you? Temari asked sarcastically. If she had cash, she wouldn't be stuck living in a cheap, remote ninja apartment with her brother. Her father might be a walking gold mine, but they had arrived in Hidden Leaf Village for war. They hadn't brought much money and were now cut off from their village. Alright. Bye. Link nonchalantly shut the door. Women only slowed down his hand seals anyway. Energy's almost back to full. He stretched, took a soldier pill in advance, and used delicate illness extraction jutsu on himself, a good habit to counter the cellular damage caused by repeatedly refining chakra. Although he wasn't obsessed with immortality, he didn't want to die young either. After preparing himself, he divided his chakra again, formed hand seals, and summoned another shadow. Now, 9 shadows stood neatly in formation in his small room. Link nodded in satisfaction. I'll keep a dozen chakra cubes in reserve. The rest will all become shadows. Chapter 120, Request. Second Hokage, You've ruined everything. Standing in the team welcoming the Land of Wind's envoy, Link sported dark circles under his eyes and a neutral expression. But internally, he was relentlessly cursing the second Hokage. The reason why the summoning technique rarely attracted anyone and often resulted in insults was all thanks to Tobi Ramasenshu, who had abused Edo Tensei and mutually multiplying explosive tags. Any ninja with a modicum of skill, knowledge, or information gathering capability knew about this infamous technique. Naturally, no one was eager to respond to a call that might turn out to be some new form of Edo Tensei. Who knew if they'd be summoned only to be strapped with explosive tags and used as living bombs? Although Link did sprinkle in a few small, harmless lies in his broadcasts, he considered himself a good person at heart. Times are tough, and people are so cynical these days. Next to him, Kakashi Hatake was leisurely flipping through his Kika paradise. Ahem, standing in front of them, Hayashi Hyuga cleared his throat, deactivated his Byakugan, and signaled to his two companions that the envoy had arrived. A half-asleep kid with dark circles and a guy reading a smut novel, they didn't exactly exude professionalism, making the usually serious Hayashi struggle to maintain his composure. Link quickly plastered on a polite, businesslike smile, and Kakashi casually tucked away his book. The reception process wasn't complicated. Hayashi handled all the formalities as the team leader, while the other two were essentially just there to fill out the lineup and pad their resumes. Other than a brief introduction and some polite words exchanged when he was presented as the young genius of Hidden Leaf Village, Link didn't have to do much of anything. The entire process left him feeling like his presence made no difference. Still, the envoys from the Land of Wind were respectful, showering him with excessive praise, calling him things like the future of Hidden Leaf Village and the brightest prodigy. Seriously, tone it down. Judging by Kakashi's laid-back demeanor, he was clearly used to this kind of over-the-top flattery. The only noteworthy moment came from an elderly envoy with thick, bushy eyebrows and a bandaged head, who silently stared at Kakashi until the delegation was escorted to their designated accommodations. The delegation consisted of emissaries from the Land of Wind and senior members of Hidden Sand Village. The envoy from the daimyo of the Land of Wind was there primarily to mediate between the two villages. Hidden Sand Village's decision to attack Hidden Leaf Village during the Chunin exams without informing their own daimyo had nearly driven the man insane. The exams were attended by every allied nation and their elites, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind had been increasing mission allocations to Hidden Leaf Village in recent years. There was no way he would have missed the event. For Hidden Sand Village to launch a rogue invasion that almost cost him his life. It was absurd. Even so, Hidden Sand Village was still the military arm of the Land of Wind. Despite his fury, the daimyo had to swallow his pride, clean up the mess internally, and prioritize peace talks to avoid escalating into full-scale war. After escorting the delegation and watching the Anbu dispersing, the trio returned to the Hokage's office to report. "Thank you for your hard work," Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a nod. "Then, Lord Hokage, we'll take our leave." Kakashi Hatake, already dragging Link along, excused themselves. Hayashi would likely remain behind for some private discussions with the Hokage. The whole process had seemed straightforward, but it had eaten up a good chunk of time. They had gathered at the village gates early in the morning, waited outside until mid-morning, escorted the delegation to their accommodations, and returned. By now, it was already noon. Just as Link was about to leave, Kakashi stopped him. "Want to grab lunch together?" "My treat." "Oh?" 20 minutes later, Ikiraku ramen. I knew it. Link ordered a large bowl of miso char-siu ramen, added 2 extra servings of tempura, and grabbed a can of soda before turning to the now visibly regretful Kakashi. "So, what's this about?" he asked. Knowing Kakashi's lazy personality, Link doubted he'd go out of his way without a reason. If the man wasn't lounging at home, he'd be brooding by the memorial stone. He hadn't even trained properly in years. "You're really not shy about freeloading, huh?" Kakashi quipped. Link took a refreshing sip of soda. "You're a jonin. You shouldn't be short on cash, right?" "Well." Kakashi paused. "I think you're overestimating the average jonin savings." He didn't elaborate further, instead ordering a regular bowl of salt-flavored ramen. Finally, he admitted, "There's something I'd like to ask of you." Link raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. "Nara in Shuai, he's recovered." Kakashi suddenly veered off topic, his visible eye steady but carrying a hint of relief. "Oh?" Link prompted him to go on. It wasn't surprising. Inshuai-sensei wasn't the type to sit idle while enemies wreaked havoc in the village. Though Hidden Leaf Village had weathered the invasion relatively unscathed, the Hidden Sound Village intruders had caused some damage and casualties. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Kakashi continued, "It's thanks to you, isn't it? From what I know, the Nara clan's herbs couldn't have healed him." "And so," Link drawled. "Lee. You remember him, right?" Kakashi sighed. He was terrible at asking for favors. During the Chunin exams, he took heavy damage while trying to hold off the Jinchuriki. If you hadn't stepped in, he wouldn't have survived. But even now, he's been told he can't continue as a ninja. You want me to help, don't you? Link interjected. He had assumed Might Guy would approach him about Lee's condition. Then again, Guy probably hadn't realized Link's medical abilities exceeded the norm. After a pause, Kakashi finally said, I'm asking for your help. For a man as shameless as Kakashi, it was rare to see him genuinely embarrassed. But for his friend Guy, he had no choice. Leave it to me. Link grinned. Helping Lee was already part of his plan. He hadn't expected the boy to go so far to protect the village. Ramen's Ready-to-Ki placed their bowls on the counter. Kakashi clasped his hands together, his tone much lighter now. Itadakimasu and also. Thank you. Chapter 121, Link's careful plan. Hidden Leave Village Hospital please, I'm begging you. Might Guy bowed at a sharp 90-degree angle, his voice filled with desperation. It's fine, Guy-sensei. Link said as he gently stepped aside to avoid the bow, reaching out to help Guy stand straight. Don't get your hopes up too much until we know for sure if I can help. Link walked into the hospital room, followed closely by Kakashi, who patted Guy on the shoulder as he passed. Link. Guy-sensei. Lee lay in the hospital bed, wrapped head to toe in bandages. He was staring down at his trembling hands, his expression filled with despair. Even the simple act of lifting his hands caused them to shake uncontrollably. It had been days since his injury, but medical jutsu couldn't fix the severe structural damage to his body. The overuse of the 8 gates had left his cells overstrained, making them unresponsive even to chakra-based healing. Surgery was deemed too risky, and Hidden Leave Village didn't currently have anyone capable of performing such an operation. The medical team had effectively sentenced his ninja career to death. Link nodded in acknowledgement, stepping forward and placing his hand on Lee to assess the damage. In short, the prognosis was grim. His body had endured immense trauma, with torn muscles and disrupted chakra pathways from prolonged use of the 8 gates. A normal person would have died outright. Focusing his chakra, Link cast delicate illness extraction jutsu. It's working. As he observed the technique gradually correcting Lee's internal deformities, tiny bits of illness and damage were extracted into his hand. He exhaled in relief, this confirmed it was theoretically possible to heal Lee. Ugh! Lee groaned softly, his body racked with pain as the technique began repairing his misshapen tissues. Link didn't hold back, immediately casting another large-scale delicate illness extraction jutsu. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as his chakra reserves took a hit. Though the technique itself was instant, the correction process took time. He kept his hand on Lee's body, closely monitoring the healing process and using chakra to ease Lee's pain. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though Link was continuously treating him. After several minutes of effort, Link finally withdrew his hand, looking visibly drained. It'll take about a month for him to recover fully. In truth, if he pushed himself, Link could have healed Lee within a week. He could afford to burn through his chakra reserves and pop soldier pills like candy. But there was no need to rush. Simply proving the injury could be healed was already impressive enough. Besides, the more drawn out the process, the more effort it appeared he had put in, and the more others would appreciate it. A little strategic effort never hurts. This was also why he hadn't immediately rushed to treat Lee after the invasion, instead waiting for someone to seek him out. Lee lifted his head sharply, staring at the much younger Link with a mix of disbelief and gratitude. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he fully processed what had just happened. Thank you. Thank you. Gah. Might Guy, overwhelmed with emotion, lunged forward and hugged Link tightly, tears streaming down his own face. You've done it. You've truly done it. My new clothes. Link weakly attempted to push Guy off but found his strength lacking after exhausting most of his chakra. Resigned, he let himself be held, sighing as he noticed his shoulders were now damp with Guy's tears. Kakashi, standing off to the side, watched the scene with a faint smile and a rare glint of amusement in his eye. Evening, Link's apartment it vanished. Link stared at the shattered remains of a shadow he had created using the tailed beast chakra cubes. The shadow had broken apart before his eyes, leaving him puzzled. He had successfully created over 20 shadows at this point. So why had this one disappeared? Was it an issue with the tailed beast chakra, or was there something else at play? Was there a fundamental difference between his own shadows and those of others? His own shadows, once created, had persisted without any sign of breaking down, continually drawing energy from him to remain active. But when he attempted to create shadows using someone else as the base, they disintegrated almost immediately, even when he used the same amount of tailed beast chakra as before. If the problem were insufficient chakra, the shadows should still persist for a while before breaking down, just like in my earlier experiments. That means the issue must lie with my own shadows. Link reflected on this discrepancy, his thoughts honing in on the mechanics of shadow creation. Wait. The logic of the shadow clone jutsu involves splitting half of my chakra with the clone, while their shadow consumes chakra from the host over time. He realized the key difference between his own shadows and those created from others. When he created his own shadows, they didn't deplete his chakra stores entirely but continually drained energy from him to remain active. In contrast, shadows made from others started with a reserve of stolen energy, depleting it before drawing from the host. This subtle distinction appeared to be the critical variable. Tailed Beast Chakra seems to grant shadows independence, but only if they don't have a pre-existing energy reserve. To test this theory, Link sought out Sasuke at the training grounds. After explaining his experimental procedure, Sasuke agreed without hesitation. The shadow created from Sasuke functioned as expected for a while before Sasuke reported, "It's starting to drain my energy now." "Good," Link said, feeding the shadow a Tailed Beast Chakra cube. A few seconds later, the shadow still broke apart, though not as abruptly as before. So, shadows inherently consume energy to persist, regardless of the source. Even a small energy reserve ties them to their host. The logic has a flaw. Something else is influencing the creation of shadows. Link cast a healing jutsu on Sasuke as thanks for his help, then headed home, determined to continue his research. Chapter 122, Failure and Progress. Night, an isolated island surrounded by the sea. Orochimaru's southern base loomed in the shadows. Ah! On the monitor, a test subject who had just undergone a transplant surgery writhed in agony. His skin corroded away, exposing raw, bloody muscles, which also soon disintegrated. The screaming stopped as his body collapsed, leaving only glimmering, multicolored bones. Eventually, they too turned into black sand, scattering across the floor. Another failure. Orochimaru stood with his hands at his sides, his face calm and emotionless. As expected, Link's secret isn't in his bloodline or genetic material. Even after transplanting his DNA, it's impossible to harness or utilize that natural energy. What a pity. Kabuto, standing nearby, asked, "Should we destroy all the cultivated genetic samples, then? Preserve a portion and seal it for future research. Destroy the rest," Orochimaru instructed. "This includes the experimental subjects who have undergone the transplants, eliminate them as well." Kabuto nodded. "Doesn't this render the transaction with Denzo meaningless? I know Denzo well. With his ambitions." Orochimaru chuckled. "Kabuto, don't concern yourself with him. How is Kimimaro?" Kabuto hesitated for a moment before replying. After receiving the transplant from the original body, he survived. However, the curse mark has shown abnormal reactions. He can no longer channel chakra or use his KK Genkai. He requires regular injections of inhibitors, or the rampant natural energy will destroy his cells entirely. Kimimaro once powerful Shikatsu Myaku, dead bone pulse, was now suppressed by the curse mark and inhibitors. Though the transplant had given his body extraordinary regenerative abilities, it had rendered his strength unusable. Any chakra, bloodline powers, or curse mark transformations were obliterated by the overwhelming natural energy. Even his physical structure had begun to change. "Then we'll proceed to the next phase of research," Orochimaru said without hesitation, showing no concern for the loss of his once favored vessel. "Kabuto, pack up. Take the original body. We're heading to the northern base." The southern base, filled with experimental prisoners, was no longer suitable for his escalating research. The northern base, a former center for curse mark experiments, housed subjects like Jago and a slew of failed experiments. "Understood," Kabuto replied, bowing. "What about Kimimaro?" Orochimaru thought for a moment, then smiled coldly. "Let's offer him to Denzo as a gift for our next transaction." Kimimaro, now a liability requiring constant doses of rare inhibitors, was no longer worth keeping. With many similar failed experiments, Kimimaro was no longer unique. Orochimaru decided to trade him as a token for Denzo. Abandoned, huh, Kimimaro? Kabuto wasn't surprised. Orochimaru's cruelty and pragmatism knew no bounds. Even Kabuto himself had to prepare for the day he might be discarded. "How could I ever abandon you?" Orochimaru's playful voice interrupted Kabuto's thoughts. Looking down at his subordinate's expressionless face, Orochimaru smiled, effortlessly seeing through Kabuto's thoughts. "You're my right hand, Kabuto. I'll always need you." "I understand." Kabuto's face briefly flickered with gratitude, but his eyes remained vacant. Being needed was his only purpose. Leaving the surveillance room, Kabuto walked through the dim corridors. His mind wandered to Sasuke Uchiha, remembering the day they had fought. That darkness in Sasuke's heart. It was gone. His eyes looked familiar, like someone else's I've seen before. Kabuto stopped at the entrance to a room. Kabuto-sensei. A young boy with shoulder-length white hair and green eyes opened the door, his face calm. Did Lord Orochimaru have instructions for me? There are no instructions. Kabuto replied, adjusting his glasses. Then, Kinamaru's calm eyes looked at him. You've been abandoned. Kabuto stated bluntly. In the next transaction with Denzo, you'll be a gift. He pulled 2 murky inhibitor vials from his pocket. These are the last ones. Each will keep your body stable for a month. The truth was, there was no extra inhibitor. Kabuto handed them over as a final gesture of farewell. I see. Kinamaru said quietly, his lips curving into a serene smile. Even without his powers or value, he could still make one last contribution to Orochimaru. How wonderful. Tears of joy streamed down his face. It's 9 p.m. time for bed. Kabuto said, wiping his glasses as he turned to leave. Those who dwell in darkness and loneliness can't refuse an extended hand. Lowering his gaze, he thought, and neither can I. What about you, Sasuke? In the mountains, a graveyard. That hidden leaf village kid has a dangerous technique. A member of the Akatsuki, his body surrounded by sharp, serrated leaves, smiled. The black half of his face said, a jutsu that allows him to communicate with the dead in the Pure Land and summon them to the living world without any cost. His name is Link, right? It's unfortunate Itachi and Kisame's mission to capture him failed. The white half responded. That ability. It might even be useful for our plans. If he continues to grow, the black half began. I saw Itachi fight his father. It almost made me, the white half interrupted. Shut up. The black half snapped. From a distance, a masked man with a swirling pattern on his face sat on a chair. His voice was tinged with intrigue. So Itachi failed as well? His body distorted as he disappeared from sight, leaving only his voice behind. A jutsu to summon the dead. How very interesting. Chapter 123, Results of Peace Talk. Afternoon, Hidden Leaf Village, Ninja Apartment. Are you moving out? Temari asked, looking surprised at Link standing in the doorway of his nearly empty apartment. Do you need something? Link asked, turning his head. He had already sold the apartment. Being the youngest and most talented special jonin of Hidden Leaf Village, selling the place was surprisingly easy. After listing it, it took barely over a week to sell it for 20% above market price. He hadn't realized before how competitive Hidden Leaf Village's real estate market was. The process of selling and renting a new place had taught him one thing: living in Hidden Leaf Village wasn't easy. By the way, the negotiations ended yesterday, right? Why are you still in our village? He asked, suddenly recalling this detail and tilting his head in curiosity. The peace talks between Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village had been relatively straightforward. Hidden Sand Village had lost nearly everything, so whatever Hidden Leaf Village demanded, they had no choice but to agree. With all their top brass, including the Kazekage, captured, they had no leverage. The negotiations dragged on for over a week mainly due to internal disputes within Hidden Leaf Village about the terms of the new alliance. To Link's surprise, many of the jonin, especially those with more militant views, demanded that Hidden Leaf Village exploit the situation to its full extent. Meetings turned into chaotic debates in the Hokage's office. Even the 2 elder advisors had clashing opinions. Koharu Utatane firmly opposed any measures to support Hidden Sand Village or delay reparations, arguing it would make Hidden Leaf Village look weak. Meanwhile, Hamura Midokado agreed with delaying reparations but wanted the Kazekage to stay in the Land of Fire to help develop gold mines. That's when Link learned the Kazekage's disappearance was due to him being forced into hard labor. Denzo, on the other hand, proposed an extreme plan: execute the prisoners, invade the Land of Wind, and annex the Land of Rivers while Hidden Sand Village was vulnerable. The Land of Rivers had always been a buffer between the 2 great nations. With Hidden Sand Village's military power effectively decimated, it seemed ripe for the taking. However, this move could trigger war with nearby nations like the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass. The 3rd Hokage firmly opposed this idea, but the debates dragged on endlessly until the Land of Fire intervened, demanding the immediate release of the Kazekage. The negotiations wrapped up quickly after that, signaling the daimyo's support for the 3rd Hokage's more moderate approach. By yesterday afternoon, the Land of Wind delegation, along with the Kazekage, had already left Hidden Leaf Village. So why was Temari, the Kazekage's daughter, still here? According to the new treaty, Temari said, folding her arms, Kankuro, Gaara, and I are to remain in Hidden Leaf Village. A concession of the Jinchuriki, huh? Link quickly understood the treaty's implications. And then? He asked. Keeping enemy Jinchuriki in Hidden Leaf Village was a condition Denzo and the 2 advisors had strongly advocated for. The 3rd Hokage had reluctantly agreed, knowing it was a logical precaution, especially given Hidden Leaf Village's own Jinchuriki was free to wander. The downside, of course, was that this would likely attract the Akatsuki. "You still haven't answered my question," Temari said, recalling her conversation with Baki-sensei. "The decline of our village is inevitable. A new era is on the horizon, whether it's one of war or peace, we'll likely become subordinates to Hidden Leaf Village. Don't be saddened. Our harsh environment ensures no one will ever truly conquer us. Temari, that boy's abilities are of strategic importance. With his talent, he may even become a Hokage someday. You must try to influence him. At the very least, ensure he remains friendly to our village like the third Hokage." "Yes, I'm moving," Link said, placing the spare key inside the apartment before closing the door. Moving had been ridiculously easy for him. He'd simply waited for a dark night, then sent out all 113 of his shadow clones to pack and transport everything to his new place in one trip. "Congratulations," Temari said with a bright smile, her hands behind her back. "Thanks." Link turned and started walking away. His new place was already set up by his clones, and he couldn't wait to test out the new training room. He had no time for small talk. "Hey!" Temari called out, hurrying to catch up. "As a gift, how about I treat you to dinner?" "I already have plans," Link replied, speeding up and vanishing with a body flicker technique. "Humphrey." Temari stomped her foot, annoyed, but then smiled mischievously. "Evening, Yakiniku. Congrats, boss." "Congrats." Iris and Ami cheered, raising their drinks, while Sasuke smiled and Sakura nodded in agreement. Link clinked glasses with them and took a sip, casting a wary glance at the table where Shikamaru and the others sat. Typically, after moving, you'd invite friends over for a meal. However, since he had too many acquaintances, he decided to host the celebration at Yakiniku. He had braced himself for the expense, given that the sale of his old apartment had left him with a good chunk of savings. But he hadn't accounted for Choji. Or the fact that his fellow Jonin weren't holding back at all. Kurenai Yui was already on her third bottle of sake. Despite her refined demeanor, her favorite drinks turned out to be sake and vodka. The prices at Yakiniku's bar weren't cheap, and Link could practically hear his wallet screaming. Catching him looking her way, Kurenai smiled warmly, her cheeks flushed, and raised her glass for a toast before downing it in one go. Building connections requires sacrifices, Link told himself, resigned to the expense. Maybe I should be nicer to Temari next time. She's probably a rich girl anyway. Chapter 124, S-Class Mission. 1 week later, Hokage's office Lord 3rd. Link entered the office, offering a slight bow out of respect. As for the two advisors flanking the 3rd Hokage, they were technically only Jonin like him, so he saw no need to acknowledge them. His respect for the 3rd Hokage came from admiration, not formality. With no prior interaction or camaraderie with the advisors, he didn't even spare them a glance. The 3rd Hokage smiled warmly. "Link, the village has a mission for you." "I'm listening," Link replied. Although he worked in the medical corps, his promotion to Special Jonin wasn't due to his medical skills. He had little authority to refuse a mission assigned by the village. "This is an S-rank mission," the Hokage began. "The village has decided to assign you to monitor the Jinchuriki from Hidden Sand Village." "Because I subdued Gaara and the other two during the Chunin exams?" Link nodded. "What form will this take?" This was important, it determined his official role. Surely, they weren't planning to put him directly into the Anbu, right? Special Jonin Link. Koharu Utatane spoke up, "Starting today, you are no longer a member of the medical corps. As a newly promoted Special Jonin, you're qualified to become a supervising Jonin. You will lead a team of Geinin sent from Hidden Sand Village." "Seriously? I'm only 10 years old." Link's expression remained calm, though he had already guessed the arrangement. Leading Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro on missions? His first thought was that this would interrupt his training. The inclusion of Hidden Sand Village's Geinin in Hidden Leaf Village's system was likely a term in the new treaty, and he hadn't considered that he might be chosen to lead them. This wasn't just about babysitting, it was a political move. Gradually influencing the next generation of Hidden Sand Village to align with Hidden Leaf Village's values was clearly part of the plan. Despite his age and limited experience, this arrangement could work to his advantage. Training with Gaara would allow him to tap into the Jinchuriki's immense potential and secure a highly capable ally. "You can meet them now at the Ninja Academy," the 3rd Hokage said with a smile. "Your team is waiting for you in room 201. Special Jonin Link. Hamura Midikado interjected, "Remember, your role is not just as their leader but as their supervisor. The village has reinforced the seal on the Jinchuriki." Koharu Utatane added bluntly. "If necessary, you have the authority to eliminate him." The directness of her words hung heavily in the air. The third Hokage's smile disappeared, his brows furrowing slightly in disapproval. However, he chose not to publicly contradict his old friends. Understood. Link said calmly before leaving. After he was gone, the third Hokage turned to his advisors. Koharu, Hamura, you've gone too far. Come now, Hiruzen. Koharu said, glancing at him. He's not like the other kids. You've already decided to make him a special Jonin, do you want him to live in a naive bubble? Hamura shook his head. That rejuvenation jutsu of his, trust in the younger generation, especially those who serve the village. The third Hokage interrupted firmly. The debate wasn't new. Link's abilities, summoning the dead, breaking barriers, and the rejuvenation jutsu, were undeniably powerful, capable of changing the outcome of a war. Abilities like these, even if tied to a bloodline, should ideally be recorded, preserved, and controlled. Even though they had kept his abilities under wraps after the Chunin exams, internal consensus within the village was far from settled. I agree with trusting the younger generation. Koharu said as she stood, but we should control the Jinchuriki directly rather than assigning someone to monitor him. She didn't single out Gaara, instead lumping him in with Naruto Uzumaki, who had also been given a free rein. Hamura rose as well. Ebizo from Hidden Sand Village personally requested Link as their supervisor. He might be after the village's KK Genkai. It had now gone from being Link's KK Genkai to the village's KK Genkai. Enough. The third Hokage said, knocking on the table for emphasis. I trust that Link will become a bridge between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village. Having set the tone, the advisors refrained from further argument and left, just as their plans to interrogate Link had been repeatedly delayed. Alone in the office, the third Hokage removed his hat and walked to the balcony, gazing at the bustling village below. He had met with Sasuke Uchiha, whose dark, hateful demeanor had been completely transformed. Although the boy still harbored some resentment toward the village, he had not taken an extreme path. Link was gradually mending the mistakes the village had made. His trust was well placed. Koharu and Hamura would never understand this. Perhaps no one would. But it didn't matter. The essence of the Will of Fire was that the old would sacrifice themselves for the young. He was proud that he had avoided war and ensured the children of the village didn't have to suffer. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at the clear blue sky and the warm sun, smiling. Shimura Residence, the daimyo is very pleased with your plan. The Land of Fire Minister sat across from Denzo, saying, proceed as planned, Denzo. If all goes well, we will support you as the next Hokage. Thank you very much. Denzo said with a humble smile, showing no trace of his usual ominous demeanor. Well then, it's time for me to take my leave. Good luck. Good luck to you as well. Denzo replied, escorting the minister out. Standing at his door, Denzo's face slowly broke into a smile. What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hiruzen's weakness had allowed him to climb out of obscurity, and the ambitious new daimyo shared his drive. He needed this opportunity to become Hokage. Likewise, the daimyo needed a decisive moment to distinguish himself from his father. With Hidden Sand Village's economy, its Jinchuriki, and its high-ranking ninja all in their grasp, Hidden Leaf Village could have demanded far more. Yet, the new treaty fell short of satisfying most people. By appearing to defer and not directly opposing the Hokage, Denzo had garnered widespread support. Hiruzen, it seems I'm finally going to win. Chapter 125, Supervising Jonin Ninja Academy, Room 201. Hey, Link walked into the classroom, spotting Kankuro lounging in the back with his chair against the wall, Temari sitting casually with her legs propped on a desk, and Gaara sitting upright in the front row. He raised a hand and greeted them. Yo. Hi. Temari lowered her legs and stood up, waving with a cheerful smile. Gaara's expression shifted slightly, though no killing intent emanated from him this time. Instead, his eyes carried a curious gaze. Kankuro, upon seeing Link, immediately tensed up. This guy was way too strong. In the Chunin exams, he had defeated Gaara like it was nothing, and during the Hidden Leaf Village crush, he had instantly neutralized both him and Temari. All his puppetry techniques had been rendered useless. He hadn't even seen Link move before being shrunk to the size of an infant. That sense of helplessness was a nightmare he never wanted to relive. He used to fear Gaara the most, but now, Link held that dubious honor. Is he here to cause trouble because we're in this classroom? If so, Kankuro could only hope he was fast enough to escape. I really should have spent more time training taijutsu, he thought as he cautiously edged toward the back door. Hey, kid in the back. Link said, his voice cutting through the air. Kankuro's annoyance flared. You're younger than me by years. Who are you calling kid? Suppressing his irritation, he forced a smile. What's up? Where are you sneaking off to? If it's the restroom, wait until I'm done talking. Link shot him a glance before continuing, I'm your new supervising Jonin. Meet me at Training Ground 7 in 30 minutes. Huh? X2 Konkoro froze in disbelief. He had been contemplating escape, and now this guy was going to be his instructor? They'd be spending every day together? I'm doomed. Meanwhile, Temari's thoughts drifted back to Ebizo's advice, though she couldn't help but internally complain, what's the deal with making some kid our supervising Jonin? While she acknowledged Link's strength and would follow orders, the idea of calling a 10-year-old sensei felt wrong. She crossed her arms and watched him leave the room, her puffed-out cheeks betraying her frustration. Supervising Jonin. Gar's expression turned to one of confusion. A Jonin his size and younger than him? Training Ground 7, 30 minutes later. Alright, as your supervising Jonin, I'm giving you a simple test. Link said, facing the 3 hidden Sand Village shinobi. He produced 2 small bells from his pouch. Your task is to use any means necessary to take these bells from me. This feels amazing, Link thought, grinning inwardly. Being on the receiving end of such tests had been dreadful, administering one, however, was delightful. Any attack? Temari asked, gripping her fan eagerly. Yes, any attack. Link replied, his smile widening. Konkoro raised his hand. As this is a test, you won't attack us, right? I'll stand here without moving. Link promised, the grin on his face growing even brighter. In that case, I won't hold back. Konkoro said, cracking his knuckles and preparing to strike. But Gara interjected, the test has already begun, hasn't it? His cautious gaze fell on the countless shadows stretching across the ground. Correct. Link confirmed, tying the bells to his waist. The moment I mentioned the test, it began. Oh no. Konkoro followed Gara's gaze, noticing the spreading shadows. His scalp tingled as his mind raced. He can control this many shadows at once? Temari's smile became strained. If each shadow was as strong as Link in taijutsu, how were 3 ninjutsu specialists supposed to counter them? The shadows began rising from 2-dimensional forms into 3-dimensional figures. Temari's brief relief, thinking they wouldn't copy her techniques, quickly turned to horror when she realized they were exact replicas of Link. Oh no, not relief, terror. Sand shield. Gara immediately encased himself in a protective sphere of sand, leaving a sand eye to monitor the advancing shadows. Maybe we can, Temari began, but her hesitant words were cut off as the shadows moved. Too fast. Konkoro thought as multiple feet simultaneously connected with his body, knocking the air out of him. PFFT, he coughed violently, realizing that all his puppetry tactics and poison strategies had become useless. Temari fared even worse. Her powerful, seal-free wind techniques were no match for the relentless onslaught. Despite her attempts to fight back, she was overwhelmed by a coordinated assault. Knocked into the air, she was swiftly sent crashing back down, unable to muster any further resistance. It reminded her of her fight with Naruto during the Chunin exams, but Link's shadow clones were far more durable and precise than Naruto's chaotic attacks. As for Gara, his sand shield shattered almost instantly under the shadow's relentless assault. His defenses could only momentarily slow the barrage of punches and kicks. Within seconds, the seemingly untouchable Jinchuriki was helplessly suspended midair, pummeled from all directions. It was a brutal and one-sided defeat. Link watched with a cheerful smile as his shadows returned to him after about a minute. Taking his time, he walked over to his battered new team. Shadows are a god-tier technique for bullying the weak, Link thought. With dozens of clones at his disposal, even elite Jonin specializing in ninjutsu would struggle without a strong counterattack. In large numbers, his shadows could overwhelm nearly anyone who lacked sufficient power to instantly obliterate them. And as they inherited his physical prowess, they could handle most threats. I'm practically invincible now. Link mused, reveling in his own inflated sense of strength. Chapter 126, Link's career is booming. Ninja Academy, Room 20. When you little, Konkoro lay on the ground, looking defeated. He could tell the shadows had held back, but that only made it worse. Being toyed with so easily left a bitter taste. Temari lay against her giant fan, casting a resentful glance at Link. She didn't even have the strength to speak. Sure, ninja didn't play fair, but wasn't their line? Shouldn't a supervising Jonin show more restraint? Link stood before Gara, who was suspended by sand, and asked, why don't you let it out? The seal. Gara turned his face slightly, his expression calm despite being pummeled earlier. Hidden Leaf Village placed a new seal on me. He paused, then added, Shukaku hates you. I quite like Shukaku, though. Link replied with a smile. He gestured for his shadows to help the 3 up and set them by a nearby rock. Since I'm your supervising Jonin, we should establish a basic understanding of each other. He said. This little test was to show that none of you are particularly skilled in taijutsu. You were just beating us up. Temari couldn't help but retort. Link wagged a finger and smiled wider. No, no, no. This was a demonstration to teach you why you need to respect me as your instructor. So it really was just about beating us up. Kankuro grumbled inwardly. Gaara, however, listened intently and asked, what do you want us to do? First, I need to correct a little misunderstanding. Link said, leaning back on a rock brought over by a shadow. He stretched his legs leisurely. Call me Link-sensei. If not, I might consider giving you some special attention on a regular basis. Understood, Link-sensei. Kankuro replied obediently. Temari rolled her eyes at her brother but followed suit. Link-sensei. Lin. Link-sensei. Gaara stuttered, clearly unused to the title. Good. Link said, nodding. And remember, never disobey my orders. The three of them nodded in unison. By the way, Link asked casually, do you guys have money? Temari shrugged. I have some savings, but not much. As the daughter of the fourth Kazekage, she had been raised as a princess. But with their father's constant struggle to keep the village afloat, funds were tight. Most of her income came from low-ranking missions, and her expenses weren't small, especially in the harsh environment of the Land of Wind, where skincare wasn't cheap. None. Kankuro admitted honestly. As a puppeteer, his art was expensive. While other ninjas might only spend on basic tools or jutsu, puppeteers invested heavily in poisons, puppet crafting, and maintenance. Hidden Sand Village had fewer and fewer puppeteers for this exact reason. It was a rich man's game. Gaara stared at him with his clear, unblinking eyes as if asking, what's money? Temari explained, Gaara's expenses are entirely covered by the village. Even when he takes on missions, he doesn't get paid directly. Essentially, Hidden Sand Village didn't treat Gaara like a person, let alone a shinobi. As a Jinchuriki, he was a weapon, a high-risk one at that. Link's gaze shifted between them with a hint of disdain. Three broke losers. As your supervising Jonin, I'm willing to offer you special services. Link said after assessing the situation. I can provide you with a chance to meet deceased loved ones. The price? One unknown jutsu I haven't seen before, and you get 20 minutes. If you'd rather pay, it's 100,000 ryo per minute. Tell me who you want to see beforehand, and I'll summon them. Payment upon successful contact. Why bother doing dangerous missions when I can make money so easily? Link thought smugly. Temari hesitated. Could I see Baki-sensei for 1 minute? Right now. Link's smile grew even wider. Wait, Baki-sensei? Kankuro exclaimed, shocked. He hadn't known Baki had been summoned before, as those meetings were kept confidential. Gaara's expression didn't change much, but his gaze flickered. While memories of his late mother and uncle stirred in his mind, he didn't say anything. Temari pulled out a small scroll from her pouch, performed a summoning jutsu, and retrieved a black and gray wallet shaped like a weasel. She counted out 100,000 ryo and handed it to Link. 1 minute. She confirmed. Link accepted the money, quickly calculating the chakra cost. He formed a series of hand seals and slammed his palms together. A bewildered Baki appeared, immediately on guard. But upon seeing his three former students in front of him, albeit in various states of disarray, he turned to Link with a questioning look. What's going on? It's not a combat situation. Link said, slipping the money into his pouch. Your former students wanted to see you. He then stepped aside, leaving them to their reunion. While Baki exchanged information with his students, Link observed with amusement. Baki might be weak compared to Kakashi, but he has his uses. As the minute wound down, Link approached with a smile. Want to extend the time? I can give you a 20% discount. No need. Baki replied curtly before vanishing back to the Pure Land. Suit yourself. Link didn't pry. As a professional, he respected his client's privacy. Turning back to his three subordinates, he said, unless there's something else, we're done for the day. Meet me at the Hokage's building tomorrow morning. And with that, he pocketed his easy earnings, waved goodbye, and disappeared. Half a month later, Hidden Leaf Village, South Naka River Rock. Temari angrily smacked the river's surface with her trash picker, expressing her frustration. Link-sensei, are we really going to keep doing these low-level missions? She complained. I'm doing them with you, aren't I? Link replied lazily from a bench, simultaneously forming seals for a summoning jutsu. Calling all ninjas in the Pure Land. Now's your chance to return to the living world. While Temari fumed, Gaara sat quietly nearby, staring at the sky, lost in thought. A few minutes later, with the trash bags full, Temari stormed over. We're done. Great. Link said, standing up and letting his shadows handle the cleanup. As they approached the mission desk, an Anbu suddenly appeared. The Hokage requests your presence. The masked figure said. Looks like you'll finally get to leave the village. Link told his team, dismissing them with a wave before vanishing alongside the Anbu. Chapter 127, The Second S-Class Mission Land of Rivers, Daimyo's estate. Who goes there? The samurai guard shouted, drawing his sword as he carefully moved through the eerily silent courtyard. His nerves were taut, his every sense heightened. The intruder had to be a highly skilled ninja specializing in assassination. If not for his own heightened senses as a sensor-type samurai, he wouldn't have detected the faint chakra traces signaling an intruder. Could it be an assassin sent by the rebels? Or perhaps, his thoughts were cut short. A kunai silently pierced his throat. Before he could even collapse, the assailant caught his falling blade. Stumbling, the samurai tried to raise an alarm, but all it did was hasten his death. Within moments, he was lifeless. Another group of samurai rushed toward the scene, only to meet the same fate. Their throats were slit by assassins lurking in the shadows, and their lifeless bodies crumpled silently to the ground. Under the dim moonlight, the faint outline of standard-issue Hidden Leaf Village Anbu gear could be seen on the attackers. The assassins moved seamlessly, eliminating the first waves of guards who responded to the initial disturbance. With their throats slit and their brains destroyed to prevent any potential survival, the assassins swiftly infiltrated deeper into the daimyo's quarters. You're cornered. A ninja from the Land of Rivers, tasked with guarding the daimyo, pressed a kunai to one assassin's neck. With sharp eyes, he glanced at the two others flanking him. Does Hidden Leaf Village intend to break its alliance with the Land of Rivers? What are you? Two ink-black tigers leaped from the shadows, tearing the guard's throat. Poof! The guard's body dissolved into a straw dummy, a substitution jutsu. But before he could escape, a long, inky serpent coiled around his body from the eaves. It tightened mercilessly, crushing him. As he suffocated, the serpent snapped his neck. The assassin skillfully severed his head, sealing it into a scroll before moving forward. Within moments, they reached the daimyo's sleeping quarters. A muffled scream rang out briefly before silence fell once again. The clouds covered the already dim moon, and the faint candlelight from within the room flickered out. Through the paper doors, the silhouette of an assassin could be seen, calmly marking something in a notebook before disappearing into the darkness. And then, complete silence. A week after the assassination of the Land of Rivers daimyo and several high-ranking officials, rebel forces have captured over one-third of the country's territory. Link put down the newspaper, frowning slightly. He turned to the man across from him and asked, "If we enter the Land of Rivers now, we'll be dealing with more than just rebels, won't we?" The man across from him, the son of the Land of Rivers daimyo, knelt on the tatami mat. Bowing deeply until his forehead nearly touched the ground, he said solemnly, "Regardless, I must return for the sake of my country and my people. I entrust my life to you." Link raised an eyebrow. "For the sake of your country and people?" This man was the very picture of privilege, a glutton and gambler who had spent his days idling in Tensaku town while his country fell apart. Now, with his family slaughtered and his homeland in chaos, he had suddenly decided to stake his life on reclaiming his position as daimyo. Still, the man had arrived in Hidden Leaf Village under legitimate treaty terms and commissioned a high-stakes S-rank mission directly from the third Hokage. As much as Link disliked it, he didn't have the option to refuse. "All right," Link said, his tone flat. "We leave tomorrow?" "Yes, as soon as possible." The daimyo's son confirmed, bowing again. "Thank you for your assistance." Despite his vices, the man was at least polite, a skill perhaps ingrained in the noble class. "I'll excuse myself, then. I'll return tomorrow with my team to escort you," Link said, using a slightly more formal tone. After all, the man was a paying client, and at 1,000,000 ryo, he was certainly worth a bit of courtesy. As the daimyo's son gave him a warm, practiced smile, Link left the room. Outside, he exchanged a glance with the 3 samurai guards stationed at the door before vanishing into the night. Wealthy nobles really are something else. Link glanced back at the luxurious house. Even in a minor nation like the Land of Rivers, the daimyo's son could afford to live lavishly in exile, purchase property in Hidden Leaf Village, and pay a fortune for a high-ranking mission. But the Land of Rivers' current state? His brows furrowed. The country was in dire straits. The news he'd read earlier was already 2 days old. In addition to the rebels, various factions and opportunists were undoubtedly converging on the chaos. Given the Land of Rivers' proximity to several nations, it was a prime target. Unlike the arid and resource-scarce Land of Wind, the Land of Rivers was fertile and abundant. Even in its most chaotic moments, some semblance of government had maintained order. Now, with the political center destroyed and rebels advancing unopposed, it had become a tempting prize. The Land of Wind was too weak to intervene, and the Land of Rain was embroiled in its own turmoil. By process of elimination, the Land of Fire stood to gain the most from the Land of Rivers' instability. Of course, it could also be the work of rogue groups or individuals. In the ninja world, small nations like the Land of Rivers were constantly at risk of destruction. Powerful individuals like Sasori or Orochimaru could single-handedly decimate entire countries. But if the Land of Fire had orchestrated the daimyo's assassination, why would Hidden Leaf Village accept this mission? An S-rank mission. I seem to have a knack for getting entangled with the Land of Rivers. Link shook his head and used a body flicker to return home. Tomorrow's mission would undoubtedly involve combat. As an S-rank assignment, it wasn't one to take lightly. Chapter 128, The State of the Land of Rivers. 3 days later, Land of Rivers border. The carriage trundled along at an unhurried pace, accompanied by 3 armored samurai. Link stood on the edge of the carriage, leaning against the rear of the vehicle. He wore Hidden Leaf Village's signature green flak jacket and a neatly positioned forehead protector. Since we left Tensaku Town, someone's been tailing us, Gar said abruptly, walking beside the carriage. His tone was calm but purposeful. Shall I eliminate them? No. Link replied, shaking his head. Let them follow for now. We'll deal with them all at once later. Due to the chaos in the Land of Rivers and the nature of this mission, the daimyo's son had struggled to find willing attendants for the journey into the war-torn territory. Only 3 loyal samurai had accompanied him, making the group look modest and unassuming. The group's smaller size minimized their visibility. 1 carriage, 7 guards, and the daimyo's son remained concealed inside. Even with the relatively well-maintained roads of the Land of Fire, the path was rugged and riddled with potholes. The carriage creaked and swayed, unable to gain much speed. Still, the roads here were functional, bordered by forests and wilderness. Occasionally, they encountered other travelers, such as carts carrying goods or refugees fleeing the turmoil in the Land of Rivers. After about 30 minutes, the carriage approached Kikyo Castle. Once a critical defensive structure during the wars between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village, the castle was now abandoned, left as a relic of a bygone era of conflict. Like Dansaku Castle, it had been rendered obsolete in times of peace. The castle's current use was limited to hosting Anbu patrols, ensuring that the area remained secure. At around 10 in the morning, the group passed the castle without stopping and soon crossed into the Land of Rivers. The terrain beyond the border was much the same, dense forests, rivers, and rolling hills. Is no one patrolling the border? Link frowned. Borders in smaller nations were often fluid, especially those bordering major powers. While infiltration might be difficult to prevent, symbolic defenses were necessary to deter direct invasions. The absence of such defenses suggested the nation's precarious state. After traversing a stretch of forest, they approached a canyon. Beyond it lay the nearest city on the border. Many people are approaching, Gar said calmly, one hand covering his eye as he surveyed the distance. An ambush in the canyon? Link wasn't surprised. I'll leave it to you. Can you handle it? Yes. Gara replied, vanishing in a swirl of sand. The 3 samurai tensed, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Minutes later, as the carriage swayed through the canyon, Gara returned, unharmed. Whatever their intentions were, those who targeted the client had paid the ultimate price. Link gave Gara a nod of approval. Even without Shukaku, Gara was undeniably formidable. His skill in ninjutsu and hand signs placed him at a special Jonin level, and his immense chakra reserves only bolstered his potential. His narrow specialization was his main drawback, but it was clear he had grown significantly. By midday, the group reached a small town. Crackling. From a distance, they saw smoke rising from damaged buildings. No civilians were in sight. While wars between ninjas often spared the lower classes, internal conflicts like this one were devastating for commoners. Bandits, rogue samurai, and criminals preyed on the weak without restraint. By contrast, high-level ninja tended to ignore civilians, focusing their violence on other shinobi. After consulting with the daimyo's son, Link decided to bypass the town. Given its desolation, it was unlikely they would find officials or accommodations. Skirting the area, they came across a field where corpses, clothing, and debris were burning in a large bonfire. The acrid stench of burning flesh and plastic filled the air. 2 monks sat cross-legged near the fire, hands clasped in prayer, reciting sutras. Judging by their attire, they were ninja monks from the Land of Fire, likely assisting with the cleanup. Link made brief eye contact with one of the monks and nodded respectfully before leading the group around the perimeter of the clearing. The 3 samurai accompanying the group seemed visibly shaken. Their expressions were somber, reflecting their dismay at the state of their homeland. Urged on by the daimyo's son, the group quickened their pace. Yet, as night fell, they still hadn't reached the next town and were forced to camp in the forest. The samurai, exhausted after walking in armor all day, were in no condition to continue through the night. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, at a secluded building. Is Orochimaru too afraid to face me himself? Denzo's tone was cold and biting. With newfound political support and funding, he had begun reclaiming the aura of the darkness of the shinobi world. Kabuto removed his hood and tossed a scroll onto the table. It's been a while, Lord Denzo. He said, his voice measured. So it's you. Denzo's lips curled into a smile. I didn't expect you to be one of Orochimaru's people. The root operatives beside him retrieved the scroll and stepped back. Denzo's eyes glinted with malice. Kabuto had once been a sharp blade under his command, privy to countless secrets that could harm Hidden Leaf Village. As his gaze darkened, more root operatives emerged from the shadows, silently encircling Kabuto and the cloaked figure behind him. As per our agreement, Kabuto seemed oblivious to the threat, continuing, will you uphold your end of the bargain and provide the information on Link? Denzo's expression remained unchanged, though he hesitated to give the order to attack. Orochimaru's insights into curse marks were too tempting to dismiss lightly. Would it be worth breaking this fragile alliance for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village? Chapter 129, Denzo's Request. A long silence amidst the tense and oppressive atmosphere. Denzo Shimura finally raised his hand and tossed a scroll toward Kabuto. Next time, I want to see a successful curse mark experiment. His internal justification was, once I acquire the secrets of the curse mark, I'll become stronger, and Root will grow even more powerful. It'll be easier to deal with traitors later. Yet, he ignored the possibility that Kabuto might have already leaked secrets, or might do so during this delay. Lord Denzo, you haven't changed at all. No problem. Kabuto said with a smile. Then, Lord Denzo, may our cooperation be fruitful. Successful curse mark experiments were plentiful. Giving Denzo the curse mark didn't matter, Orochimaru's team was already developing something even more advanced. In time, the curse mark, an incomplete version of Sage Mode, would become obsolete. To show our sincerity, Kabuto gestured to the hooded figure behind him. The figure stepped forward, removed their hood, and revealed Kimimauro's face. This is an experiment who survived the curse mark trials but lost their powers. Kabuto explained smoothly. Lying came as naturally to him as breathing. He didn't gain strength but instead lost his Kekkai Genkai, Shikatsu Yaku. However, he did acquire powerful regenerative abilities. Shikatsu Yaku? Isn't that the Kaguya clan's? Denzo's expression didn't change, but his mind was racing with excitement. One opportunity after another seemed to fall into his lap. Support from the daimyo, a path to becoming Hokage, leading Hidden Leaf Village to dominate the world, victory felt within reach. This is my show of sincerity. Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses. Are you satisfied, Lord Denzo? Kimimaro, step forward. Denzo commanded. Without hesitation, Kimimaro walked forward, expressionless. Root operatives stopped him for a body search before leading him away. Denzo maintained his calm demeanor. Then the next trade will take place in the Land of Rivers. I hear Orochimaru has a base there as well. No problem. Kabuto replied easily. Coincidentally, the next phase of Orochimaru's experiments was also slated for the Land of Rivers. War meant profit and abundant test subjects, and in recent years, the Land of Rivers had become the most chaotic place in the ninja world. Denzo gave Kabuto a long, calculating look, then waved his subordinates away. Kabuto activated a reverse summoning jutsu and vanished into the shadows. Nighttime, in the forest a wolf howled in the distance, its cry long and eerie. A samurai leaning against the carriage with his blade in hand tensed and glanced into the dark forest, letting out a silent sigh. His family still lived in the Land of Rivers, and he couldn't help but worry about their fate. Temari, lying on her fan, idly poked at the campfire with a stick. Beside her, Kankuro was busy maintaining his puppets. Gaara, lying nearby, slept soundly with a relaxed smile on his face. Since Hidden Leaf Village had resealed Shukaku, Gaara had lost access to the tailed beast's power but had gained a semblance of normalcy. Aside from missions and meals, he spent most of his time sleeping, as if trying to make up for a lifetime of insomnia. Having dealt with an unknown group of enemies earlier in the day, he was allowed to rest undisturbed that night. Link sat on a tree branch, leaning against the trunk as he gazed at the full moon. Sleep tugged at his eyelids, but he remained vigilant. In the dimly lit forest, his shadows were the perfect sentinels. Over 100 of them blanketed the area, ensuring that no one could sneak up unnoticed. His eyes snapped open, and he vanished in an instant. The branch swayed slightly. Temari and Kankuro immediately readied for battle, while Gaara slowly opened his eyes. With a soft rustle, Link reappeared about 50 meters from the campsite. 4 Anbu operatives surrounded by shadows were immobilized before him. Password. Link demanded coldly. In a world of skilled assassins and infiltrators, trusting anyone in Anbu attire without verification was a fool's errand. The operatives quickly provided the correct passcode. Satisfied, the shadows receded into the darkness. What's your business? Link asked, his tone still cautious. As a special Jonin, he had the authority to question them. After all, even a special Jonin like Anko Mitarashi could command Anbu squads on certain missions. The lead operative, wearing a monkey mask, handed him a scroll. "Lord Link, please review this." A shadow caught the scroll mid-air and unfurled it. Link's eyes scanned the encoded message, quickly deciphering it. It was written in the standard Hidden Lee Village encryption used by Jonin and Anbu. Over time, such codes were updated by the Intelligence Division and taught to all Jonin. While Link spent much of his time training, he had dutifully learned the protocols, codes, and emergency signals required for his rank. After reading the scroll, Link looked up, expressionless. "You're from Root?" The scroll was straightforward, written by Denzo Shimura. It requested that Link hand over the daimyo's son to the Anbu present, promising that the mission would be marked as completed through his channels. The wording was uncharacteristically polite, almost deferential, framing the request as a favor rather than an order. For someone as arrogant as Denzo, the humility was striking. Still, the subtext hinted at Denzo's involvement in the Land of Rivers chaos. In revealing this to Link, was Denzo inviting him to join in further destabilizing the region? The forest fell silent. "Yes." The monkey-masked operative confirmed, bowing slightly. "The third Hokage likely doesn't know about this. If Root can affect mission outcomes, at least one of the village elders, if not both, must be complicit." Link's mind raced. The mission to escort the daimyo's son couldn't have been intended to fail. The third likely still valued the alliance with the Land of Rivers. Is there a deeper political calculation at play here? "Goodbye," Link said abruptly, crushing the forged scroll into dust with Earth-style chakra. The real scroll vanished into his scroll pouch, hidden by the shadows. "You may leave." The Root operatives made no argument, silently bowing before disappearing into the night. Shadows trailed them until they were well out of sight. Link turned back toward the camp, his expression unreadable. Denzo's schemes would have to wait. Chapter 130, Intelligence Gathering. "Hey, kid, stop running." A chubby man wearing an apron and a chef's hat chased a dirty-faced boy down the street, brandishing a kitchen knife. "Get lost." The boy, holding a drumstick, shouted through mouthfuls of food as he ravenously devoured it. His greasy hands made passers-by recoil in disgust. "Watch out." The boy ran blindly and nearly collided with a horse, but he was yanked back by a firm grip. Startled and still chewing on his drumstick, the boy looked up to see a man, or rather, someone painted with face paint and carrying strange gear, with a ninja forehead protector tied neatly across his brow. Relieved he didn't end up trampled by the horse, the boy offered the drumstick in his oily hands and mumbled, "Thank you, kind ninja, ha. Ha." The chef, now doubled over, rested his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. Though he stopped chasing the boy, he glared daggers at him, waiting for the ninja to discipline the young troublemaker before stepping in himself. The painted man stared at the boy for a few seconds, then tossed him onto the ground. "Don't block the road," he said curtly. "Yes, sir, yes, sir." The boy nodded quickly, his gaze darting between the ninja and the chef who looked ready to pounce. His body tensed, prepared to run at any moment. "Wait a minute." A sturdy-looking boy, slightly shorter than him, jumped down from the nearby carriage. He held out a crisp 100 bill and said, "I have a question for you. If you answer it, this money is yours." The boy hesitated, scanning the younger ninja. Then, with a forced smile, he agreed, "Anything you want to know, ninja. I've noticed there aren't many homeless people or stray kids around here. Why is that?" The ninja's voice was soft and polite, his smile unassuming. This guy looks pretty naive, thought the boy. He wasn't swayed by the friendly demeanor. Having survived in war zones, he trusted no one. Still, mindful of the ninja's status, he resisted the urge to snatch the money outright. "Ah, that's easy," he replied, a mocking smile creeping across his face. Someone came through, offering free food and shelter, plus payment and training opportunities. Everyone followed them like idiots. What fools! There's no such thing as a free lunch. Before the war, his family had been wealthy, and he'd heard enough about human experiments and cult-like sacrifices to know better than to fall for such traps. "Oh?" The ninja's tone rose slightly, and he placed the bill into the boy's greasy hand. "Thank you," he said graciously. Holding the money, the boy felt a flicker of emotion. Respect was a feeling he hadn't experienced in ages. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "I know where they're gathering people. For 1,000 ryo, I'll take you there." "All right," the boy replied with a polite smile. "Take me there after we settle in at the inn. I'll pay you then." "Deal." The boy nodded eagerly. He ran back toward the chef, handing over the 100 ryo with a cheeky grin. "Here's for the drumstick. I'll spend the rest at your place later." The chef glanced toward the ninja carriage and reluctantly took the money, silently letting the boy go as he ran after the departing carriage. "Why are you so concerned about the missing homeless people?" Temari asked casually, trying to start a conversation. Sounds like something a certain someone's underlings would do. Link replied, glancing at the boy chasing behind them. I'm going to check it out. There were plenty of groups and individuals who could pull off such schemes. But if it turned out to be Orochimaru's subordinates, that would mean a nearby base. It would be a chance to exact some revenge. If he had the freedom to roam like Jiraiya, he'd dismantle every one of Orochimaru's snake dens and carry out assassinations in the Hidden Sound village just for fun. Orochimaru wouldn't get away unscathed after messing with him. Though Orochimaru might still be stronger overall, Link was confident in his ability to escape if needed. He could even summon Fugaku Uchiha to fight. With Fugaku's 3 Tomoe Sharingan, paired with Link's shadow clones and brute force tactics, they could handle Orochimaru in a direct fight, provided Edo Tensei didn't come into play. Turning to his team, Link said, "We're about to enter a conflict zone. You and the client can rest here while I investigate. We'll head out tomorrow." That evening, they reached an inn where they could rest. The daimyo's son dismounted, weary and disheveled after days on the road. Despite the discomfort, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, exchanging pleasantries with his protectors before retreating to his room. Link left his clones to guard the inn and followed the boy to the edge of town. The boy led him to a rundown house. Whispering, he said, "This is the place. A friend of mine was taken here before being sent off. I saw people lurking around yesterday." "Got it. Wait here," Link replied. The boy hesitated but nodded. Link entered the house as his shadows spread out, searching for signs of danger. Moments later, a shadow dragged a man to his knees. He has chakra. A ninja from the Hidden Sound village, Link thought, sensing the man's earlier struggle against his shadows. Without hesitation, Link cast demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. The man screamed in terror, failing to break the Ganjutsu. Under its influence, his mental defenses crumbled, and he confessed bit by bit, he was a Hidden Sound village ninja tasked with recruiting experimental subjects. The nearest base was about 20 kilometers away. 3 comrades were still out recruiting. Link knocked the man unconscious and invited the boy inside, both as a precaution and to keep him under watch. His next move, eliminate the remaining Hidden Sound village ninjas in town and investigate Orochimaru's base. Chapter 131, Infiltration. Ninja-sama, when can I leave? The boy, despite his dirty clothes, sat across from Link with an air of politeness, almost giving off the impression of a well-mannered upbringing. Did you come from the war zone? Link asked. Why yes. The boy replied, lowering his head. Link slid 1,000 ryo across the table. Tell me about what you've seen. The boy clutched the money and slowly began recounting his experiences. In the chaos of the battlefield, distinguishing between ally and foe was nearly impossible. Ninja, with their exceptional stealth and deception skills, could easily infiltrate or manipulate situations. The response? A merciless policy, attack anyone not clearly on your side. Not just ninja from the Land of Rivers, but also from the Land of Rain, Hidden Sand Village, and even Hidden Leaf Village, along with numerous rogue ninja, were all active on the battlefield. In addition, wandering Ronin scavenged the war zones, often engaging in atrocities beyond simple killing. Death had become a mundane reality. In short, even if the war stopped, the scars it left behind would remain unhealed. The peace of the great nations is built on the sacrifices of smaller ones. Link recalled Nagato's words from the manga. Although the context was different, the sentiment was similar. Maintaining powerful ninja villages required constant resources, and simply controlling a single revenue source, like Hidden Sand Village's gold dust, wasn't enough to sustain them. Ninja were this world's soldiers, and ninja villages were military organizations. While low-level missions seemed harmless enough, high-level rank and S-rank missions often revolved around warfare, espionage, and assassination, far beyond just protecting nobles. One of the primary descriptions for A-rank missions was participating in wars requested by other nations. Other key tasks included protecting VIPs or eliminating enemy ninja squads. Even a civil war could generate enormous demand for ninja services. Demand was what justified the existence of ninja villages. In that sense, Denzo's actions, whether inciting wars or pursuing other hidden agendas, aligned with the cold, pragmatic logic underpinning the survival of all ninja villages. You can go. Link said finally, his voice calm. He didn't try to argue or sympathize. He simply saw the world more clearly now. He wasn't like Jiraiya, an idealist chasing peace, nor Nagato, a realist relying on destructive power to create short-lived calm. And he certainly wasn't Naruto, who acted instinctively, admitting he didn't know how but still pushing forward. He was an observer. While they spoke, Link's shadows had already dealt with the 3 returning Hidden Sound Village ninja outside. As the boy fled with the money clutched tightly in his hands, Link began interrogating the captured ninja with Ganjutsu, extracting similar information from all 3. Once done, He swiftly eliminated them and used Earth-style to bury their bodies before silently leaving the scene. The rattling of a cell door code as an unconscious experimental subject was tossed into a dimly lit cell. Kabuto Yakushi locked the door and returned to his notebook, jotting down notes meticulously. Experiments involving Orochimaru's original specimen at the northern base had yielded significant progress. Early test subjects implanted with both curse marks and tissue from the original had begun surviving the procedures. The curse marks seemed to stabilize the natural energy drawn to the tissue. However, even with this balance, they lost their original powers, as seen with Kimimauro's failed use of the Shikatsu-myaku, dead bone pulse. The issue lay in the fundamental incompatibility between chakra and the foreign natural energy introduced by the experiments. This was a shocking revelation. Chakra, the foundation of all ninja techniques, seemed to hinder the absorption and use of natural energy in these experiments. Orochimaru proposed a new approach, completely abandon chakra control and focus on implanting curse marks and tissue into ordinary, non-chakra using individuals. An intriguing theory, Kabuto thought, his pen pausing mid-note. Suddenly, he turned toward the sound of footsteps echoing down the hallway. Link-kun, it's been a while. Kabuto's voice remained calm, though his eyes darted warily toward the shadows that surrounded him. So many shadow clones. He's grown even stronger. Lord Orochimaru's interest in him was well-founded, Kabuto mused, feeling a rare sense of unease. Ah, it's you. Link said, standing at a safe distance with his summoned, Fugaku Uchiha, guarding his flank. Is Orochimaru not here? Kabuto pushed his glasses up, his calm voice tinged with sarcasm. Are you here because of the tricked experimental subjects? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but Lord Orochimaru doesn't use deceitful methods. He paused, a small smirk forming. And I personally despise coercion. Is that so? Link's tone remained neutral as Fugaku stepped forward, his three Tomoe Sharingan gleaming ominously in the dim light. Kabuto froze. The narrow corridor, the overwhelming number of shadows, and the addition of a Sharingan-wielding opponent made escape seem impossible. Well. Kabuto raised his hands in mock surrender, a hollow smile on his face. I know a great many things, Link-kun. Perhaps we can strike a deal? Let me go, and I'll share my knowledge. He's grown far stronger. Maybe, just maybe, he might even be able to kill Lord Orochimaru someday, Kabuto thought. But for now, he had no choice but to stall for his life. Chapter 132, Induction. Not going to struggle a bit? Link asked with a smile as he formed a series of hand seals, directly severing the target's shadow and applying the 5 elements seal. His hand shot forward to place the seal. This seal. Kabuto Yakushi felt a wave of weakness as his energy was drained. Glancing at the hand held by the shadow, he gave a helpless smile. If that seal landed on him, even someone like him would have no choice but to surrender. He knew the effects of the 5 elements seal all too well. For someone like him who relied heavily on chakra control for medical ninjutsu, the seal would completely incapacitate him. In other words, once sealed, he would lose all ability to resist. Apologies, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto thought, though his expression remained calm. His feelings toward Orochimaru were complex. Kabuto knew he was being used, but it was through this use that he found purpose in his otherwise aimless life, to serve as the subordinate of the infamous rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Will you kill me, Link-kun? Kabuto wondered, watching as the shadows approached. His face remained emotionless, showing neither sadness nor fear. As the 5 elements seal was completed, Link let out a small sigh of relief. Without the ability to form hand seals, Kabuto would be unable to perform most traditional ninjutsu, especially the Ganjutsu Link found most troublesome. Even if Kabuto could enhance his body with chakra or use medical ninjutsu, Link was confident he could handle it. Now, tell me why Orochimaru sent you here. Link demanded, withdrawing his hand from his shadow clone and forming another to ensure he remained cautious. Kabuto obediently replied, to conduct experiments and prepare for Lord Orochimaru's arrival. Link glanced at the unconscious experimental subjects in the cells. Orochimaru is coming here? Yes. Kabuto confirmed. Lord Orochimaru highly values these experiments. The chaos in the land of rivers provides an ideal environment for obtaining test subjects. And there's a meeting with Lord Denzo scheduled for next month. Denzo. Link's expression darkened. Denzo seemed to be meddling everywhere, spreading his influence like a disease. While Link had only been contemplating how to deal with him, it seemed Denzo had already been trading Link's information as a commodity. What has Denzo gained from this? Link pressed. Kabuto's eyes flickered with understanding. He realized that Link was unaware of certain truths about his own abilities. Steering the conversation away from Orochimaru's experiments, Kabuto began to divulge details about Denzo's cooperation with Orochimaru. Their partnership dated back to before the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan. Orochimaru, seeking to kill the third Hokage, had aligned with the disgraced Denzo, who was desperate to regain influence after his root faction was officially disbanded. The collaboration revolved around Link. From investigating the history of Link's parents to tracking his personal experiences and even attempting to obtain his genetic material, Denzo and Orochimaru had maintained a close working relationship. Hearing this, Link's expression remained calm, though internally, he had already sentenced Denzo to death. The old man had crossed a line. While Link had merely considered taking action against him, Denzo had been using Link's information to barter with others for years. What exactly did Denzo receive in return? Curse marks. Kabuto admitted without hesitation. This revelation made Link frown. With his existing arsenal of techniques, Izanagi, Kodo Umatsukami, and wood style, Denzo was already a formidable foe. If he now possessed an incomplete version of Sage Mode, it would make him even harder to deal with. Link gestured to his summoned spirit, Fugaku Uchiha, and ordered him to bind Kabuto. Capturing Kabuto alive meant he could be handed over to Hidden Leaf Village's interrogation unit. The Yamanaka clan, renowned for their mental manipulation techniques, could extract every secret from Kabuto, potentially uncovering irrefutable evidence of Denzo's treachery. Even if it didn't lead to Denzo's outright downfall, it would weaken him and force him back into hiding. Hidden Stones Village, Sushi Kage's office. Interesting. The third Sushi Kage, Onoki, closed a report from spies stationed in the Land of Rivers and chuckled. Denzo, it seemed, had resurfaced, aiding the rebel forces in the Land of Rivers. But what no one had anticipated was that the rebel leader wasn't a puppet but an ambitious figure seeking independence from all external control. This leader had sent information about Denzo's involvement to Hidden Stones Village, hoping to secure an alliance against the Land of Fire. However, with the Land of Rain and its internal conflicts lying between Hidden Stones Village and the Land of Rivers, direct intervention was impractical. Even if Hidden Stones Village supported the rebels, the potential benefits would be minimal. Instead, the rebel leader's proposal, claiming they would establish a new state called the Hidden Valleys Village and seek friendly relations with Hidden Stones Village, was clearly a veiled threat. They're likely making similar overtures to other nations, Onoki thought. While no one wanted the Land of Fire to expand its influence further, helping the rebels was unnecessary. Notify the Akatsuki to handle the situation. Onoki ordered his village's Black Ops division. Eliminate the rebels in the Land of Rivers. While Hidden Stones Village couldn't act openly, they also wouldn't allow the Land of Fire to profit. Hiring the Akatsuki, a mercenary organization already active in the region, would ensure the conflict continued to destabilize the area. As the Anbu agents left, Onoki turned his attention to the next document on his desk. Chapter 133, Village Support. All encoded, take it back to the cryptography unit for decryption, said Link as he scanned the messy experimental notes and the rows of computers in the base. The computers, 4 of them aligned side by side, displayed data and characters he couldn't decipher. In the Naruto world, there were no standardized computer systems. The Forest of Death Tower's computers and Orochimaru's lab computers likely used custom-made systems, understood only by Orochimaru or Kabuto. Using the simplest method, Link instructed Fugaku Uchiha to seal all potentially useful items and data into scrolls for later decryption by Hidden Leaf Village's cryptography experts. I'm not a lone wolf, Link thought. If I can't figure something out, I'll leave it to the village experts. Asking Kabuto for clarification wasn't an option either. Whatever came out of his mouth was likely riddled with lies and misdirection. Link wasn't sure how much truth existed in the information Kabuto had already provided. A spy raised from childhood to lie could never be entirely trusted. Unlike Sasuke Uchiha, Kabuto's struggles couldn't be resolved through emotional bonds. His void stemmed from a lack of identity, and his resentment toward Hidden Leaf Village fueled his loyalty to Orochimaru, born of admiration and manipulation. Even with Edo Tensei at his disposal, Kabuto hadn't attempted to bring back Nano Yakushi, the one connection that might resolve his inner turmoil. This demonstrated how deep his void ran. Intellectuals like Kabuto often became trapped in their own obsessions. For Link, it didn't matter. As long as Denzo bore the blame for all this chaos, he was satisfied. Taking advantage of the remaining time on his Rashomon summoning, Link directed Baki to open the cells and release the experimental subjects. Link carefully observed Kabuto's reaction as the experimental data and subjects were freed, but Kabuto showed no visible emotion. Perhaps he truly feels indifferent, Link thought. Or perhaps he's just too skilled at hiding his thoughts. Thank you, Uncle Fugaku, Link said earnestly. Unlike those he summoned purely for utility, Fugaku had voluntarily came to protect him, acting as an invaluable shield. Fugaku smiled, nodding. Orochimaru is a dangerous monster. Be cautious. If anything happens, summon me immediately. Fugaku's Sharingan lingered on Kabuto for a moment before he deactivated it, looking slightly fatigued. He had, after all, single-handedly dealt with all the base's guards. I've left a Sharingan-based Ganjutsu in his mind. It will activate if he attempts to escape. When it does, don't hold back. To Fugaku, Link was a kind-hearted and pure child, a shining light who had even brought warmth to Sasuke. As an elder, Fugaku was determined to protect him at all costs. Link nodded, watching as Fugaku was pulled back into the Rashomon by an unseen, spectral hand. What are these hands from the Rashomon? Link wondered. There seems to be no limit to their reach, and even the summoned spirits can't resist them. Turning to Kabuto, Link said, "Let's go. Don't try anything, or I'll kill you on the spot." Carrying a scroll larger than himself, Link followed Kabuto, ensuring the shadows kept a tight grip on him. He didn't kill Kabuto for one simple reason: experienced ninja often had methods to protect the secrets in their minds. Capturing them alive provided the best chance of extracting information. Killing them and taking their brains was a less effective but still viable alternative. Returning to the inn late at night, Link sent a signal to Hidden Leaf Village for reinforcements. Capturing a rogue ninja like Kabuto and discovering Orochimaru's base warranted immediate backup. I'm not a lone operator, Link thought. With the village's support, why should I shoulder everything alone? Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. What do you know about the situation in the Land of Rivers? The third Hokage addressed his two advisors with a calm yet weary expression. While his reputation and the strength he displayed during the Chunin exams kept him secure in his position, it was clear that both the village and the Land of Fire's leadership were brewing dangerous ideas. The situation in the Land of Rivers mirrored the tragedy of the Land of Woods. Back then, Denzo had incited war in a small nation, spilling innocent blood to secure resources for Hidden Leaf Village. The hatred born from that conflict still lingered, with survivors of the Prajna group seeking revenge against Hidden Leaf Village as leadership. I will keep an eye on Denzo, Mitakato Hamura offered. His words implied that while the advisors were aware of and had tacitly approved Denzo's actions, they did not endorse his ambitions for greater power. There will always be a need for a scapegoat, Koharu Utatane added. She didn't challenge the Hokage's authority but pointed out a flaw in his decision-making. You shouldn't have assigned that mission to Link. Denzo is determined to sway him, and there's the matter of Shukaku's Jinchuriki. Hamura interjected, we met with the new daimyo. He supports either Jiraiya or Tsunade as the next Hokage. In return, we've agreed not to interfere further in the Land of Rivers. The third Hokage remained silent. 2 years, he thought, recalling his agreement with Jiraiya. Despite his desire to take a firmer stance, events were slipping further out of his control. Chapter 134, Land of Rivers, Destruction. 3 days later, afternoon, Land of Rivers. A convoy escorting the son of the daimyo of the Land of Rivers was traveling along a dusty road. What in the world is that thing? One of the armored samurai glanced uneasily at the dark figure trailing the carriage. It wasn't just dark-skinned like the people of the Land of Lightning, whom he'd seen before, it was pitch black, its eyes, nose, and mouth indistinguishable. It looked less human and more like a living shadow. The samurai shuddered, unable to shake the eerie feeling, but he quickly turned his attention forward when the boy with the dark circles under his eyes whispered, "Someone's approaching." The convoy came to a halt, and the guards raised their weapons. Whoosh! 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 More than 20 masked shinobi surrounded the carriage but did not immediately attack. Their leader removed his mask, revealing a middle-aged face. It was a ninja from the Land of Rivers. The samurai lowered their swords, signaling the situation was safe to the Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village shinobi. One of the guards entered the carriage to confer with the daimyo's son. Link, standing atop the carriage, silently observed. Something felt off. If these ninjas had came to escort the daimyo's son, why had they waited until now? The convoy had been traveling through the Land of Rivers for weeks. They should have shown up much earlier. The daimyo's son emerged from the carriage, smiling warmly, and invited the leader of the shinobi inside for a private conversation. It was clear he didn't want outsiders overhearing their discussion. Recognizing the implied request, Link stepped back, motioning for his team to distance themselves from the carriage as well. Bang! Crack! Within moments, a burst of force tore the carriage apart. The middle-aged ninja who had entered was sent flying out, crashing into the dirt. Inside the wrecked carriage, the daimyo's son huddled in a corner, 2 shadow figures flanking him protectively. Are they here to assassinate him? Kidnap him? Or perhaps this is an attempt by the rebels to negotiate surrender? Link pondered. He didn't intervene yet. His shadows had already infiltrated beneath the attackers' feet. Ending the battle would take only a single command. Not to brag, Link thought, but even if there were 200 of them, a small nation's ninjas wouldn't stand a chance. The middle-aged ninja spat blood as 2 comrades helped him up. His eyes, full of hatred, locked onto Link, or rather, the Hidden Leaf Village headband he wore. Despite their leader's defeat, the other river ninjas didn't hesitate. They charged forward, determined and unrelenting. Thud. 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 In unison, 26 bodies hit the ground. Shadows erupted from beneath their feet, pinning them all down. A few tried to use substitution jutsu to escape but failed. Their physical capabilities were far below Link's shadow clones, modeled after a special Jonin. The youngest samurai gulped audibly, the sound unnervingly loud in the quiet clearing. Link walked forward, surveying the furious faces of the pin ninjas. In a calm voice, he said, "Now, can we have a proper discussion about why the weak choose to fight?" Kakashi level cool, Kankuro thought, resisting the urge to whistle. He made a mental note to use that line in the future. How charismatic, thought Temari, her eyes practically sparkling as she admired Link's composed demeanor. As a kunoichi raised in the harsh conditions of Hidden Sand Village, she deeply respected strength, intelligence, and elegance, all traits Link seemed to embody. The middle-aged ninja coughed and snarled, "Just kill us already, you Hidden Leaf Village lapdog." Smiling faintly, Link glanced at the daimyo's son. As a bodyguard, it wasn't his place to act without his client's consent. The daimyo's son, shaken but recovering, stepped forward. Expressing gratitude with his eyes, he asked the ninja leader loudly, "If you want my life, just tell me why. I'll give it to you willingly." "Your Highness." A samurai protested, hesitating to intervene. The middle-aged ninja closed his eyes in pain, then opened them, his voice heavy with despair. "Your Highness, the Land of Rivers is finished. The capital fell 3 days ago." The daimyo's son paled as if struck by lightning. "That's impossible. How could the rebels breach the northern defenses of, we surrendered?" The ninja's bitter words cut him off. At the border of the Land of Rivers whoosh. A man with golden hair, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, landed gracefully. He wore a ring inscribed with the kanji for blue. Beside him, a hunched figure seemed to cling to the ground like a shadow. "Say sorry," the golden-haired man said, smirking. "No need to rush." The hunched figure, addressed as Say sorry, glanced at his companion. "The capital fell 3 days ago. If we delay further, we might face an entire nation's forces, Deodara." Hey, Deodara's grin widened maliciously. "Then let's just destroy the whole country. Show them what art truly is." Say sorry ignored the comment. "Beyond the leader's orders, I need to check on our agent near Orochimaru. It seems he has significant plans underway here in the Land of Rivers. Why not just kill Orochimaru and reclaim Ku, Sky, Void, while we're at it?" Deodara suggested, practically bouncing with excitement. "Blow everyone we don't like sky high. You just want an excuse to cause chaos." Say sorry replied icily. "What's wrong with that? Don't you want the world to see your art?" Their voices faded as the duo vanished. Chapter 135, Shinobi. "So it's over already? That doesn't match Denzo's style." Link pondered upon hearing that the civil war in the Land of Rivers had ended. Peace was rarely a boon for ninja villages. It meant a sharp decline in mission requests. If the central government had surrendered, it wouldn't be long before the rest of the country followed. And with the daimyo's son as a bargaining chip, the Land of Rivers could quickly stabilize. But then, why would the surrendered Land of Rivers ninja attempt to assassinate the daimyo's son? And why do they seem to hate Hidden Leaf Village so much? Did Denzo lose control of the situation? What exactly happened? The daimyo's son struggled to process the news. The fall of the capital symbolized the collapse of the nation. Even if he returned, it would be meaningless. The harsh truth shattered his resolve. Looking at the familiar yet hostile ninjas, he bitterly asked. The middle-aged ninja, now calm, explained, "Everything, the deaths of the daimyo and the ministers, was orchestrated by Hidden Leaf Village. The Land of Fire seeks to establish a puppet state through the rebels. After meeting him, we decided to surrender. The Land of Fire's evil plans will not succeed. If a new nation is established, you, Your Highness, will be used as an excuse for further intervention through alliances. For the sake of the Land of Rivers, please sacrifice yourself." The ninja knelt, tears streaming down his face. "We will accompany you in death." The daimyo's son froze. As the puzzle came together, his mind cleared. He hadn't foreseen such an outcome. Now cornered by his own words of willingness to die for his country, retreating was no longer an option. The three samurai, uncertain and conflicted, instinctively formed a protective circle around the prince, their faces betraying a mix of fear and confusion. They understood the political implications but couldn't accept sacrificing their lord, leaving them deeply troubled about their country's future. Crack. X-27 with mechanical efficiency, Link's shadows executed all the river ninjas in unison, including their leader. Not one was spared. He methodically destroyed their heads to prevent any information leaks and turned to the daimyo's son. My mission is to escort you to the capital of the Land of Rivers, he said calmly, his face betraying no emotion. For Link, killing 20 people was no more significant than squashing ants. Tamari, Konkro, and Gar showed no reaction. For them, such acts were part of being a ninja. This was the reality of their world, a brutal life driven by cycles of revenge and self-interest, devoid of clear distinctions between good and evil. Only someone as idealistic as Naruto could live differently, and even that was thanks to the careful protection of the third Hokage. The daimyo's son looked at the bodies of the loyal ninjas, who had just been tearfully pleading for his death. He opened his mouth but said nothing. After a moment of silence, he whispered, I still wish to visit the capital. His expression was complicated. I want to see the future of this country with my own eyes. Jonin Link, please. Escort me. He bowed deeply. Whatever ambitions or hopes he once had, they had been shattered. He could leave the Land of Rivers, but where would he go? This land was still his home. All right. Link replied curtly. As a ninja, his job was simply to complete the mission. The intricate political games between nations and the internal struggles of the Land of Rivers were none of his concern. His shadows looted the bodies for valuables before piling them together and setting them ablaze. The fire crackled loudly, and the autumn wind carried a chilling bite. The daimyo's son sat silently on the ruined carriage, his expression a mix of sorrow and resignation. He sighed as he gazed into the distance. The warped heat from the burning corpses made the broken village ahead shimmer like an illusion. The samurai calmed the startled horses, and the carriage resumed its creaking journey, rolling over roads stained with dried blood. Link and his team followed at a measured pace, their prisoner Kabuto in tow. Land of Rivers, Orochimaru's base click. Denzo stood in a hallway marked by dried bloodstains, his expression as still as a mask. He hadn't planned to appear in person. But too much had spun out of control. His collaborators' ambitions to become the new daimyo weren't the issue, it was how quickly they had moved. This speed threatened to upend the delicate balance, cutting short the profitable instability he had engineered. Worse, there were hints of independence. Denzo could not afford any errors. If he lost the Land of Fire daimyo's trust, his path to becoming Hokage would be jeopardized again. The daimyo was the brain, the ninja village, the limbs. A strong military force ensured national benefits, earning rewards in return. So, the Land of Rivers plans must proceed flawlessly. Denzo's face darkened. If necessary, he would use force to remind the rebels who their true benefactor was. Lord. A root operative returned from scouting the base. Kneeling on one knee, the agent reported, a powerful individual infiltrated the space, killed all resistance, burned the corpses with fire-style jutsu, and took the experimental equipment and data. Denzo frowned. Who could have attacked Orochimaru's base? Someone capable of single-handedly annihilating its occupants was clearly beyond the Land of Rivers' capabilities. While he wasn't overly concerned about Orochimaru's losses, the presence of such a powerful unknown entity at this time made him uneasy. Wind. He commanded. Send the captured experimental subjects back to the village. Destroy this base entirely. Everyone else, head for the capital. Minutes later, the base collapsed in a roaring explosion. Denzo and his operatives swiftly withdrew. Perched on a distant tree, Orochimaru observed silently. He had arrived earlier and wasn't surprised by the base's destruction. However, Kabuto's capture made him wary. That was no small loss. Was it the Akatsuki? Or, Chapter 136, Invitation. Phew. Tamari let out a long breath, exhausted from over half a month of continuous travel and the effort spent protecting an ordinary person. It was draining work. Thankfully, it was almost over. Since their encounter with the group of Land of River ninjas, the war zone had grown nearly quiet and desolate. They often traveled tens of kilometers without seeing a single soul. Most houses were either abandoned or destroyed. In the two towns they passed, a few lucky survivors who hadn't been killed or couldn't escape still lingered. Most quickly hit upon noticing them. More than half of these survivors were malnourished children, a haven for Orochimaru's sinister activities. As they neared the capital, the situation didn't improve much. The closer they got, the fewer people there were. The saying a locust swarm leaves nothing behind seemed apparent. Ordinary civilians couldn't survive in an active war zone. On their journey, they also encountered a group of unidentified ninjas looting supplies. There was no negotiation, just an immediate clash. Garu-san made quick work of them, leaving only a rain of blood behind. Finally, after nearly a month of struggling through this chaos, the capital came into view. Though with the fall of the Land of Rivers, it was uncertain whether the new nation would keep the capital here. Your Highness. The carriage driver called out as the daimyo's son stepped out. The driver instinctively slowed the carriage. It's all right. The daimyo's son replied. He looked noticeably thinner, his once pale complexion now slightly sun-kissed. Resting his hand on the repaired carriage frame, he gazed at the distant capital with a complicated expression. Joan and Link, your mission ends once I reach the capital, correct? Correct. Link replied from atop the carriage. Our job is to escort you to the capital. What happens next is no longer our concern. The daimyo's son smiled bitterly. If I were to pay you, how much can you offer? Link asked, all the while sensing the faint presence of several watching eyes. He began scanning for nearby chakra signatures. If the opposition is like the ninjas we encountered before, we may be dealing with an entire new nation and its daimyo. I don't mind taking a private job, but the village might. 13 chakra signatures, and likely more that weren't actively molding chakra yet. I see. The daimyo's son sighed. I understand. He regretted his impulsive decision to come here. If he died, it would all be for nothing. But midway through the journey, the reverent gazes of his samurai had compelled him to press on. Moreover, the middle-aged ninja's revelation still haunted him, that his entire family had been assassinated by Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas. Even if he escaped the Land of Rivers with his remaining wealth. Money was important, but not that important. Link, uninterested in the daimyo's internal struggles, maintained vigilant surveillance. Even if the ninjas and samurai of this small nation were weak, venturing into their stronghold was dangerous. Unlike Earth's armies, the military forces of the ninja world often displayed an alarming willingness to fight to the death. Both ninjas and samurai commonly embraced a life-and-death philosophy, unafraid to kill or die. On the battlefield, coordinated attacks from multiple ninjas could result in devastatingly powerful combined jutsu. Without equivalent defenses, the results could be catastrophic. Even later in the manga, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, coordinated ninja attacks left a strong visual impact. Add to that explosive tags, which could easily level the playing field. If one stuck to Link, he'd take significant damage, and he had no desire to test his substitution jutsu's limits in such a situation. Recognizing the growing number of people nearby, Link's 3 subordinates also tensed. As they approached the capital gates, a group emerged to greet them. The leader, an elderly man, immediately knelt before the carriage. Your Highness. The daimyo's son clearly recognized him. This time, he stepped down from the carriage on his own, no assistance or human step stools needed. The two conversed quietly. The elderly man soon burst into tears, overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow. The daimyo's son gently patted his back and offered words of comfort. Shortly after, the daimyo's son returned to Link's group with a calmer expression. The Land of Rivers is no more, he announced. The rebels and the new daimyo have decided to rename this nation the Hidden Valleys Village. The new daimyo wishes to invite you all to a celebration 3 days from now. Having reached the capital, the daimyo's son felt his life was no longer in immediate danger. To unify the nation quickly, the rebels had absorbed many of the late daimyo's loyal retainers. As the last surviving heir, they wouldn't dare harm him publicly. The earlier group of ninjas had likely been the new daimyo's only remaining move against him. No matter how much he fought back, power ultimately came from force. Though the rebels had unified this small nation, they couldn't eliminate all threats and were powerless against even a single special jonin from Hidden Leaf Village. Could they afford to openly offend the Land of Fire? Unlikely. We'll pass on the celebration. Link declined the invitation. He turned to his team. We'll rest here for the night and prepare to return tomorrow. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave immediately. After weeks of relentless travel, they needed proper rest. Running into Orochimaru on the way back would be dangerous if they were exhausted. The daimyo's son didn't press further. Realizing his hopes for restoring his nation were futile, he appeared far more relaxed than before. The group entered the capital. Inside, the city appeared remarkably normal. Aside from the occasional groups of patrolling samurai adding a stifling atmosphere, life went on as usual. Electric poles lined the streets, paved roads stretched out, and the people moved about freely. Shops and vending machines operated as if the war had never touched the city. The rebels had evidently maintained strict discipline, refraining from harassing civilians. While the city's layout was a bit chaotic compared to Hidden Leaf Village, the differences were minimal. The Land of Rivers was wealthy and resource-rich, but being a small nation, that wealth often attracted unwanted attention. After parting ways with the daimyo's son, Link and his team, shadowed by hidden ninjas, found a random restaurant. The rice dishes, a local specialty, were excellent. After their meal, they checked into a nearby inn, finally allowing themselves a well-earned rest before the return journey. Chapter 137, Changes. Night fell. Drip. Drip. Blood trickled down, pooling beneath a ninja impaled through the throat by Sasori's tail. The ninja's eyes remained wide open in fury before life slipped away. Several bodies lay scattered on the ground, some with their heads split open, others with their chests torn apart, and a few with their faces a sickly shade of blue. Not a single worthwhile material. Sasori clicked his tongue, flicking the lifeless ninja off his tail. The corpse hit the ground with a dull thud as he turned his gaze toward a distant building. His childhood, spent waiting endlessly at home, had left him with a deep hatred for waiting, or being kept waiting. Deodara still hasn't finished? His eyes narrowed with impatience. Boom. A wooden structure erupted in flames, sending debris flying. The explosions continued in rapid succession, engulfing the entire daimyo's palace in a fiery inferno. Ha ha ha. Deodara's unrestrained laughter echoed through the night as he approached, standing atop a clay owl used for reconnaissance. His face lit up with exhilaration. Sasori, why don't we just level this whole place? What do you think? The organization's leader rarely allowed him to indulge in such wanton destruction, so being unleashed like this had him ecstatic. The mission had been far too easy, no challenge at all. Do as you please. Sasori replied coldly, glancing at the smoldering remains of the palace before vanishing. The mission was complete, the rest was beneath his concern. The materials in this pitiful country weren't even worth adding to his collection. Chomp, chomp. Deodara's mouth curled into an unsettling grin as the mouths on his palms chewed eagerly at clay. His owl ascended higher into the night sky. Let's make something bigger. As the wind whipped through his cloak, he scattered countless clay bombs below. Art is an explosion, he exclaimed as the bombs rained down. Boom. The surrounding districts were instantly engulfed in flames, a dazzling display of fire and destruction. Watching the chaos below, Deodara's excitement grew, his face flushing with delight. Feeling his chakra reserves, he began crafting another wave of explosives, lost in his artistic reverie. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the inn. Link's eyes snapped open as he jumped out of bed, heading for the hotel's rooftop. What the? In the distance, the aristocratic district was ablaze, the flames turning night into day. Explosions crept ever closer, and Link quickly located a powerful chakra signature high in the sky. A ninja is attacking the city, he muttered. Gaara appeared in a swirl of sand, looking up at the fiery sky. The flames illuminated a figure in the distance, raining down strange objects that detonated on impact. Deodara of the Akatsuki, an artist of destruction. Link identified him internally, his mind racing. Watching Deodara approach, Link formed hand seals, earth-style wall. The ground rose to form a protective dome around the hotel. Thud. A muffled explosion sent dirt flying, but the wall held firm. Gaara scowled at Deodara's distant figure, observing the same unsettling look in his eyes that he once saw in himself, a craving for destruction. But now, who was he? The question left him momentarily lost. We need to leave immediately. Link instructed his team, his expression grave. The land of rivers had fallen, and its fledgling government had barely established itself before being reduced to rubble. This tiny country was spiraling into chaos. Worse still, Akatsuki members rarely operated alone. If Deodara was here, Sasori couldn't be far behind, and Link had a captured spy, Yakushi Kabuto, who might be of interest to them. From the manga, he knew Sasori's techniques could extend across great distances. If Kabuto had been under Sasori's control before Orochimaru intervened, who knew what lingering effects might remain? SHHT. The team sprinted through the city, avoiding fires and explosions. Link didn't attempt to stop Deodara or extinguish the flames, his priority was escaping the city. Kabuto, bound and carried like luggage by shadow clones, dangled behind them. Fortunately, their inn was near the city's outskirts. In a short time, they reached the wilderness beyond the capital. A sharp whistling cut through the air. Thud. A blackened senbon embedded itself in Gaara's sand, piercing through before falling harmlessly to the ground. The group stopped in their tracks. Sasori-sama, it's been a while. Kabuto lifted his head, smiling at the cloaked figure standing before them. Over 2 years, wasn't it? The figure's red clouds and black cloak confirmed his identity, Sasori of the Akatsuki. Kabuto, you've brought me quite the gift. Sasori said, his voice tinged with delight. His tail swayed behind him as he assessed the group. A Jinchuriki. And Hidden Leaf Village's Link. Sasori's gaze lingered on Link, noting the summoned shadows guarding their retreat. Sasori. Kankuro felt a chill as he controlled his puppet, Karasu, to shield the team. The name alone sent a wave of unease through him. Thud. Sasori's tail struck down a shadow attempting a sneak attack. The swarm of shadows retaliated, converging on him. Clack, snap. Sasori opened his mouthpiece, unleashing a torrent of senbon. The projectiles tore through the shadows, clearing a path with mechanical precision. Boom. Exploding kunai failed to harm the group, deflected by the impenetrable Rashomon gate that materialized to shield them. The ominous gate creaked open, and 2 figures emerged, Baki and Fugaku Uchiha, both summoned from beyond. So it's true. The summoning jutsu that calls the dead. Sasori mused, his calm exterior betraying a flicker of excitement. Such a technique. This boy must become my finest masterpiece. He glanced at Baki and Fugaku Uchiha, who were vaguely surrounding him and blocking his pursuit of the 5 people who had escaped. His prosthetic arm shot out. Chapter 138, Chase and Escape. Brother Sasori, you look quite battered. Deidara landed with a grin, clearly satisfied from the chaos he had caused. He glanced at Sasori, who was forced to emerge from his puppet, Hiroko, and taunted him. I ran into Hidden Lee Village's link. The red-haired boy replied, meticulously storing his collection back into a scroll. His tone was curt as he glanced at the smug Deidara. Your chakra reserves must be running low. Barely enough. Deidara replied nonchalantly before adding, you've taken an interest in that brat, haven't you? He then grumbled, recalling the vexing encounter with Itachi Uchiha. That brat's abilities are truly troublesome. Even he couldn't. Deidara trailed off, bitterness etched on his face. Though he believed he could win in a rematch, he begrudgingly admitted Itachi was a formidable opponent. If Itachi and Kisame together couldn't capture Link, it spoke volumes about his strength. Deidara's annoyance grew as he mentally reviewed Link's known abilities: shadow manipulation, summoning the dead, reversing aging, controlling hair, summoning flying beasts, disabling jutsu, and even separating his body parts. On top of that, every fight with Link revealed bizarre new powers. It's such a hassle. Deidara muttered, shaking his head. His earlier excitement had waned. Pursuing such a mysterious and dangerous opponent didn't appeal to him anymore. The risk of suffering a humiliating loss, as Orochimaru did, was far too high. Enough talk. Sasori snapped, his tone cold as he collected the remnants of Hiroko. I'll handle this myself. The Uchiha's Sharingan was a particular nuisance to puppet users like him, exposing chakra strings and weak points with ease. Coupled with the skilled assistance of the Hidden Sand Village Jonin, Sasori had been forced to exert himself more than usual. Still, the third Kazekage puppet proved invaluable. Even though losing Hiroko irritated him, Sasori rarely displayed emotion, except when dealing with premium materials or his prized collections. Understood. Deidara sighed. Though reluctant, he conjured a large clay bird to carry them into the sky. He could respect Sasori's passion for his art. If you do capture him, we'll report to the leader together. Meanwhile, Link raced through the forest, his hands forming seals to summon Fugaku Uchiha for an update. The situation was grim. Fugaku and Baki had initially gained the upper hand against Sasori, even destroying Hiroko using coordinated attacks once the Sharingan exposed its puppet nature. However, when Sasori unleashed the third Kazekage puppet with its magnet style, the tide turned dramatically. Be careful, Link. Fugaku warned, his concern evident. His temporary return to the living had its limits. From previous tests, Link knew it would take at least 3 hours for the Rashomon to allow Fugaku's soul to return. For now, they had to rely on his earlier advice. Next, Link summoned Baki's spirit. That traitor, Sasori of the Red Sand. Baki's voice seethed with anger. He murdered the third Kazekage. After a string of curses, Baki explained the battle in detail, echoing Fugaku's account. He pleaded with Link to return to the Hidden Sand Village later and trade for powerful ninjutsu in exchange for his temporary revival. They're catching up. Gar suddenly announced. His sharp chakra sense picked up the clay bird approaching from above. Link halted, deciding to abandon the idea of escape. Prepare to fight. He instructed. Our opponent is the rogue Hidden Sand Village ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand. What? Kankuro exclaimed, the name sending chills down his spine. Link provided a detailed briefing on Sasori's abilities, thanks to information gleaned from his revived allies. He possesses the third Kazekage puppet, the performance of 100 puppets, and has even turned his own body into a puppet. The more Kankuro listened, the more his confidence faltered. As a fellow puppet master, he understood the sheer terror of controlling 100 puppets simultaneously, a feat beyond comprehension. I'll attack first, Temari declared, spreading open her 3-star fan. She summoned the one-eyed weasel, Kamitari, with a burst of chakra. As the clay bird descended to within a few hundred meters, Temari took a deep breath and unleashed her technique. Kamitari. The one-eyed weasel grinned maliciously as it swung its massive scythe. Temari followed with a sweeping motion of her fan, creating a powerful gust of wind. Quick beheading dance. A storm of phantom scythes and wind blades tore through the air, obliterating the clay bird in a spectacular explosion. The impact created a massive clearing in the forest, slicing through trees and even leveling a distant hill. Huff. Huff. Temari panted heavily, the attack taking a significant toll on her chakra reserves. The enemy is still alive, she reported, Receiving information from Kamatari. Chapter 139, Spice Girl for the third time. Link stopped forming seals, and a stand appeared behind him, a pink humanoid figure with distinct feminine features. Its green pupils were devoid of emotion, and its body was adorned with mathematical symbols, plus, minus, multiply, and divide. This one. Spice Girl. A stand with AA ratings for strength and speed. It can make any object it touches as soft as rubber while significantly enhancing its durability. As the details of the stand's abilities flashed through Link's mind, he quickly got accustomed to controlling it. Unlike auxiliary stands that required minimal effort to operate, humanoid stands like this one felt like controlling an entirely separate body. No need to waste this kind of power. Link thought as he familiarized himself with Spice Girl. He directed it to touch the clothing of his team members. Ah! Kankuro, who had been on high alert, suddenly felt his clothes soften and cling to his skin. Shocked, he instinctively pulled out a kunai to cut the seemingly sticky material, thinking it was an enemy's technique. To his surprise, the kunai barely caused a dent in the softened fabric, which bent and stretched like rubber but remained intact. Meanwhile, Gaara reacted defensively by wrapping his body in sand, trying to strip off the suddenly flexible clothing. Relax. Link said calmly. This is my jutsu, designed to protect you. He adjusted his clothing, allowing the soft material to cover all exposed skin. When softened by Spice Girl, the fabric becomes extremely durable. Even if it absorbs impact, it can prevent most piercing injuries. The explanation reassured Temari, who curiously touched her now rubbery outfit. Even Gaara, though uncomfortable, began to accept the change. Kankuro, on the other hand, embraced the innovation and even used his now flexible hat to cover his face, resembling a traditional Japanese thief. Underground. Link suddenly shouted and leaped away. With his chakra sensing abilities and expertise in earth style, he immediately noticed something amiss beneath them. His teammates followed without hesitation, jumping clear just as the ground erupted. Deodara emerged, his body grotesquely swollen. Boom. The massive explosion left the already loosened earth collapsing into a crater. What a pity. Deodara remarked from a distant tree, clasping his hands as the sound of clay being chewed emanated from his palms. Your turn, brother Sasori. Deodara shouted. He seemed slightly strained, his chakra running low after the relentless attacks. Standing before the battered Kabuto, Sasori readied himself. The shadow clones guarding Kabuto had been dealt with. Floating nearby was his prized puppet, the third Kazekage, its mouth emitting streams of dense iron sand. Against Link, there's no room for holding back. No close combat either, he extended chakra threads from his fingers, manipulating the iron sand into a torrent of deadly spikes aimed at Link's group. Whoosh! A large fallen tree, softened and reinforced by Spice Girl, flew through the air. Despite the spike's immense piercing power, the altered tree absorbed the impact, bending and deforming but refusing to break. What is this? Sasori frowned, momentarily thrown off. A material capable of withstanding iron sand so effectively was entirely new to him. Meanwhile, Link cancelled the softening effect on the tree. It snapped back into its original form, rebounding the embedded iron sand with equal force. Clang! 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 The ricocheting iron sand belted Sasori's puppet. Although he managed to intercept some with controlled sand, the force damaged the third Kazekage puppet significantly, leaving only its head, torso, and one arm intact. Caught off guard, Sasori's cloak tore, revealing his puppet-like body. 10 spinning blades emerged from his back, shredding nearby shadows while steel cables and spikes from his abdomen lashed out, destroying dozens of attacking clones in seconds. Meanwhile, Gaara enveloped Sasori in sand. Sand coffin. Gaara clenched his fist, but Sasori broke free with brute force. TCH. Sasori glanced at his damaged Kazekage puppet. This is troublesome. Deodara, observing from the sidelines, smirked inwardly. Brother Sasori's mad now, producing a large clay dragon. Deodara mounted it. Sweat dripped down his forehead, he was running dangerously low on chakra but prepared to ensure their retreat if necessary. Kankuro, meanwhile, attempted to use his puppet, Karasu, to flank Sasori. Don't use my old work against me. Sasori said coldly, tightening his steel cables. Crack. Boom. Karasu shattered into pieces. Kankuro froze momentarily, stunned by the destruction of his creation. Get back. Temari yanked him aside as the Kazekage puppet unleashed a barrage of kunai. Thud. Gaara's sand shield intercepted the kunai, though many embedded themselves deeply. The kunai's explosive tags began to glow ominously. Chapter 140, Got You. Boom. The numerous exploding kunai shattered Gaara's sand shield, which he had formed to protect his siblings. The powerful shockwave flung Temari and Kankuro over 10 meters away, breaking 2 trees before they finally stopped. Only when facing him directly does one realize how strong Sasori's puppet body is. Its power, speed, and attacks are all off the charts. Link's mind was racing. In the manga, it seemed like Sakura easily took down this puppet body, but now it feels ridiculously overpowered. No, to be fair, Sakura had been trained by Tsunade for 3 years, and with Chio's assistance, their victory was well earned. Cough, cough. Temari struggled to her feet, covered in dirt and blood trickling from her mouth as she coughed violently. Beside her, Kankuro lay unconscious. Take Kankuro and hide. Wait for an opportunity. Link commanded decisively. The enemy was too powerful, and weak teammates would only become liabilities in this battle. With their tuned-in level skills, Temari and Kankuro were simply outmatched against someone like Sasori. Neither Link nor Gaara could afford to protect them constantly. It was better for them to retreat. Understood. Temari replied without hesitation. She grabbed her brother and retreated into the distance. Aren't you going to transform? Sasori, observing from a distance, refrained from attacking further. His scrutinizing gaze was fixed on the Hidden Leaf village boy. That ability to rebound attacks is still unclear. Getting close could be dangerous. That sealing jutsu he used may not work on puppets or puppet masters, but there's no telling what other tricks he has. Link didn't respond. Maintaining his clones and transformation, he charged straight at Sasori. Time was running out. His stand, Spice Girl, only had a few seconds left before its duration expired. If he didn't act quickly, he'd have to summon the stand again and rework his strategy. There was no time to waste. Meanwhile, Gaara stayed on guard, watching Deidara closely. He chose not to assist Link, preserving his chakra for whatever backup plan Deidara might have. TCH. Sasori, uncharacteristically, dodged instead of engaging directly. Using his finely crafted puppet body, he evaded Link's charge while slicing through several shadows attempting to block his path. That tree wasn't thrown by him physically, was it chakra? A tree manipulating ability? Or maybe his shadow can alter objects. Those rubbery clothes, Sasori's mind raced as he pieced together the details of Link's abilities. According to the intel, when he goes all out, his chakra reaction and techniques grow exponentially. He hasn't transformed yet, which means he's still holding back. This kid is truly troublesome. Is it time to use my ultimate technique? Sasori's initial excitement about facing such an opponent began to fade. His cautious nature took over, especially given the danger of battling in the Land of Rivers, a hotspot teeming with ninja factions. With Orochimaru and Denzo reportedly in the area, he couldn't afford to take unnecessary risks. Let's test him one last time. Glancing at Deidara for a moment, Sasori made his decision. Whoosh! Flame spewed from Sasori's hand, forcing back the annoying shadows. With his other hand, he opened a compartment on his chest, extending a bundle of chakra strings. Tossing a scroll into the air, he unfurled it. Poof! 100 distinct human puppets floated into the air, each manipulated by chakra strings invisible to the naked eye. Red secret jutsu, performance of 100 puppets. Link wasn't surprised. Instead, he sped up his charge, ignoring the incoming attacks. Behind him, Spice Girl clenched its fists and let out a battle cry. Wa-Nabi. Countless punches shot out faster than the eye could follow. With Spice Girl's speed its blows were nearly impossible to intercept. Even the swarm of puppets, which had sacrificed some precision for quantity, couldn't keep up. Smack. 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 Within a 2-meter radius, every attack was repelled. Most puppets shattered instantly upon contact, while the more durable ones became tools for blocking other attacks. A fully invisible summon? It must be the source of that ability to soften and reinforce objects. Sasori quickly deduced the truth. If this is a summon, then my assumptions about his abilities are completely wrong. He could be a summoner-type ninja, similar to Jiraiya. Even with this realization, the sheer force of Spice Girl's assault left him no time to regroup. Few had ever made it through his performance of 100 puppets so effortlessly. The stand's overwhelming speed and strength obliterated the puppets like fragile toys. To make matters worse, its invisibility left Sasori vulnerable. By the time he adjusted, Link was already in striking range. I need to create distance immediately. Sasori leapt backward, determined to avoid close combat. His combat philosophy was clear: never give the enemy what they want. If his opponent was trying to close the distance, then staying far away was his best move. But it was too late. Finally got you, using a burst of chakra to propel himself. Link covered the remaining distance in a flash. Pulling out a pre-prepared wallet, he threw it at Sasori and formed a hand seal. Transparent, cash-colored runes poured out of the stuffed wallet, binding Sasori tightly. The force was so overwhelming that Sasori was slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Neither his steel cables nor his spinning blades could cut through the seals. Sasori's eyes widened as his thoughts raced. This is bad. From above, Deodar's expression turned serious. Brother Sasori is in trouble, your opponent. Gaara raised his hands, commanding a torrent of sand toward Deodar's clay dragon. Is me. Thud. Meanwhile, Link leapt high into the air. Chakra surged around him, forming an enormous scalpel nearly 2 meters long. Even if I can't see it, Link thought as he descended, you're still a puppet operated by Chakra. Chapter 141, Results of Battle, Boom. An explosion rang out midair as the white dragon momentarily lowered in the smoke. A human puppet, seemingly acting on its own, leapt onto the dragon's back. Whoosh! A gale tore through the air as Temari, gripping her 3-star fan, unleashed her Kamatari jutsu with all her might. Pop! 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 A rapid succession of crackling explosions disrupted the wind currents. The dragon remained unbothered, flying off into the distance without pause. Thud. Gaara, his body covered in cracks, fell unconscious. The sand, acting on its own, caught him midair before his body hit the ground. Despite his defensive measures and meticulous use of both sand and clay for infiltration and ambush, he failed to detect the hidden explosive clay. The sand armor, which should have protected him, couldn't withstand the shockwave. Fortunately, the softened clothes he wore absorbed most of the direct damage and fire, leaving him merely stunned rather than fatally injured. They escaped. Link dispelled his chakra scalpel, watching the white dragon vanish into the horizon. Looking down, he saw a newly acquired human puppet. The strange puppet marked with Hierarch had disappeared from the battlefield, leaving behind only its remains. This matches exactly what happened in the manga. Whenever faced with an unavoidable attack, Sasori seemed able to transfer his core to another puppet. Judging from how often he relied on summoning techniques for tools and mechanisms, it was highly likely he used the same method to rotate his core among his puppets. This means that in his battle against Gyo and the mother and father puppets, Sasori must have been holding back. Otherwise, with his core transferring ability, he'd be incredibly difficult to kill. Link processed these thoughts as he saw Gaara beginning to stir. Temari and Kankuro, both battered, limped over to regroup. Bending down to pick up his discarded wallet, Link stared at its now empty contents, his heart aching. Months of missions down the drain. And half the money from selling my apartment. All gone. Pressing a hand to his chest, Link signaled his shadow clones to gather the scattered puppets and Sasori's personal puppet. At least the battle had yielded something valuable. Sasori, knowing he couldn't win against Link in his true form, had fled in a weaker puppet body. In his retreat, he abandoned all his collected treasures, including numerous high-value puppets. The human puppets scattered across the battlefield were priceless treasures for puppet masters. Even Sasori's personal puppet, marked Hierarch, held immense value due to its advanced craftsmanship and combat capabilities. But who could I even sell these to? Link glanced at Kankuro, who stood nearby, clearly torn between guilt and awe at the sight of the Sasori puppet. Sensei. Temari called out as she approached, visibly drained. Her large-scale jutsu had sapped her energy, leaving her unsteady on her feet. Gaara, on the other hand, stared blankly at the sand on the ground. Though his softened clothes had protected him from the brunt of the explosion, he couldn't shake the strange sensations he had felt during the attack. Pack up and get ready to leave. Link instructed, tossing a food pill to Temari. He directed Kankuro to seal the puppets into scrolls for transport. Walking over to Gaara, Link asked, "What's wrong?" Gaara hesitated, unable to articulate the emotions and sensations swirling within him. Link patted Gaara's shoulder and said, "If you're unsure, just talk to us, me, Temari, or Kankuro. We'll listen. Hey! Stop touching that and get to work." Link's voice snapped toward Kankuro, who was mesmerized by the Sasori puppet, running his hands over it with an unsettling grin. The scene felt far too bizarre. Kankuro, dressed in his usual attire, smiling creepily while caressing the puppet. "If you keep touching it, I'll sell it to you," Link quipped. "Really?" Kankuro's face lit up. 3,500,000,000 Ryo. Payment up front. Link replied flatly. Kankuro froze, his expression shattering like glass. His excitement drained instantly, leaving him pale and defeated. Just as Link was about to tease him further, he sensed incoming chakra signatures. His expression turned serious. Whoosh! 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 7 or 8 Anbu operatives landed, led by Denzo Shimura himself. The elder scanned the battlefield with a stern expression. "Lord Denzo, what brings you here?" Link asked with a polite smile, masking his unease. Denzo, standing tall, debated silently in his mind. Should he use Koto Mitsukami to control this boy? Link was far too valuable yet dangerously close to Hiruzen Saratobi. Controlling him could drastically increase Denzo's chances of becoming Hokage. Meanwhile, high above on the fleeing dragon, Deidara glanced over at Sasori. I can't believe we had to retreat like this, huh, Sasori? Deidara's voice carried a teasing tone. You left all your precious treasures behind. Shut up, Deidara. Sasori's curt response silenced his partner. For a puppet body with a single human core, Sasori thought himself immune to the emotional turmoil of his living days. But tonight proved otherwise. The loss of decades worth of work and his entire collection left him with an indescribable sense of emptiness. The thought of his treasures being destroyed, or worse, used by that painted brat, filled him with a rare surge of anger. Link. Sasori muttered under his breath, committing the name to memory. From the side, Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a smile. Lord Sasori, have you considered working with Lord Orochimaru? Oh ho. Deidara chuckled. Sounds like your people is planning to betray you, huh? Sasori remained silent, his expression unreadable, as he stared at Kabuto. Chapter 142, Denzo's hate attack. Atsuki, who attacked you? Denzo Shimura wore an angry expression and waved his subordinates onward to search the vicinity. In truth, he was still debating his next move internally, while sending his men to gather more intelligence. Kodo Matsukami is powerful and extremely useful, but it's still just a Mangekyo Sharingan technique, he mused. Shizue Uchiha had already used it more than once on the battlefield, so even the Hidden Mist Village enemies knew of it. Among the older generation in Hidden Leaf Village, it definitely wasn't a secret. If he could simply control people at will without detection, why bother scheming to become Hokage through other means? He could just place everyone under Kodo Matsukami, one by one. Yet it wasn't that simple. He could only control one person at a time, and among the group traveling with Link were Dara, a Jinchuriki, and other witnesses he couldn't simply kill off. Nara Shikaku or Hiruzen Saratobi would immediately notice something was amiss if Link started acting strangely, and that would expose Denzo's secrets, both the fact he had Shizue's eye and his desire to control Hidden Leaf Village's geniuses. Such a precious trump card should be played only under the right circumstances. It was the Akatsuki. Link answered calmly, not even glancing at the root members fanning out to search. The enemy was Sasori of the Red Sand from Hidden Sand Village. The Akatsuki again? Denzo sneered. That group is indeed a grave threat. They've targeted you multiple times. We should wipe them. He took the opportunity to stoke the flames of shared enmity, as any seasoned politician would do. Even if he knew the plan was nearly impossible, it always paid to talk big. From the perspective of the great nations, organizations like the Akatsuki were basically communal toilets, convenient receptacles for dirty work, and easily disowned once they became too odious. Despite everyone knowing the Akatsuki's membership consisted of criminal ninja hiding in Hidden Rain Village, no one truly moved to eradicate them. The larger nations often used such mercenary organizations for tasks they couldn't openly handle themselves. It was the same reasoning behind the tolerated existence of bounty stations in the underground. Denzo's fame as the embodiment of Hidden Leaf Village's darkness had persisted even after his loss of official power. At the 5 Kage summit in the manga, the 4th Raikage immediately recognized him as the dark side of the ninja world. That was because Denzo personally bore the role of the toilet for Hidden Leaf Village. When someone volunteered to be the private toilet for a communal problem, they naturally left a deep impression on all involved. Yes, I fully support Lord Denzo leading troops to Hidden Rain Village to annihilate the Akatsuki. Link replied with a cherry smile. If you set out, please take me along, I'll contribute financially and physically. He gestured for Kankuro to move faster in collecting their spoils, lest certain shameless types try to claim them. His words left Denzo speechless. This little brat, barely more than 10 years old, neither got swept away by emotion nor fell for Denzo's lofty rhetoric. Right. How did your mission go? Denzo asked, changing the subject. Oh. Link responded lightly. We've completed our assignment. When we left the Land of Rivers capital, the place had just been attacked by the Akatsuki. Denzo's eyes flickered. Without further discussion, he offered a couple of perfunctory compliments, then hurried off with his men into the night. Safe travels, Lord Denzo. Link called after him, waving. Once Denzo vanished, Link signaled his shadows to stand down. Turning to his 3 subordinates, his expression became calm again. Let's go. Kankuro reluctantly handed over the scrolls of captured puppets, looking as though he were giving away his bride on her wedding day. Tamari, noticing the stark difference between Link's easy grin from earlier and his current composure, felt an urge to make a snarky comment but couldn't find the words. It's a pity we lost Kabuto, Link mused, hoisting the large scroll he'd left guarded by shadows at the battle's start. Caught in the fight with Akatsuki, there had been no time or energy to recapture Yakushi Kabuto. Deidara stood ready to intervene, And without the means to pursue him into the sky, the attempt was fruitless. Flying opponents could be frustratingly elusive. I should move on to the next experiments with the tailed beast Chakra. The real question, can my Earth Dragon handle it? As they ran, Link's thoughts drifted toward the tailed beast Chakra experiments. From his success with feeding a piece of it to his shadows, he had some ideas about harnessing it effectively, but plenty of risks remained. The most straightforward method would be to make his Earth Dragon consume it, but what if it couldn't handle the power and got destroyed? Who knew whether the jutsu would allow him to create another conscious Earth Dragon? Or if he gave it permanent existence, how big would it become, and where would he keep it? Moreover, the Earth Dragon's intelligence was higher than that of his shadows. If it truly became a living entity, would it still stay loyal? So many complications. Land of Rivers capital, early dawn. Denzo stood amidst the ruins, his face grim. Several charred bodies lay nearby, silent witnesses to his shattered plans. Everything had fallen apart, his collaborator lay dead, the daimyo's son also gone. Even if that son had been uncooperative, it was a matter that could have been managed. Now, with them physically wiped out, the Land of Rivers was open for any ninja faction to exploit. It was no longer a private meal for him to feast upon. While an ongoing civil war would indeed provide abundant mission requests for a while, it wouldn't count as his personal political achievement. His entire scheme, to solidify the Land of Rivers under his control, gift it to the new daimyo, and in return secure their backing for his Hokage ambitions, had crumbled. All talk of vengeance on Hidden Sand Village or forcing the Land of Wind's surrender was just political theater. No politician truly does exactly what they proclaim. Now everything was lost. The Land of Rivers would remain a battleground, spawning countless missions, but none benefiting Denzo personally. Worse, he'd soon have to face the wrath of the new fire daimyo for this debacle. His anger grew. Akatsuki. Denzo muttered through clenched teeth. He understood the organization itself was but a tool, and the real culprit behind his failed schemes was likely the one wielding that blade. Yet he couldn't help his swelling desire to see the Akatsuki utterly destroyed. Chapter 143, Meeting Naruto and Jiraiya next day, Land of Rivers, near Orochimaru's base, downstairs at the hotel. Alright, you three can have a free day. We'll head back to the village tomorrow. Link announced the free day. Initially, they'd planned to hurry back to the Land of Fire overnight, but midway he remembered Orochimaru's base. Deciding to take a slight detour to check things out, he changed their schedule. After just defeating Sasori, Link's self-assessment had risen considerably. In terms of raw physical attributes, he might still be somewhat behind the top elite fighters, but paired with his unusual jutsu and the talent he had for gathering intel, there were only a few Akatsuki members he felt he couldn't handle one-on-one: Pain, Konan, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Kakazo. Everyone else, Deidara, Sasori, now without his primary puppet body, and Hidan, he believed he had decent chances against. Especially Hidan, if the first surprise attack failed, his ritual-based jutsu was fairly easy to counter. As for Orochimaru, Link doubted he could outright win, but he was almost certain he wouldn't be captured or killed. Orochimaru's methods, beyond his modified body, were essentially standard ninjutsu without any particularly unstoppable moves. Link could hold his own in a jutsu clash. For Genjutsu, there was Fugaku Uchiha to cover him, and Baki's wind style compensated for Link's earth style being weak to lightning. In a short conflict, he wasn't afraid of Orochimaru. Link-sensei, should I come with you? Temari asked brightly, immediately stepping forward despite the announcement of free time. No need. Link declined flatly. He wasn't there for sightseeing, bringing along an extra person would only be a burden. But you haven't eaten yet, either, have you? Let's grab a meal together. Temari persisted. I'll treat you. Link paused mid-step. You're paying? Yup, my treat. Temari said cheerfully. After a moment's thought, Link nodded. Alright. What do you feel like eating? Since he wasn't the one paying, he didn't mind where they ate. Until he could liquidate those human puppets into money, his finances were tight. Even after claiming his mission reward, he wouldn't have a ton of spare funds. He still needed to carry cash at all times in case he encountered a dangerous foe. That money-binding jutsu had a 10-meter range. If he managed to get within that distance, he could subdue even an enemy like Sasori, a Kage-level threat, without giving them a chance to fight back. It was incredibly useful. You pick. Temari replied with a bright smile. Beneath the sunshine, she looked less like the confident Kanoichi she usually was and more like a normal teenage girl. Watching the two leave together, Kankuro shook his head. My sister's being awfully forward. Women, he sighed. As he prepared to go back upstairs and catch up on sleep, someone grabbed his arm. Jigara, what is it? He stammered, suddenly on edge. Did I do something to upset him? And why am I the only one left here? A sheen of sweat formed on Konkuro's forehead as he faced Gaara, whose calm expression always looked a bit ominous. Konkuro. Gaara spoke his brother's name, face as blank as ever. For Konkuro, it was terrifying. His heart pounded in his chest. When Link-sensei patted me on the shoulder last night, I felt like hugging him. Why was that? Gaara asked, his voice flat but tinged with confusion. Konkuro froze. What? He developed a positive emotion? That seemed even more frightening. The monstrous Gaara from before suddenly wanting physical contact with someone? Wait a second, though, Link-sensei was also kind of a monster in his own right. Feeling slightly relieved by that thought, Konkuro managed a suggestion. Well, maybe next time, you could actually try hugging him? Gaara's expression flickered thoughtfully, then he headed upstairs without further word. His taciturn manner left Konkuro uneasy. No matter how scared I might be of Gaara, or how weird everything feels, he's still my brother, someone I can't just ignore, Konkuro thought, watching Gaara vanish down the corridor. He also glanced in the direction where Temari and Link had gone. If you become my brother-in-law, you'd better let me borrow those puppets. He muttered, newly supportive of the possibility. The town's only ramen shop, you know, Link-sensei, you really could have chosen a nicer place. Temari said. Even if it's a bit expensive, I can cover it. She patted her small, sickle-shaped coin pouch. I've saved up some money. I actually prefer ramen. Link replied without giving too many details. He didn't want to freeload too much. After all, if he let a subordinate treat him to an expensive meal, he'd have to reciprocate in kind. Moreover, as a leader, demanding a costly treat from a teammate could reflect poorly on him. Fair enough. Temari laughed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. No matter if it's for my village's sake or my own interest, I'm not letting this small man out of my grasp. As they stepped into the shop, a familiar voice echoed behind them, "What's with you, pervy sage?" Recognizing it, Link turned. Oh. Link. Naruto Uzumaki ran over, drawing stares from the cook at the counter. As usual, Naruto didn't care, plopping down on a stool. Long time no see. What are you doing here? Been a while. Link said, spotting Jiraiya seated beside Naruto. Just finished a mission and stopped here for a rest on the way back to the village. They're probably here for information about Orochimaru, too. He really draws a crowd, doesn't he? I see. Naruto said eagerly. Look, I learned a new super move. Bonk. Before Naruto could show off, Jiraiya cuffed him over the head. Don't you dare go using that dangerous jutsu inside someone's restaurant. Oh. Naruto whined, rubbing his head. That hurt, you old perv. Jiraiya ignored him and signaled the shop owner. Two more over here. He carried himself like a typical eccentric uncle, cheerful and easygoing. Once they ordered their ramen, Naruto gleefully began chattering about his recent training, while Jiraiya listened with a contented smirk. Chapter 144, Gaara's emotions. More than an hour later, at the former site of Orochimaru's base. Tap. Link halted and looked at the now completely collapsed base. He dispersed his shadows to search the area. Orochimaru was here? Or did someone else come to destroy the base? Just as he was thinking, one of his shadows alerted him that someone was stealthily approaching. Snap. The sound of a branch breaking rang out. 3 shadows that had tried to subdue the intruder were instantly ensnared by long white hair. A moment later, those shadows flattened into 2 dimensions, flowed onto the ground, and, upon receiving new orders, returned to the darkness. Lord Jiraiya. Link stood atop a tree, looking down at one of the legendary Sannin who had just landed. What brings you here? His tone was still reasonably courteous and polite. After all, Jiraiya was a candidate for the next Hokage, though the odds were high he wouldn't accept. As expected, that's a really strange technique. The Nara clan's secret arts can't possibly do this. Jiraiya mulled it over, then said, "You're here about Orochimaru too, aren't you?" Despite the question, his tone sounded more like a statement. He was someone who regularly gathered information and had caught wind of how Link was traveling with the son of a daimyo. Arriving here after the mission clearly wasn't the direct route back to the village, so it had to be for Orochimaru's base, which had recently drawn a lot of attention in the Land of Rivers. To be precise, I was the first outsider to arrive at this base. Link corrected. I got here and captured Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi, but I ran into members of the Akatsuki and ended up losing him. I see. Jiraiya said, I discovered some time ago that Orochimaru had already left that organization. By the way, do you know why they've come to the Land of Rivers? Akatsuki. All of its members are S-rank rogue ninjas with serious charges on their heads. Jiraiya sensed trouble. They destroyed the capital of the Land of Rivers. Link answered. They also seem to be targeting me and the Jinchuriki, but fled after being defeated. That's quite something. Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly. He had already heard how this kid drove off Orochimaru, yet hearing he had also driven away members of the Akatsuki still surprised him. But I've been keeping tabs on them for a while. They haven't made any major moves until now, only some espionage-type operations. Destroying a nation's capital, though, that's pretty bold. He grew serious. Rogue ninjas like Orochimaru suddenly taking large-scale action was a bad sign. First they appeared in the Hidden Leaf village to attack a special Jonin, and then they destroyed a national capital. But it conflicted with some of his intel. According to his sources, the Akatsuki wouldn't begin capturing tailed beasts for another 3 or 4 years. Something must have changed for them to suddenly become so active. Has the storyline deviated? Link wondered. Logically, his own appearance shouldn't have had too large an impact on the Akatsuki. Most of his actions so far affected Hidden Leaf Village and Orochimaru. Wait a minute. Would the Akatsuki allow a powerful Hidden Leaf Village to stand unchallenged? Even if that organization's objectives had multiple layers, in practice they would gather information on Jinchuriki before Shippuden began, waiting for the right moment to capture the tailed beasts. But Hidden Leaf Village had recently defeated the Hidden Sand Village almost without a scratch, capturing top Hidden Sand Village officials and a Jinchuriki. Whether it was to the other great nations or to the Akatsuki, it was an intolerable outcome if they were after the tailed beasts. Seeing Hidden Leaf Village's surging influence, there was likely growing turmoil internationally. If handled poorly, it might spark war, a fourth great ninja war not orchestrated by the Akatsuki. This place is completely ruined. Orochimaru's not coming back. Jiraiya said, unaware of what thoughts were spinning in the boy's head. If the Akatsuki's got its eye on you, you should leave the Land of Rivers as soon as possible. I'll gather follow-up intel. All right. Link nodded and departed. Jiraiya might have already been here for who knew how long. If any clues remained, he would have dug them up by now. Never underestimate Jiraiya's determination to pursue Orochimaru. That night, at the hotel, a faint swish of sand slipped in through the crack under the door. Click. The door opened. The light from the hallway cut through the darkness, revealing a short figure standing in the doorway who simply slid inside without taking a step. Clack. A shadow switched on the light. Link, sitting on the bed and yawning, said, Gaara, it's the middle of the night, shouldn't you be asleep? What are you doing here? Also, knock before coming in next time. Don't just open someone's door with ninjutsu whenever you feel like it. He felt exhausted teaching this kid. From a very young age, Gaara had been treated as a weapon and was constantly targeted for assassination. If not for the leaking power of Shukaku combined with his mother's love, he probably would have died long ago. Those assassinations had been the real deal, complete with explosive tags and other such tools. He'd had almost no one to teach or guide him, so it was unsurprising he lacked basic knowledge of positive emotions. After all, even people like Kankuro, his own relative, and Baki, his superior, treated Gaara as a monster or a weapon. In the original manga, once Naruto brought him back, Gaara swung the other way, becoming willing to give everything for the very village that had once tried to kill him. He had basically adopted Naruto's ideals. Maybe I should find someone to teach him about positive emotions. Since the tailed beast's been sealed again anyway, as Link spoke, that idea popped into his mind. I understand. Gaara stood in the room, expressionless. I can't sleep. You didn't just sleep all day after we checked in, did you? Once he said it, Link realized that was probably the case. If you can't sleep, find something else to do. Don't come bothering me while I'm trying to sleep. Gaara stood there for a moment, then suddenly turned and left. The shadow behind him shut off the light and closed the door. What am I feeling right now? Gaara was puzzled by these strange emotions. A tangle of incomprehensible feelings welled up inside him. What was stranger was that none of them felt painful, nor did his head hurt. He couldn't understand, but it intrigued him, and it was fun. After he closed the door, Gaara lingered in the corridor. His usually emotionless eyes were lit with a flicker of life. He quietly approached Kankuro's door, and was about to open it with sand, but then recalled what Link had just said and reached out to knock instead. Knock, knock, knock. Kankuro, looking a bit groggy, opened the door. Seeing Gaara, he immediately perked up. Are we setting out now? He assumed they were leaving in the middle of the night to head back to the Hidden Leaf village. Gaara shook his head. I just went to see Link-sensei. Huh? Kankuro was momentarily confused. Am I still dreaming? Chapter 145, Return to the village. Hidden Leaf village, Hokage's office. That's everything. Link finished reporting the mission details and events, excluding the specifics of his own jutsu and combat techniques, but thoroughly describing the enemy's abilities. Whether Sasori and Deidara had already spilled that much information themselves, he didn't care, he was just making sure Hidden Leaf village had all the details. He also handed over the items he had collected from Orochimaru's base. Since he couldn't decipher them himself, it was better to let the village's cryptography unit analyze them. And, of course, there was Denzo. That old schemer had mysteriously appeared in the Land of Rivers, and his subordinates from Root had attempted to steal Link's mission objective. There was no way Link wasn't going to report that. Especially since he had Denzo's coded scroll as evidence. That was a solid piece of proof. Explosion-style user and Sasori of the Red Sand. Hiruzen Sarutobi folded his hands together, his expression serious. You've done well on this mission. We will discuss the Akatsuki situation with Hidden Sand Village and see if we can have them officially labeled as an international criminal organization. Up until now, the Akatsuki had been viewed as just another faction within Hidden Rain Village's internal conflict, a splinter group from Land of Rain. But with the chaos in the Land of Rain, its leadership was in no position to respond to external condemnation. Even though they harbored several less-rank rogue ninjas, the major nations had largely turned a blind eye to them. Now, however, the Akatsuki weren't just targeting Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, they had destroyed the Land of Rivers capital and were linked to the death of the third Kazekage, a death that had triggered a war and Hidden Sand Village's decline. With proof that Sasori, once a prodigy of the sand, possessed the third Kazekage as a human puppet, there was now a strong basis to reopen old grievances. The third Hokage paused before continuing. As for Denzo, I will have a talk with him. There wasn't much he could do about his old comrade. The hawkish faction within Hidden Leaf Village would never disappear. The Shimura clan had sacrificed much for the village, and Denzo himself, with his extensive experience and considerable strength, was a pillar of that faction. The internal struggles within Hidden Leaf Village were fierce, but they rarely escalated to outright elimination. To completely suppress an internal faction required a major event that severely threatened the village, like the Uchiha massacre. Link nodded and left the office. The rest wasn't his concern anymore. As he departed, members of the Anbu arrived to take the scrolls from Orochimaru's base. Mitakato Hamura finally spoke. It looks like Denzo messed up this time, Koharu. This was partly my responsibility as well. Utain Koharu admitted frankly. Denzo must be held accountable for this. Tomorrow, we will meet with the daimyo. Mitakato Hamura said nothing, silently agreeing. The two village elders often served as intermediaries between the Hokage and the Fire Daimyo. Even if their opinions occasionally clashed, there were no open disputes. Their role was not just as messengers, but also as mediators who ensured the noble class and the shinobi village remained in balance. The news about Sasori should be sent to Hidden Sand Village. Arrange a meeting with the Kazekage, and have someone establish contact with Hidden Rain Village. Hiruzen ordered, setting the gears of diplomacy in motion. Outside Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, on the lawn, 1,000, thud. Rock Lee collapsed onto the grass, drenched in sweat after completing 1,000 push-ups. His body had recovered significantly over the past half-month of treatment, and he was constantly increasing the intensity of his training in hopes of regaining his pre-Chunin exam condition as soon as possible. Isn't his a bit too much? Link smiled down at him. You should wait until you're fully recovered before pushing yourself so hard. Link. Lee sprang to his feet, eyes practically glowing with enthusiasm. His hospital gown was soaked with sweat. You're back. Come on, it's time for your treatment. Link called, turning toward the hospital entrance. Overexerting yourself right now will just put more strain on your body. Yes, sir. Rock Lee listened intently. He might not take everyone's advice seriously, but the man who had essentially given him a second chance at life? Every word of his was gospel. As they entered the hospital room, Link conducted a routine examination. His recovery is progressing fast. Even without my jutsu, he'd probably be back to normal in another 2 weeks at most, once I removed the trickier injuries with my delicate illness extraction technique. Normal medical ninjutsu and treatment protocols could take care of the rest. Still, training with underlying injuries has slightly delayed his full recovery, and in some areas, it's made things worse. Link cast another delicate illness extraction to realign a few misaligned bones, listening to the faint cracking sounds as everything settled back into place. Then, with a pat on the shoulder, he smiled and said, "Congratulations. You'll be discharged no later than the day after tomorrow." Rock Lee, overjoyed, immediately tried to throw himself into Link's arms. Link dodged with practiced ease. But for the next 2 days, absolutely no training. You need to let your body fully recover. No way am I letting a sweaty, exhausted guy hug me, Lee. I came to visit again. A cheerful voice rang out as the door burst open. Tenten entered, carrying a bento box. When she saw there were others in the room, she greeted them. Long time no see. Link nodded in return. He was somewhat familiar with her by now. It was clear she cared about Rock Lee, though. Link says I'll be discharged soon. Lee announced excitedly. Congrats. Tenten beamed, setting down the bento before turning back to him. That means, you promised to go to the movies with me. This is the blazing passion of youth. Tears streamed from Rock Lee's eyes like waterfalls, gushing dramatically. The entire atmosphere of the scene suddenly shifted into something almost surreal. Link took 2 steps back to avoid getting splashed by tears and snot, glancing at Tenton with mild sympathy. Liking someone like Rock Lee. That had to be exhausting. Now that he thought about it, Team Guy's 3 students were an odd bunch. Neji was clearly the best-looking one, yet Tenton was interested in Lee, a loud, eccentric guy who wasn't exactly handsome. Love really was a strange thing. Link-sensei Temari peeked into the room with a playful grin. I knew you'd be here. Link's frequent hospital visits to treat Rock Lee weren't exactly a secret. The mission was a success. Kankuro and I were thinking, why don't we have a little celebration dinner tonight? Link took a deep breath. As your teacher, I should remain firm, then Temari added, how about barbecue? My treat, damn it, temptation. Stay away from me, Chapter 146, broadcast for the dead evening, Yakiniku. So satisfying. Link patted his belly contentedly. Over the past month in the Land of Rivers, he hadn't had a single decent meal. Eating roasted game meat in the wild might seem novel at first, but without proper seasoning or marination, and with no grilling techniques to enhance the flavor, it was simply unappetizing. Whether in the world of Naruto or on Earth, modern people's taste buds were accustomed to seasonings. No matter how fresh the meat was, it simply didn't taste as good without the right flavors. It was the same with ramen. Why was ramen so delicious? Because it was packed with heavy, intense flavors. On top of that, they had deliberately minimized their presence to avoid being tracked, which meant many meals consisted of dry rations or soldier pills. Under those circumstances, being able to enjoy freshly grilled meat with sauce upon returning was pure bliss. If I ever have to spend a long time in the wild again, I should learn how to grill properly. And maybe seal a portable grill and seasonings in a scroll. Link pondered his future outdoor survival strategies. He wouldn't even need to do the grilling himself, his shadow clones could handle it. Wait. There was a serious flaw in that plan. Shadow clones replicated his physical and technical abilities at the moment they were created. If he learned how to grill now, would the clones he made later even retain that knowledge? Or should he just have his clones learn by themselves? You guys are grown-up shadows now, time to be independent, Kankuro. Link said, noticing the puppet master's eager expression. If you want to buy a puppet, bring the money tomorrow, and you can pick one out. Really? Kankuro beamed. Even if he couldn't get Sasori, the other puppets were still enough to keep him entertained for a long time. After all, these were puppets crafted by Sasori of the Red Sand himself. I'll pay for this meal. Link stood up, stopping Temari from taking out her wallet. He pulled out his own freshly filled purse and said generously, consider it on me. To him, money wasn't just about spending, it was tied directly to his combat power. As long as the money in his possession was real, recognized, and circulated currency, it could be used to activate binding curse, money jutsu. Fake money or ghost currency wouldn't work, he had tested that before. However, he was still unsure whether self-made money with real value could be used for the jutsu. That was why he had considered creating an economy system within the Pure Land for the deceased shinobi. After all, as long as the Sage of Six Paths didn't intervene, the Pure Land was basically his playground. There were plenty of dead shinobi who wanted to return to the living world. Though few were willing to cooperate now, he already had 4 trustworthy people who maintained contact with him. Damn that inherently evil white-haired old Senju ghost. Still, Link believed that over time, more allies would come. If I ever stop being a shinobi, maybe I should start a dream fulfillment company. After paying for the meal, Link was about to leave when Temari leaned against the counter and said with a grin, since you treated us to dinner, how about I treat you to a movie? Busy. Link replied without hesitation. His mind was already filled with training plans, and he dismissed the offer casually. If you have free time, take care of Gaara instead. Be at training ground 7 tomorrow morning. With that, he disappeared in a flash. This guy. He's dense as a rock. Temari's smile dropped. Chasing after a guy is really tough. If she could, she'd rather just knock him out with her fan and drag him home. But what if she couldn't beat him? Good luck. Kankuro whispered as they left the restaurant. He was immediately rewarded with a death glare from his sister. Gaara, who had been observing silently, processed the interaction. Does Temari also want to hug Link-sensei? Is she trying to get closer and spend more time with him? If she wants to compete with me for him, he quickly recalled one of Link's lessons during training. Don't attack your comrades, or you'll get punished. Interesting. But also troublesome. Gaara stood at the street corner, yawning. I should go back to sleep first. When I wake up, I'll ask Kankuro about this. Link's new home, training room, Sasori of the Red Sand joined an organization called the Akatsuki after killing the third Kazekage, Humphrey. The spiritual phone line was cut off. Link immediately summoned another spirit using summoning jutsu. During his mission in the Land of Rivers, he had gained some inspiration for developing summoning techniques. Since conventional verbal persuasion didn't work well thanks to that damn evil Senju ghost, maybe it was time to switch tactics, storytelling. Link was confident in his ability to spin a tale. After all, he had already successfully scammed an evil little Uchiha ghost into becoming his loyal meat shield. Speaking of which, the Akatsuki is actually a terrorist organization that originated from the internal conflicts of the Hidden Rain village. All of its members are S-rank rogue ninjas. Hidden Leaf Village's rogue ninja, Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha, were once members. Link improvised his words, carefully controlling the flow of information. If he wasn't specifically summoning someone, his summoning jutsu functioned like an open radio transmission. Any dead shinobi who hadn't blocked him, except for those who had willingly embraced death and refused to return, could hear his words. Considering that some shinobi might later be resurrected via Edo Tensei, it would be troublesome if certain classified information got leaked. Especially if that damn Uchiha ghost was secretly eavesdropping. If Madara Uchiha decided that Link knew too much and responded by resurrecting himself just to fight him, that would be a serious problem. That's nonsense. The third Kazekage was the strongest Kazekage, there's no way that brat Sasori could have killed him. Oh? Someone had been emotionally provoked and had angrily spoken up, only to immediately vanish from the call. A hit-and-run heckler, huh? Link smirked and called them out. Oi, who just insulted me? Come out and say it to my face. I even have the third Kazekage's human puppet in my collection, taken directly from Sasori. Suddenly, another voice, more hesitant, spoke up. Wait. Did you just say that the Akatsuki is an organization that harbors S-rank rogue ninjas? Huh? Chapter 147, The Art of Calling Your Parents. That's right. They recruit S-rank rogue shinobis, have attacked me twice, and are trying to collect the tailed beasts. Link quickly switched to private chat mode, confirming the identity of the person who initiated contact, Yahiko. Storytelling really works. He had just reeled in a big fish. That guy. Yahiko's thoughts scattered for a moment before he realized that in this kind of communication, both parties' thoughts were transparent. Link wasn't lying, and in turn, Yahiko's own thoughts had just been exposed. Quickly, he emptied his mind, suppressing unnecessary distractions, and asked seriously, "Who are you?" Smart guy. Link didn't hesitate to give his evaluation and replied, "I am Link, a special Jonin of Hidden Leaf Village, thanks for the compliment." In just 2 exchanges, Yahiko had already mastered the correct way to communicate under summoning jutsu without revealing extra information. He immediately asked, "Have you ever met me while I was alive?" No, Link didn't overthink it, he simply answered directly. Since lying wasn't possible in this communication mode, questions could easily lead to revealing unintended thoughts. This was precisely why Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha, Baki, and even his own father avoided prolonged conversations with him. Ironically, this ability aligned perfectly with the Sage of Six Paths ideal of connecting people. However, the truth about people was that no one wanted to lay their entire mind bare when communicating. "So, you're not him," Yahiko deliberately thought this statement, ensuring it was registered. Then, he asked, "You've been trying to communicate with people in the Pure Land, claiming you have a way to bring the dead back to life. Are you talking about forbidden jutsu like Edo Tensei?" Even though he phrased it as a question, Yahiko didn't actually expect an answer. 2 seconds passed without Link's thoughts surfacing, so Yahiko continued, "If you mean the Akatsuki from the Land of Rain, I was once its leader. I see. You already knew about me, huh?" Feeling no surprise from Link, Yahiko confirmed his suspicion. "Even if you bring me back to life, I won't fight for you, especially not against the Akatsuki." Yahiko was direct and honest. "Then why did you step forward at all?" Link countered. "Because there are things you can't let go of, right? As far as I know, the leader of the current Akatsuki is named Pain. And one of its members is Conan, Pain." A complicated emotion stirred within Yahiko. Pain, a name that literally means suffering. Just hearing it, he could already guess that the leader was Nagato. When they were younger, Nagato often repeated a belief he held: war will never disappear. If people want to understand each other, they must first experience the same pain. Only then can they truly understand suffering. This was the foundation of Akatsuki. They had wanted to change the Land of Rain, to protect everyone. But people grow. "You're overthinking things," Link reminded him. "You really know a lot, huh?" Yahiko's voice carried a complicated mix of emotions. How had things turned out for Nagato, the boy who once bore the name of suffering? A part of him worried, But another part was relieved. As long as his two friends were still alive, that was enough. Yahiko gathered his thoughts and asked, "What do you want?" "Jutsu. Money. What can you offer?" "If you can't offer anything, then at least come out and fight for me." Link didn't lie, nor did he need to. "In exchange, I can give you the information I know, and the chance to return to life. A fair trade." "Understood." Yahiko accepted without resistance and then fell silent. Even though Link had reeled in a big fish, Yahiko clearly wouldn't immediately agree to fight for him. Returning to reality, Link shook his head. Compared to Nagato and Conan, who had been manipulated by Obito, Yahiko was far more clear-headed. And incredibly sharp. He grasped the nuances of this communication method so fast. In just a short exchange, Yahiko had mastered how to communicate effectively under the summoning jutsu's constraints. He even tried to steer the conversation to extract more information. Unfortunately for him, he simply didn't know enough. The Pure Land had no concept of time. A soul only became aware of time passing when someone communicated with them. Otherwise, they simply remained in eternal sleep. This was why many ninja, despite comparing Link to Tobirama, didn't fully block him out. They would eavesdrop on his broadcasts, sometimes even anonymously responding. To the souls in the Pure Land, time in the real world had moved far beyond their last memory. For them, it was as if they had just died. Some, due to unresolved attachments, hadn't even fully entered the Pure Land, lingering in between, waiting for someone. For many, entering the Pure Land meant choosing eternal sleep, a comforting void of nothingness. But now, with Link's voice breaking that silence, they felt alive again. They felt time moving. So they listened. Not everyone liked the idea of being trapped in ignorant slumber. In simpler terms, they're basically silent lurkers watching a forum thread. And every time Link activated summoning jutsu, these long-sleeping souls would log in to see what was happening. Yahiko was no exception. He had thoughts about the living world. Regrets. But he also had concerns. He didn't want to be used. So, after hearing what he wanted, he went back to lurking. As a privileged user with the ability to blacklist souls, Link realized something. His conversation with Yahiko had marked him. If he ever encountered Pain or Conan in battle, he could forcefully summon Yahiko as a trump card. Even if Yahiko didn't fight for him, his mere presence could create chaos. Holding a hostage? No. Holding a ghost hostage. Considering how Nagato obsessed over his beliefs, it might be more effective against Conan. It didn't even matter if Yahiko could fight. Just summoning him would shake the battlefield. Sometimes, a dead person was more useful than a living one. If possible, Link wanted to find the parents of Orochimaru, Obito, Sasori, Nagato, and even Nano Yakushi. Imagine facing an enemy and then summoning their long-dead parents on the battlefield. Normal people would just curse their opponent. He could actually summon their parents to scold them. Summoning jutsu, call your parents. If you want to defeat me, you'll have to kill your parents first. Just thinking about it was hilariously messed up. The more messed up, the better. Link felt motivated and excitedly activated summoning jutsu again. Now, let me tell you about the other members of Akatsuki. If storytelling worked so well, then he'd keep going. After all, every Akatsuki member had a story. And once he was done with Akatsuki, he'd talk about the Hidden Lee Village Crush plan. He refused to believe that hearing about Hidden Sand Village's total surrender wouldn't bait some Hidden Sand Village ninja into responding. Chapter 148, Gar's question the next day, Training Ground 7. That's all. After arranging his 3 subordinates' training, Link planned to visit Lee at the hospital. Though he wouldn't reveal his delicate illness extraction jutsu to his teammates, he still cared enough to help them structure their basic training, which, coming from Baki, was already battle-tested and reliable. Just as he was about to leave, Gar called out to him. "Link-sensei." Link turned back, a little curious. "Are we friends?" The moment those words were spoken, Temari froze, and even Kankuro, who had barely gotten any sleep from being harassed last night, stopped in his tracks. Link chuckled, slightly surprised. "First and foremost, I'm your superior." He smiled. "But outside of our ninja roles, yes, we are friends." "I see." Gar seemed to process that for a moment before stepping forward, extending his hand. "Friends." Link couldn't help but find it amusing. Where did he learn this from? Still, he extended his hand and shook Gar's, feeling like he was humoring a child. Forming bonds with a Jinchuriki wasn't a bad thing, after all. But why are his hands so smooth? For a ninja, his palm had 0 calluses. It was like he'd never done hard training. No wonder his taijutsu is so weak. He probably never practiced throwing shuriken either. Link immediately discarded the idea of teaching him projectile weapons. He has chakra-rich sand, why would he need kunai? Tossing sand shuriken is cheaper and stronger anyway. I understand now. Gaara released the handshake, then, quite suddenly, asked, "What is love?" Link blinked. "Who taught you that word?" A kid who barely understood positive emotions was now asking about love? Just moments ago, he was talking about friendship, smiling like a normal person, and now this. Wait. Did some girl in Hidden Leaf Village break through his emotional barriers? At that moment, Kankro's expression shifted drastically. He started backing away. "Kankro said that Temari wants to develop a love relationship with you." Gaara stated it as naturally as if he were commenting on the weather. "And that my feelings toward you are friendship, which means being accepted by others." Silence. Temari stopped breathing for a second. "Did he tell you what love is?" Link kept smiling, but his eyes locked onto Kankro, who had already retreated 10 meters away. "I never told you to go around asking people what love is, you idiot." Kankro was sweating buckets. He instantly flickered away without a trace. Bang. Temari stomped the ground, leaving a deep crack. Her face was red with anger and embarrassment, gripping her fan like a furious tiger ready to pounce. "He didn't know either." Gaara added, as honest as ever. For the first time in his life, Gaara was living normally. No assassination attempts. No one knew he had a monster inside him. No hatred or disgust from people on the street. And now, he was recognized by others. He was the healthiest and most normal he had ever been. There was still some resentment toward his mother and uncle, Yashimaru, but for the first time, he was exploring the meaning of love. Love is a special relationship between a man and a woman. Link glanced at Temari and chose his words carefully. "If you're curious, there are books about it in the bookstore." "I see." Gaara turned to leave, then hesitated. After a pause, he asked, "I should say thank you now, right?" Kankro said that when you ask for help, you should say thank you afterward. But since Kankro was often unreliable, Gaara wasn't sure if it was true. Link nodded approvingly. "That's correct." His smile became more genuine. "Besides love, you also have family. No matter what, both Temari and Kankro love you as their little brother." Gaara looked at him, visibly confused. Temari pressed her lips together, looking away as her ears turned completely red. Even when her feelings for Link were exposed, she wasn't this embarrassed. Gaara clutched his chest, his heartbeat was pounding. The sand around him trembled, responding to his emotions. Link reached out, and as if by some unspoken understanding, Gaara's sand shifted away, allowing his hand to rest on his shoulder. His voice was gentle. "If you want something, then chase after it." "They love me?" Gaara clutched his head, memories flooding back. The sand engulfed him, wrapping him like a cracked eggshell. But sunlight pierced through the gaps, casting a warm glow onto his shaking body. Temari panicked. Her brother was in pain, and the man she liked had his arm inside the sand shell. But then, Link gave her a reassuring look. Kankro, peeking from a distance, hesitated. He recalled how terrifying Gaara was when he lost control in the past. He wasn't sure if he should get closer. "Gaara." Temari gently placed her hand on the sand barrier. She could feel the rough texture under her fingers. Softly, she said, "You must have been lonely all this time. I'm sorry we left you to suffer in solitude." In the past, she never would have dared to get this close. People feared Jinchuriki losing control. Even a slight emotional flare-up could mean death. But now, the new seal from Hidden Leaf Village, Gaara's visible changes, and her crush was watching her. She summoned her courage. Temari caressed the sand, her eyes shining with emotion. She thought back to all the times Gaara had been alone. Her voice was gentle. "No matter what. I am your sister. I have always loved and cherished you." The sand slowly caved inward, as if some monster was swallowing her hand. But she didn't flinch. She turned to Kankro, who was still hesitating in the distance, and shot him a sharp glare. "Tch. Fine." Kankro grumbled, reluctantly walking over. "You're too scary. No wonder you can't get married." "Ow!" Temari stomped his foot, hard. Rubbing his bruised toe, Kankro took a deep breath, then placed his hand on the sand shield. For once, his usual goofy grin was gone. He looked serious. "I'll be honest, I was always afraid of you." Temari shot him a death glare. Kankro smiled dryly but continued, "But no matter what, you're still my little brother." Chapter 149, Come Out. Sha, the absolute defense, a shield of sand that symbolized Gaara's isolation, slowly unraveled. Sand fell away, scattering into the air. Link, whose hand was already on Gaara's shoulder, felt no resistance. The sand had avoided him from the start. Temari staggered slightly but quickly regained her balance, keeping her hand on her little brother's arm. Kankro, however, had been standing at the edge, hesitantly touching the sand shield out of lingering fear. So the moment the sand dispersed, he stumbled forward, directly hugging his terrifying little brother. I'm not going to die for this, right? Gaara won't kill me. Right? Dark thoughts flashed through Konkuro's mind. But at this point, it would feel even weirder to let go. KRRK, the soft sound of cracking came from Gaara's sand armor. Even though the sound was faint, all three of them heard it clearly. As more sand fell away, Gaara lowered his head. For the first time in a very, very long time, his actual body was exposed to the sunlight. Right now, he was at his most vulnerable. He had lost Shukaku. His absolute defense was gone. Even the automatic sand shield no longer protected him. At this moment, if someone gripped his throat and applied just a bit of force, they could easily assassinate him. Konkuro had been wondering whether to let go, but when he saw Gaara's defenses completely collapse, he froze. A moment later, his anxious face softened into something gentle. And then, for the first time ever, he tightened his embrace. Nice work, Konkuro, Temari smiled, relieved that this idiot didn't mess things up. Due to the height difference, Gaara, 146 centimeters, Konkuro, 165 centimeters, Gaara completely disappeared into Konkuro's chest. They couldn't see his face, but after a brief tremor, he slowly raised his arms and wrapped them around his older brother. This feels right, Link thought to himself, stepping back as he formed a hand seal. Summoning jutsu, come out, Kara. Poof. A fat man in underwear appeared in a panic, looking utterly confused, and before he could say anything, he was instantly sent back. Okay. That was not the right person. Link paused, glancing at the floating sand behind the siblings. He reached out to touch it, but the sand nimbly dodged him, retreating into the gourd. Kara's chakra is still inside Gaara's sand? Protecting her child even now? Did her soul stay behind? In the Naruto world, chakra can transcend both life and death. If a ninja chooses not to enter the afterlife, they can remain behind. Examples: Rin never left Obito and watched over him. Sakamo, Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, waited on the border between life and death, hoping to see his son again. Link's summoning jutsu can directly connect to the Pure Land. But what if a soul isn't even in the Pure Land? A very interesting problem. But at the moment, he couldn't find Kara. And even Yashimaru wasn't appearing. Instead, he got a random fat civilian. Yeah. That's a little disappointing. Link shook his head, turning to leave and give the siblings time to talk. Sensei. Temari called out, smiling. You're not thinking of leaving just like that, are you? Konkuro, who had released Gaara, scratched his head awkwardly. At least let us thank you properly, Link-sensei. For the first time, the title sensei carried genuine sincerity. Link turned away with a small wave. See you in the afternoon. And with that, he vanished. Link had invested in them because they were valuable. He had pushed them toward normalcy to earn their gratitude and make them more useful. This wasn't some feel-good story of selfless kindness. Whether it was Iris, Emi, Sasuke, or the Hidden Sand Village siblings, his approach was the same. He was the omniscient manipulator, guiding their lives while never letting them into his own. Shame Naruto didn't deviate from his original path, Link sighed. If things had turned out differently, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would have made an amazing human shield. Leaving the training ground, Link headed straight for the hospital. Today was Lee's final treatment. Might as well go early and finally put him out of his misery. Wait, why does that sound weird? Upon arrival, Lee was obediently lying in bed. It seemed he had actually listened to medical advice for once. One delicate illness extraction jutsu. Paired with basic chakra healing techniques, the treatment was done within minutes. Thank you. The brand new Rock Lee immediately did a backflip off the bed. Doctor, can I leave now? Almost. But I recommend staying for a final checkup. Before Link could even finish his sentence, Lee had already sprinted out the door. Right now, forget normal combat, he could probably open the 8 gates on the spot. This was a total restoration. Lee had always been covered in injuries from training, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, but now, his entire body was fully healed. With all internal and external damage removed, his training speed would skyrocket. A guy who trains insanely hard fights recklessly has the 8 gates paired with delicate illness extraction jutsu. Yeah. That's kind of broken. Damn. I kind of want to train one of these guys myself, Link mused, watching Lee excitedly return with his discharge papers. Yes. I can finally train again. Tearing off his hospital gown, Lee revealed his green spandex jumpsuit. Link stared. And instantly erased his previous thought. Yeah. No. If I train one, it has to be a version that doesn't wear green spandex. Meanwhile, Hidden Sand Village. That's everything. Sitting inside a veil-covered room, the fourth Kazekage finished reading Hidden Leaf Village's report. Sister? Ebizo turned to his older sister, gently shaking her. Chio remained silent for a few moments. Then, suddenly, "Ha! Got you." She opened her eyes with a grin. The fourth Kazekage sighed. "We need to take action. I'll go to Hidden Leaf Village." Chio stood up. Her voice was calm, but her gaze was heavy. "My dear grandson has gone too far. I'll go with you, sister." Ebizo followed. "The village's safety is in your hands, Kazekage." "Understood." Raza nodded. He turned to his elite Jonin. "Yura. Escort them to Hidden Leaf Village." "Yes, sir." As Chio walked toward the exit, she sighed, "The village gets weaker every year. If it were the old days, we'd never have fallen this far. Even Baki." Ebizo muttered, "Sister. Maybe it's because our generation didn't do enough." Chapter 150, Raw Senator gone 2 days later, Training Ground 7. "You've gotten stronger, Sasuke." Link let go, exhaled heavily, and spoke from the heart. This kid had been improving at an insane rate lately. His taijutsu and physical abilities had skyrocketed, as if he had no upper limit. It was almost scary how fast he was growing. He could now spar evenly with Link, something that seemed unthinkable just a few months ago. His fire style and Ganjutsu were basically straight out of Fugaku's textbook. His Sharingan mastery was reaching a frightening level. And his overall combat ability was pushing past Chunin level, now brushing against Jonin tier strength. In just a few months. Sasuke smirked, deactivating his Sharingan. "It's thanks to your jutsu." He intentionally left out the fact that Kakashi had been training him in lightning-style chakra control. Then, his gaze flickered toward Gaara, who was sitting on a rock, watching their training. What's up with him? Even his chakra feels different. Link rolled his shoulders, loosening up his sore muscles from their sparring match. Probably because he resolved something inside himself. Then, he smiled knowingly. "Maybe kind of like you." Sasuke froze for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. "You said you ran into Naruto in the Land of Rivers." Link chuckled at how Sasuke wasn't as awkward anymore when mentioning his teammate. "You waited until training was over to ask?" He shrugged, then casually said, "Don't worry. He's doing fine. In fact, he learned a really powerful jutsu. Rasengan. The pinnacle of shape transformation in chakra control." That night, after eating ramen together, Naruto had eagerly shown it off, excitedly demonstrating his new ultimate technique. He hadn't even considered keeping it a secret. Link had already experimented with training Rasengan before. He even attempted to learn it himself, but he got stuck at the third phase, sustaining high-density chakra in his palm long enough to break a balloon. There were 2 reasons why he couldn't complete it. 1. It was insanely difficult. The official lore made it very clear that Rasengan was extremely hard to master. Naruto learned it quickly, but that was not normal. 2. His chakra reserves were too low back then. Rasengan mimics a tailed beast bomb. It's a jutsu designed for Jinchuriki. It requires a huge amount of chakra, making it impractical for most non-Jinchuriki to use regularly. Even though Link's chakra had improved over time, he eventually dropped Rasengan because the name sounded too plain. Rasengan? Just means spiraling sphere. That's so boring, but there was one more hidden requirement that most people overlooked: you need a strong enough body. High-density chakra has weight. When fully materialized, it becomes insanely heavy. Remember when Four Tails Naruto tried using a tailed beast bomb against Orochimaru? The moment he formed the sphere, he immediately collapsed into a rolling ball, because it was too heavy to carry. Rasengan is a weaker version of that. Which is why nobody throws it. It's simply too damn heavy to be practical as a projectile. That's why its most effective use is close-range combat. Fast execution. Slamming it into the target instantly. But Naruto's way of running at people with it. Link had no words for that. A really strong jutsu? Sasuke's expression shifted slightly, his eyes wavering for a moment. Then, after a brief hesitation, he said, "I also learned something strong. But it's a lightning-style jutsu. No need to tell me what it is." Link cut him off with a knowing smile. He already knew what it was. Chidori. Unlike Rasengan, this was a jutsu that couldn't be stolen so easily. Even if Link watched Sasuke train, if he copied it, it would definitely ruin his relationship with Kakashi. That wasn't worth it. Besides, lightning style wasn't his priority right now. Just like Uchiha naturally focused on fire style, Link had chosen to focus on wind style first. Fire and lightning could come later. For now, he needed to perfect his wind nature chakra control. Sasuke nodded, not pressing the subject. "I'll be in the village for the next month. Kakashi said we should focus on personal training for now." Link nodded. "Got it. Then we'll resume our usual training schedule." Then, he casually added, "Oh, and come over for dinner tonight." He disappeared in a flash. As a Jonin on standby, he was supposed to report to the Jonin waiting room after his daily training. He wasn't part of the medical corps anymore, so he had no excuse to skip it. Skipping occasionally was fine, but doing it too often would cause problems. Being a special Jonin wasn't as free as he thought. Meanwhile, land of rivers, deep forest whoosh. 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 4 figures darted through the dense trees at high speed. Arriving at a rock cave entrance, they halted. Perched on a nearby tree branch, a snake flicked its tongue, its slitted pupils scanning the group. Then, it focused on the giant wooden barrel strapped to the fat man's back. Before long, footsteps echoed from within the cave. A pale, sinister face emerged from the shadows. "Long time no see, say sorry." Orochimaru's smile was eerie. The Akatsuki member before him was not in his original body. He wore a red cloud cloak over a backup puppet body, only his cold, indifferent eyes were visible beneath the hooded mask. "So, it was you who captured Kabuto?" Orochimaru chuckled softly, his golden eyes glinting. Sasori's voice was calm, emotionless. "You took my subordinate without permission. You're bold, Orochimaru." Behind him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, smiling politely. "My apologies, Orochimaru-sama. I accidentally caught Link's attention. And that led to the base being destroyed. I tried to convince Sasori-sama to cooperate with you. But unfortunately, he wasn't interested." Orochimaru absorbed the information quickly, his smirk widening. "I see. So, you're here to return Kabuto to me?" Sasori's voice remained calm, hand over the Akatsuki ring. Orochimaru's gaze flickered toward the clay bird hovering above them. "So that's your new partner? Doesn't seem very reliable. Just a brat, really." Boom. A kunai exploded, triggering the start of battle. The moment the explosion rang out, both men launched their attacks simultaneously. Clang. Crack. Orochimaru, using Earth Style, appeared beside Sasori, and sliced through 10 wooden puppet arms with a single sword swing. "Your puppets seem a lot weaker than before, Sasori." He smirked, casually lifting his sword. "Did Link-kun cause you that much trouble?" Chapter 151, Reward, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. "So, you're the brat who defeated Sasori?" Chio scrutinized Link carefully, then turned to the third Hokage. "Hey, third Hokage, you're not senile enough to mistake the wrong person, are you?" Before the third Hokage could respond, Koharu Utatane immediately snapped at her. "Watch your words." She had never been fond of this old woman, who had caused plenty of trouble for Hidden Leaf Village in the past. And now, despite her age and supposed retirement, she was still causing problems. "Sister." Ebizo subtly reminded her to calm down. Link, completely unfazed, casually pulled out a sealing scroll. "The puppet he used is right here." Chio was silent for a few seconds before taking the scroll and unsealing it. The human puppet that fell onto the floor was identical to Sasori's younger self. Its hollowed-out body and dragging steel cables made her squint slightly. Link then placed another scroll on the Hokage's desk. "And this is the third Kazekage puppet Sasori used." Chio gently touched the puppet's lifeless face, speaking softly, "I see." It was clear that she hadn't come for the Kazekage's whereabouts, this was something more personal. Meanwhile, Ebizo exchanged a glance with the third Hokage, then used summoning jutsu to unseal another puppet. A badly damaged third Kazekage puppet appeared. It was missing an arm, part of its torso, and its head was barely intact. Just as expected. Ebizo's expression remained unreadable, but internally, he sighed heavily. Sasori hadn't just defected from the village, he had killed the third Kazekage. And now, this. Ebizo sealed the puppet back and tossed the scroll onto the desk, then looked at his sister. "He really went that far?" Chio muttered quietly, her voice heavy with emotion. She had known that Sasori had joined Akatsuki and was still active in the world. Even in the manga, she knew that Sasori's subordinates had manipulated Orochimaru into assassinating the fourth Kazekage. Chio always knew more than she let on. She just never shared her knowledge with her own village. In her heart, her grandson was more important. It was only after Sasori attempted to assassinate multiple Kazekage that she decided to stop him. What will it take for Hidden Leaf Village to hand over this puppet? Chio lifted her head, making a direct request. Ebizo sighed, already expecting a difficult negotiation. Just saying that outright. They're definitely going to demand a high price, but in the end, there wasn't much else Hidden Sand Village could offer Hidden Leaf Village aside from some secret techniques. Before Koharu could speak, the third Hokage cut in. "Since it belongs to Link as a battle trophy, how you negotiate is up to him." Chio turned her gaze toward Link. "Alright, brat. What do you want in exchange?" She didn't mention the third Kazekage's puppet. Even though it was valuable to the village, to an old woman who had lost nearly everything, it didn't matter anymore. Money or jutsu works for me. Link replied, glancing at the third Hokage before continuing, you're a puppet master. You should understand its worth. Chio nodded. She sealed the Sasori puppet back into its scroll and tossed it back to him. As long as you're satisfied with the payment, it's a deal. Without any hesitation, she turned around and left the office. Koharu looked pissed. Not only because she disliked Chio, but also because Hiruzen just let a special Jonin handle this negotiation alone. As Chio walked away, Koharu's expression darkened with visible frustration. Regarding Akatsuki, Ebizo spoke up immediately. Hidden Sand Village is willing to join Hidden Leaf Village in declaring them an international criminal organization. He swiftly transitioned into serious discussions with the Hokage. Sasori, as a known Akatsuki member. Ebizo got straight to business, formally initiating an alliance discussion with Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Link exchanged glances with Hidden Sand Village's Jonin, Yura, who was standing behind Ebizo. Wasn't this guy mind-controlled by Sasori? So we're discussing the bounty on Sasori. In front of his brainwashed subordinate? Kind of awkward. Link wasn't asked to leave, so he remained silent, listening to the entire confidential meeting. Aside from the bounty on Akatsuki and Sasori, another key issue was the Land of Rivers. The region had fallen into complete chaos. At first, the civil war had generated a lot of missions for nearby villages. But now, since there was no longer a clear ruling power, the instability only worsened. The country was no longer a war zone. Because everywhere was a war zone. Basic law and order had collapsed. Even mission requests were decreasing, because nobody could afford them anymore. Hidden Sand Village's proposal was to help restore order in the Land of Rivers, but that required Hidden Leaf Village's cooperation. Eventually, it was decided that a diplomatic summit should be arranged, inviting representatives from Land of Wind, Land of Fire, and the Land of Rain. Although Land of Rain was still a fractured war zone, its leader, Hanzo the Salamander, still had enough influence to make an impact. So he would be invited as well. The next day, Training Ground 7 gathering chakra, forming hand seals, releasing the technique, it worked. Link watched as the ground transformed into a swamp. But something felt off. The Arank-Earth-style jutsu, Swamp of the Underworld, it looks the same as the original version. The swamp looked identical, but the name of the jutsu bothered him. Underworld. Does that mean it's connected to the afterlife? If it directly sent people to the Pure Land? That'd be too insane. To test it, he threw a kunai into the swamp. It sank instantly. Nothing happened. Next, he picked up a small rabbit and tossed it in. Squeak! The rabbit shrieked in terror, mud splashed everywhere, and its body began sinking slowly. At this rate, it would take about a minute for it to completely submerge. And then, plop! The rabbit jumped out and shook off the mud. Wait. Even a normal rabbit could escape this swamp? That's worse than the original jutsu. Link frowned, deep in thought, before summoning Rashomon. A familiar grumpy figure emerged. What now? Baki walked out with a deadpan expression. He had become numb to being summoned randomly. Being dragged back and forth between the afterlife and reality was exhausting. Especially when Link kept bothering him in the Pure Land. At first, it was just subtle persuasion. Now, it was just nonsense. If this kept escalating, it might become some next-level harassment. I should have never entered the Pure Land. I need you to test a new jutsu for me. Link pointed at the swamp. Since it's called Swamp of the Underworld, a dead guy should be the perfect test subject. Chapter 152, Planning, Glug, Glug, Glug. Link watched as a black bear struggled desperately in the Swamp of the Underworld, its body already more than halfway submerged. The beast finally managed to escape, its face filled with terror as it tried to flee. Before it could run, Link slapped it unconscious and threw it back in. Moments later, it was completely gone. The larger the creature, the faster it sinks. This actually follows normal physics, but the binding effect changes too. The bigger the creature, the stronger the swamp's restraint, or maybe it's not size. Maybe it's the strength of the soul? Pondering the possibilities, Link turned his gaze toward Baki. No matter what, I am not going in. The former hardworking, rough-skinned, and loyal Jonin suddenly displayed a keen sense of self-preservation, rejecting Link outright. The aura inside that thing is ominous. I may be dead, but I'm no mindless corpse. Link sighed. Fair enough. I can't force the dead, but that made testing the swamp a bit tricky. I can't just throw a person in while I'm in Hidden Leaf Village. Animals. He already tossed in a whole zoo. If he caught any more, the village might start filing complaints. Also, this jutsu eats up an insane amount of chakra. Among all his jutsu, Swamp of the Underworld had the highest chakra consumption, no contest. Even compared to a rank medical ninjutsu like chakra scalpel or mystical palm, this jutsu was an absolute chakra devourer. For reference, he only dared to use mystical palm for a few seconds during combat. Even during his fight with Sasori, he had to burst activate it for just an instant to speed up his hand seals before using money bindings jutsu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fast enough to catch Sasori. Swamp of the Underworld eats up a full third of my chakra, considering Jiraiya could comfortably use this jutsu with his monstrous reserves. For someone like Link, whose chakra was closer to Kakashi's, this was definitely overkill. So in a single fight, I can use it twice. At most, and that's assuming I use nothing else. Link shook his head. The one upside. It lasts a long time, even after Baki had left, the swamp was still bubbling. With nothing better to do, Link decided to throw everything he could find into it. Animals. Already tested, rabbits, tigers, centipedes, bears. Now he moved on to tree trunks, large boulders, wild fruit, anything he could grab. 30 minutes later, the swamp finally dissipated. And everything he had thrown in was simply gone. It never reached a limit, either. No matter how much I dumped in, it kept swallowing. Interestingly, corpses and objects sank slowly. Living creatures sank faster. The larger and smarter the living being, the faster it sank and the stronger the binding effect. Still needs confirmation, also. I lost a shadow clone. To test things further, Link sent a shadow clone into the swamp. The moment it stepped in, it was instantly swallowed. Not dissipated. Not destroyed. Simply gone, erased from existence. Even after the swamp disappeared, the clone never returned. It's just gone? To double-check, Link used subterranean voyage to tunnel under the swamp's location. Nothing. The swamp hadn't affected the underground at all. Everything that fell in had simply vanished. Even Baki thought it was unsettling. I'm starting to think this swamp isn't connected to the Pure Land at all. Link gave his final evaluation. This was a highly dangerous jutsu. Time-space jutsu were always trouble. At least Rashomon and summoning jutsu connected to a known place, the Pure Land. But this... I have no idea where this swamp leads. The name alone, Underworld, was disturbing. In Japanese mythology, the Underworld was a horrific, impure, and dark realm. To recover his chakra, Link popped 2 soldier pills, then cast Swamp of the Underworld again. Same result. He had an unsettling feeling. If I threw a person in, I might finally understand what this jutsu really does, or even a soul, but that's the problem. Testing jutsu on living people inside the village was not a great idea. Best case scenario, I just gained an alternate dimension trash disposal. Surprisingly, Link wasn't disappointed. After all, not every ninjutsu mutation resulted in something stronger. But after casting it twice in a row, the chakra drain was brutal. Even with soldier pills, he was still feeling sluggish. So he stopped training, healed himself with delicate illness extraction, and headed to the Jonin standby room to rest. Hidden Leaf Village, Jonin standby room. Lately, Link had been getting along well with the other Jonin. Word had spread about how he cured Nara in Shuai, and even though Shikaku had covered for him, most Jonin weren't stupid. They knew what the Nara clan was capable of. And they knew that Link's shadow techniques weren't something any normal Nara could pull off. Even more impressive, he had completely healed Lee. A case that even Hidden Leaf Village's top medical Jonin believed only Tsunade could handle. Link fixed it with ease. As a result, despite being the youngest special Jonin, Link was now extremely well received. His calm demeanor and friendly personality only reinforced his growing popularity. No matter their faction, no Jonin would reject an extraordinary medic nin who was also easy to get along with. After chatting and relaxing until evening, Link headed home. His shadow clone had already started cooking. On the way, he reflected on his next steps. Time to resume research on enhanced stimulants, and then jutsu training. Jutsu training goals: 1. Earth style, done. Mastered Swamp of the Underworld. No more earth style training needed for now. 2. Wind style, in progress. Nature transformation is slow. May take a few more months. No shortcuts, just have to keep grinding. 3. Sealing, summoning, medical ninjutsu, almost maxed out. Everything Hidden Leaf Village could teach, he had already learned. Forbidden jutsu? Off limits unless he earned massive achievements or became Hokage. 4. Secret jutsus, hard to obtain. Clans won't share their techniques. Flying Thunder God? Not forbidden, but extremely difficult. 8 gates? Open for learning, but mastering it is another story. Time to pick up Rasengan again. And apply to learn Flying Thunder God and 8 gates. Even if he failed to learn them, he had to try. Chapter 153, Neighbors. Continuing from last time, we watched as that traitor Orochimaru summoned 2 Hokages, and the third Hokage fought 3 shadow clones by himself yet managed to gain the upper hand. That kid from Hidden Leaf Village has entered fantasy mode again. The usual riffraff who had been bubbling along steadily muttered something furtively again, so much so that Link's mood for telling his story was slightly affected. But it didn't matter. That punk had already whispered it several times in secret. He'd nearly got his tail. And with 2 more such slips, Link would just pull that damn little punk out of the Pure Land along the network line and rip off his headgear. Though Link's mood was a bit dampened, his summoning jutsu was unaffected. He continued recounting his enhanced version tale of the third Hokage's battle against the 3 Kages. Originally, he had not intended to expose his identity as a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, but it turned out that these ninjas tacitly assumed that anyone capable of communicating with the Pure Land was a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. In conversations via summoning jutsu there was no room for lies, so he decided to be frank, openly telling the story as a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. He just couldn't understand why neither the first Hokage nor the second Hokage ever came over to talk with him. Could it be that they were so deeply controlled by Orochimaru that they had become mere shadows of themselves? Putting aside the progress of his summoning jutsu for a moment, he found that chatting and shooting the breeze with a group of people was actually quite enjoyable, almost reminiscent of his old group chat in a past life. As long as he wasn't on a mission or facing combat, he often casually activated summoning jutsu in the Pure Land to hang out. After all, he could at everyone, and if it got annoying, he'd simply blacklist and mute them. Dong dong dong. When he heard the knock on the door, Link paused briefly, prepared to finish his story and have one of his shadow clones go open the door. What's next? His father's disappointed voice interjected. Link-chan, wouldn't it be better if you finished your story all at once? Mikoto Uchiha said politely. Some of those riffraff who dared not show their faces or names were even more curt, muttering that they should immediately retract their statements. Yet most people remained silent. Link quietly recorded the impressions he got from the voices of the dead. He thought that the more familiar he became with them, the easier it would be to pick them off one by one. Perhaps telling his story in segments might even help him catch someone. Lost in thought, he got up and stretched his legs so that his shadow clone could put his slippers on for him. Only then did he stand steadily. The door opened, and outside stood Sasuke Uchiha. He gestured for the shadows under the refrigerator to rise, saying, "Come in and have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" The room was filled with an almost palpable sense of danger. Any dark corner might conceal one or more shadow clones, making it extremely hard for intruders to slip in unnoticed. After entering, Sasuke, still holding a gift box of sweet chestnuts, set it on the table and said, "I've moved. My new place is just next door." He then extended an invitation. "Tomorrow, let's go out for barbecue together. I'll treat you." "Moved over here?" Link was slightly surprised and laughed. "What's the need for all the trouble? We can eat at home. How about I help summon Auntie to come out and cook?" You've invited several people. Your place seems large enough, right?" he added as he followed Link over to take a look next door. After a quick survey, he said, "This apartment is indeed a bit small. If too many people come, it might be a problem." Sasuke, trailing behind with slightly reddened, tired eyes, said, "You're the first one to move." He paused, then quietly agreed to the idea of dining at the new place, adding, "I'd like to invite Iris, Emi, Sakura, and even Kakashi. They should all fit." He didn't mention his new teammates any further. After all, Naruto would always be Sasuke's eternal crush. Given his personality, it would be at least several years before any new teammate could truly enter his life. "I'll arrange everything for you," Link said as he directed his shadow clones to slide the sofa back, lift the TV cabinet against the wall, and reposition the table. After fussing around a bit, he theatrically patted the dust off his hand and said, "How does that look?" Sasuke replied, "Thank you. Don't be formal with me," Link said, patting his shoulder. "All right then, it's settled. Tomorrow night, you invite them over, and I'll handle summoning Auntie and Uncle." "All right." Sasuke smiled, his eyes sparkling. The next afternoon, at the Cryptology Division. "Are you Link, the special Jonin?" a short-haired, brown-eyed female ninja, clutching documents, asked. "That's me," Link replied as he entered a room lined with bookshelves and various texts in the Cryptology Division. The female ninja walked briskly and quickly arrived at a computer desk, placing the documents on the table. She tapped rapidly on the keyboard and said, "I'm Yurika from the Cryptology Division. I'm in charge of decoding the data you sent back." She continued, turning the computer screen toward him. "Some of the codes use a cipher pattern similar to our village's standard, but the translated parts are related to you." A block of text appeared on the screen, amid a mass of indecipherable symbols. A few annotated words in translation were visible. Do you have any clues you can provide? Eureka asked. Link thought for a moment. Although his name was mentioned, the information was scant. What exactly was Prototype? And what did Seal have to do with him? It must be something connected to me, the Seal. Huh? The 5 Elements Seal? His interest was suddenly piqued. He had originally assumed it was some boring curse or experimental data regarding soft body transformation, but now it really became intriguing. Could it be that after his 5 Elements Seal was applied to Orochimaru, that bastard discovered something? Link's mind raced. Following this line of thought, might the Prototype be the body he sealed with the 5 Elements Seal? If that were so, Orochimaru may indeed have discovered something extraordinary about the 5 Elements Seal. Hello? Eureka said, noticing his sudden daydreaming. She waved her hand. Have you come up with any ideas? A little. Link nodded. But it involves my secret technique. Alright. Eureka shook her head and sighed. I'm sorry to trouble you. If you have any further clues that don't involve your secret techniques, please share them with me. She looked a bit pained. As the Cryptology Division's top decryption specialist, the most troublesome cases were when completely unfamiliar ciphers were encountered. It was like trying to drag a mouse by its tail with nowhere to grip. It's all right. Link said after a thoughtful pause. I can't reveal anything about my secret technique, but I can tell you that the prototype inside is most likely a body I sealed with my jutsu. A sealed body. Prototype. Eureka's face lit up with sudden understanding. Thank you, you've been a huge help. Then she lowered her head and began scribbling on the desk. Chapter 154, Applying for More Jutsus, The Sky. Link watched as Eureka worked away as if no one else were around, and for a moment he wasn't sure what he should do. Even though she had been invited through Yamanaka Inoyachi to join in deciphering codes, now it seemed that as soon as any clue appeared she had begun working without a word. Stop waiting, said a bespectacled, lab coat-clad girl sitting at a nearby table. Once Eureka enters work mode, she won't pay attention to anyone else. If I were you, I'd leave right now. Link glanced over. The bespectacled girl pushed her glasses up and said, I'm Shio, Lord Yamanaka Inoyachi's subordinate. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. He said politely. After all, as Yamanaka Inoyachi's subordinate, they were theoretically all on the same side. Yet it seemed that wherever he went he'd end up encountering people who knew Inoshikacho. That network was truly impressive. Shio nodded, then continued working with a very cold, businesslike air, as if completely lacking in social grace. Link stayed in the Cryptology Division for a while, unsure what to do since everyone in the room was hard at work while he just stood there, foolishly watching Eureka work diligently. Finally, he decided to leave the Cryptology Division and wander over to the nearby Medical Corps building. It had been a long time since he'd been there, everything was just as he remembered, no one on duty, the first-floor offices utterly empty of people, either because they were busy in the laboratories or had gone out to help or carry out missions. He then ran to the library and borrowed several books about how to concoct medicinal herbs and prepare potent medicines. He buried himself in study. Earlier that morning, his applications for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and the 8 Gates Jutsu had already been submitted. The third Hokage didn't seem surprised at all. In fact, the 2 advisors by his side were accustomed to his thirst for learning new ninjutsu. For a village renowned for its genius with ninjutsu, it wasn't unexpected that Link would set his sights on the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. However, his interest in the 8 Gates Jutsu was slightly more surprising. After all, the 8 Gates is a serious high-level taijutsu skill, so advanced that no other physical technique can compare. Based on Link's past performance in taijutsu, it seemed he wasn't really suited for learning a forbidden technique of that caliber. Still, part of that technique was originally teachable to students. It only truly entered the forbidden realm once one unlocked the 3rd gate, Gate of Life. For the village, if the ninjas could learn it and then open their gates at crucial moments to access extra power, that was acceptable. In short, alongside the application for those 2 techniques, his submission also included an application for forbidden technique training. Link figured that he was certainly not going to be granted any techniques like the Dead Demon Consuming Seal or Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu. But one had to try something. When he first became a Chunin, he applied for over 70 techniques. Now, as a special Jonin with a notable record from the Chunin exams, even if his achievements were sealed away to protect his identity, the higher-ups had to give him some face. Ninjas have a very broad definition of forbidden jutsu. Any technique that endangers the user's life qualifies. Yet there's a saying, people's constitutions differ, one can't generalize. Don't even get me started on techniques like the 8 gates. Even if you open up all 6 gates or use the morning peacock, it wouldn't matter. When Naruto first devised the Rasen Shuriken, its use was forbidden. But later, as his power soared, he was able to haphazardly toss it around. What if, by some chance, His own constitution was particularly suited to certain techniques. It'll be dark soon, time to go home. Tomorrow, I'll go to teacher's place and mooch some medicinal herbs. Link rubbed his eyes. Sometimes, the rigors of diligent study were exhausting. He rose, stretched, returned the books to their shelves, and left the medical corps building without delay. On the way, he bought some ingredients and then dashed to the training ground, where he used a large amount of chakra to summon a Rashomon. He pushed his chakra usage to the limit, enough to let the souls of the dead roam the real world freely for several hours, so that cooking and eating wouldn't be a problem. After discussing the general situation briefly with the Uchiha couple, the three of them returned to their apartment. Using a spare key given by Sasuke, they entered. Mikoto Uchiha carried the ingredients into the kitchen to get busy, while Fugaku Uchiha wandered around the room with a complicated expression before sitting on the sofa and sighing silently. There was practically nothing in the room for entertainment or leisure. The television hadn't been turned on for ages, and the clothes were all neatly stacked in the closet. Just looking at the room, one would think it belonged to a very well-behaved child. Yet as a father, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for his son. Sasuke Uchiha opened the door, and the aroma of a home-cooked meal flooded in. Sasuke's back, meal's not ready yet, though. Mikoto Uchiha, wearing an apron, stood at the kitchen doorway with a bright smile, waving. Link was sitting on the sofa watching television. The old TV, which hadn't been turned on for a long time, was now playing some funny program. Father Fugaku Uchiha sat nearby, thumbing through a magazine whose origin he couldn't recall. This familiar scene made Link feel a bit dazed. "Sasuke-kun," softly said Haruno Sakura, who stood at the door blocking it. "Oh." Sasuke entered, followed by Sakura. "And who might this be?" Father Fugaku smiled kindly, a rare sight given his typically stern, intimidating appearance. "Hello, uncle. I'm Sakura, Sasuke's companion," Sakura said, handing over a gift she'd prepared. "Oh my." Mikoto Uchiha peeked out from the kitchen with a beaming smile, her expression carrying an indescribable warmth. Sakura bowed her head. "Hello, Auntie," she said softly before moving into the kitchen. With a face full of joy, she grabbed another apron from the table and added, "Auntie, I'll help out." A shadow clone came along and closed the door. Sasuke sat next to Link and his father. After a brief silence, he said, "Sorry, I'm late. Today Kakashi had a low-level mission that delayed me." Father Fugaku replied. "That girl," he began, but Sasuke interrupted, "She's just a companion," he emphasized. Father Fugaku set aside his magazine and started chatting casually with his son. Soon, Iris and Ami also arrived. The meal was ready and everyone sat down. Kakashi arrived fashionably late. As soon as he entered and caught sight of the Uchiha couple, his expression stiffened with helpless resignation. "That brat is still misusing that technique," he thought, then sat down. "Thank you for taking care of our Sasuke," Mikoto Uchiha said warmly and courteously. Sakura, blushing and nestled close to Mikoto Uchiha, kept stealing almost heart-shaped glances at Sasuke, who was quietly eating. Iris and Ami exchanged stories about their recent experiences. Their tasks when they were with Link had been of high level. Tasks normally assigned to Genin were handled effortlessly, with little risk. Their conversation was filled with amusing anecdotes from their missions. The meal was a joyful affair for both host and guests. Chapter 155, 8 Gates approved. 1 week later, a town near Hidden Leaf Village. "The dosage I just added should be fine, right?" Link held the dark green pill he had made, hesitating slightly. Since he had the delicate illness extraction jutsu, he wasn't worried about side effects from taking medicine. But this potent drug he had concocted. He wasn't sure if he had measured the dosage correctly. The final product was almost the size of a fist. He had followed the recipe from a book, amplifying the part that squeezed the body's cells while adding some herbs to restore stamina. Then, feeling it wasn't strong enough, he threw in some digestive-enhancing herbs. Theoretically, it shouldn't kill anyone. At worst, it might be too nourishing. He sniffed it, something smelled off. Breaking off a small piece, he popped it into his mouth to taste it. A bitter, astringent flavor flooded his mouth,